Mysticism, A Study the Nature and Development of Man's Spiritual Consciousness, 3rd edition, by Evelyn Underhill, copyright 1912. Lume e lassù, che visibili fas lo creatore a quella creatura che solo, in lui vedere alla sua pace. When love has carried us above all things, we receive in peace the incomprehensible light, enfolding us and penetrating us. What is this light, if it be not a contemplation of the infinite, and an intuition of eternity? We behold that which we are, and we are that which we behold, because our being, without losing anything of its own personality, is united with the divine truth. Ruysbroek. Man is the meeting point of various stages of reality. Rudolf Eucken. Preface. This book falls naturally into 2 parts, each of which is really complete in itself, though they are in a sense complementary to one another. Whilst the second and longest part contains a somewhat detailed study of the nature and development of man's spiritual or mystical consciousness, the first is intended rather to provide an introduction to the general subject of mysticism, exhibiting it by turns from the point of view of metaphysics, psychology, and symbolism. It is an attempt to gather between the covers of one volume information at present, scattered amongst many monographs and text, books written in divers tongues, and to give the student in a compact form at least the elementary facts in regard to each of those subjects, which are most closely connected with the study of the mystics. Those mystics, properly speaking, can only be studied in their works which are for the most part left unread by those who now talk much about mysticism. Certainly the general reader has this excuse, that the masterpieces of mystical literature, full of strange beauties though they be, offer considerable difficulties to those who come to them unprepared. In the first 7 chapters of this book, I have tried to remove a few of these difficulties, to provide the necessary preparation, and to exhibit the relation in which mysticism stands to other forms of life. If then the readers of this section are enabled by it to come to the encounter of mystical literature with a greater power of sympathetic comprehension than they previously possessed, it will have served the purpose for which it has been composed. It is probable that almost every such reader, according to the angle from which he approaches the subject, will here find a good deal which seems to him superfluous. But different types of mind will find this unnecessary elaboration in different places. The psychologist, approaching from the scientific standpoint, eager for morbid phenomena, has little use for disquisitions on symbolism, religious or other. The symbolist, approaching from the artistic standpoint, seldom admires the proceedings of psychology. I believe, however, that none who wish to obtain an idea of mysticism in its wholeness, as a form of life, can afford to neglect any of the aspects on which these pages venture to touch. The metaphysician and the psychologist are unwise if they do not consider the light thrown upon the ideas of the mystics by their attitude towards orthodox theology. The theologian is still more unwise if he refuse to hear the evidence of psychology. For the benefit of those whose interest in mysticism is chiefly literary, and who may care to be provided with a clue to the symbolic and allegorical element in the writings of the contemplatives, a short section on those symbols of which they most often make use has been added. Finally, the persistence amongst us of the false opinion which confuses mysticism with occult philosophy and psychic phenomena has made it necessary to deal with the vital distinction which exists between it and every form of magic. Specialists in any of these great departments of knowledge will probably be disgusted by the elementary and superficial manner in which their specific sciences are here treated, but this book does not venture to address itself to specialists. From those who are already fully conversant with the matters touched upon, it asks the indulgence which really kind-hearted adults are always ready to extend towards the efforts of youth. Philosophers are earnestly advised to pass over the first 2 chapters, and theologians to practice the same charity in respect of the section dealing with their science. The giving of merely historical information is no part of the present plan, except in so far as chronology has a bearing upon the most fascinating of all histories, the history of the spirit of man. Many books upon mysticism have been based on the historical method, amongst them 2 such very different works, as Vaughan's supercilious and unworthy hours with the mystics, and Dr. Ingay's scholarly Bampton lectures. It is a method which seems to be open to some objection, since mysticism avowedly deals with the individual not as he stands in relation to the civilization of his time, but as he stands in relation to truths that are timeless. All mystics, said St. Martin, speak the same language, and come from the same country. As against that fact, the place which they happen to occupy in the kingdom of this world matters little. Nevertheless, those who are unfamiliar with the history of mysticism properly so called, and to whom the names of the great contemplatives convey no accurate suggestion of period or nationality, may be glad to have a short statement of their order in time and distribution in space. Also, Some knowledge of the genealogy of mysticism is desirable, if we are to distinguish the original contributions of each individual from the mass of speculation and statement which he inherits from the past. Those entirely unacquainted with these matters may find it helpful to glance at the appendix before proceeding to the body of the work, since few things are more disagreeable than the constant encounter of persons to whom we have not been introduced. The second part of the book, for which the first 7 chapters are intended to provide a preparation, is avowedly psychological. It is an attempt to set out and justify a definite theory of the nature of man's mystical consciousness, the necessary stages of organic growth through which the typical mystic passes, the state of equilibrium towards which he tends. Each of these stages, and also the characteristically mystical and still largely mysterious experiences of visions and voices, contemplation and ecstasy, though viewed from the standpoint of psychology, is illustrated from the lives of the mystics, and where possible in their own words. In planning these chapters, I have been considerably helped by M. Delacroix's brilliant Études sur le mysticisme, though unable to accept his conclusions, and here gladly take the opportunity of acknowledging my debt to him, and also to Baron von Hugel's classic mystical element of religion. This book, which only came into my hands when my own was planned and partly written, has since been a constant source of stimulus and encouragement. Finally, it is perhaps well to say something as to the exact sense in which the term mysticism is here understood. One of the most abused words in the English language, it has been used in different and often mutually exclusive senses by religion, poetry, and philosophy, has been claimed as an excuse for every kind of occultism, for dilute transcendentalism, vapid symbolism, religious or aesthetic sentimentality, and bad metaphysics. On the other hand, it has been freely employed as a term of contempt by those who have criticized these things. It is much to be hoped that it may be restored sooner or later to its old meaning, as the science or art of the spiritual life. Meanwhile, those who use the term mysticism are bound in self-defense to explain what they mean by it. Broadly speaking, I understand it to be the expression of the innate tendency of the human spirit towards complete harmony with the transcendental order, whatever be the theological formula under which that order is understood. This tendency, in great mystics, gradually captures the whole field of consciousness. It dominates their life, and, in the experience called mystic union, attains its end. Whether that end be called the God of Christianity, the world soul of pantheism, the absolute of philosophy, the desire to attain it, and the movement towards it, so long as this is a genuine PA life process, and not an intellectual speculation, is the proper subject of mysticism. I believe this movement to represent the true line of development of the highest form of human consciousness. It is a pleasant duty to offer my heartiest thanks to the many kind friends and fellow students, of all shades of opinion, who have given me their help and encouragement. Amongst those to whom my heaviest debt of gratitude is due, are Mr. W. Scott Palmer, for much valuable, generous and painstaking assistance, particularly in respect of the chapter upon Vitalism, and Miss Margaret Robinson, who in addition to many other kind offices, has made all the translations from Meister Eckhart and Mechthild of Magdeburg here given. Sections of the Ms. have been kindly read by the Reverend Dr. Inge, by Miss May Sinclair, and by Miss Eleanor Gregory, from all of whom I have received much helpful and expert advice. To Mr. Arthur Simmons my thanks, and those of my readers especially due, since it is owing to his generous permission that I am able to make full use of his beautiful translations of the poems of St. John of the Cross. Others who have given me much help in various directions, and to whom most grateful acknowledgments are here offered, are Miss Constance Jones, Miss Ethel Barker, Mr. J. A. Herbert of the British Museum, who first brought to my notice the newly discovered Mirror of Simple Souls, the Reverend Dr. Arbuthnot Nairn, Mr. A. E. Waite, and Mr. H. Stuart Moore, FSA, the substance of 2 chapters, those upon the characteristics of mysticism and magic, has already appeared in the pages of the Quest and the Fortnightly Review. These sections are here reprinted by kind permission of their respective editors. Feast of St. John of the Cross EU, 1910. Part 1. The Mystic Fact. What the world which truly knows nothing calls mysticism is the science of ultimates, the science of self-evident reality, which cannot be reasoned about, because it is the object of pure reason or perception. The babe sucking its mother's breast, and the lover returning, after 20 years' separation, to his home and food in the same bosom, are the types and princes of mystics. Coventry Patmore. The Rod, the Root, and the Flower. An Introduction to Mysticism, Chapter 1. The Point of Departure, The most highly developed branches of the human family have in common one peculiar characteristic. They tend to produce, sporadically it is true, and often in the teeth of adverse external circumstances, a curious and definite type of personality, a type which refuses to be satisfied with that which other men call experience, and is inclined, in the words of its enemies, to deny the world in order that it may find reality. We meet these persons in the East and the West, in the ancient, medieval, and modern worlds. Their one passion appears to be the prosecution of a certain spiritual and intangible quest, the finding of a way out, or a way back to some desirable state in which alone they can satisfy their craving for absolute truth. This quest, for them, has constituted the whole meaning of life. They have made for it without effort sacrifices which have appeared enormous to other men, and it is an indirect testimony to its objective actuality, that whatever the place or period in which they have arisen, their aims, doctrines and methods have been substantially the same. Their experience, therefore, forms a body of evidence, curiously self-consistent and often mutually explanatory, which must be taken into account before we can add up the sum of the energies and potentialities of the human spirit, or reasonably speculate on its relations to the unknown world, which lies outside the boundaries of sense. All men, at one time or another, have fallen in love with the veiled Isis whom they call truth. With most, this has been a passing passion. They have early seen its hopelessness, and turned to more practical things. But others remain all their lives the devout lovers of reality, though the manner of their love, the P4 vision which they make to themselves of the beloved object varies enormously. Some see truth as Dante saw Beatrice, an adorable yet intangible figure, found in this world yet revealing the next. To others she seems rather an evil but an irresistible enchantress, enticing, demanding payment and betraying her lover at the last. Some have seen her in a test tube, and some in a poet's dream, some before the altar, others in the slime. The extreme pragmatists have even sought her in the kitchen, declaring that she may best be recognized by her utility. Last stage of all, the philosophic skeptic has comforted an unsuccessful courtship by assuring himself that his mistress is not really there. Under whatsoever symbols they have objectified their quest, none of these seekers have ever been able to assure the world that they have found, seen face to face, the reality behind the veil. But if we may trust the reports of the mystics, and they are reports given with a strange accent of certainty and good faith, they have succeeded where all these others have failed, in establishing immediate communication between the spirit of man, entangled as they declare amongst material things, and that only reality, that immaterial and final being, which some philosophers call the Absolute, and most theologians call God. This, they say, and here many who are not mystics agree with them, is the hidden truth which is the object of man's craving, the only satisfying goal of his quest. Hence, they should claim from us the same attention that we give to other explorers of countries in which we are not competent to adventure ourselves. For the mystics are the pioneers of the spiritual world, and we have no right to deny validity to their discoveries, merely because we lack the opportunity or the courage necessary to those who would prosecute such explorations for themselves. It is the object of this book to attempt a description, and also, though this is needless for those who read that description in good faith, a justification of these experiences and the conclusions which have been drawn from them. So remote, however, are these matters from our ordinary habits of thought, that their investigation entails, in those who would attempt to understand them, a definite preparation, a purging of the intellect. As with those who came of old to the mysteries, purification is here the gate of knowledge. We must come to this encounter, with minds cleared of prejudice and convention, must deliberately break with our inveterate habit of taking the visible world for granted, our lazy assumption that somehow science is real and metaphysics is not. We must pull down our own card houses, descend, as the mystics say, into our nothingness, and examine for ourselves the foundations of all possible human experience, before we are in a position to criticize the buildings of the visionaries, the poets, and the saints. We must not begin to talk of the unreal world of these dreamers until we have discovered, if we can, a real world with which it may be compared. Such a criticism of reality is of course the business of philosophy. I need hardly say that this book is not written by a philosopher, nor is it addressed to students of that imperial science. Nevertheless, amateurs though we be, we cannot reach our starting point without trespassing to some extent on philosophic ground. That ground covers the whole area of first principles, and it is to first principles that we must go, if we would understand the true significance of the mystic type. Let us then begin at the beginning, and remind ourselves of a few of the trite and primary facts which all practical persons agree to ignore. That beginning for human thought is of course the I, the ego, the self-conscious subject which is writing this book, or the other self-conscious subject which is reading it, and which declares, in the teeth of all arguments, I am. Here is a point as to which we all feel quite sure. No metaphysician has yet shaken the ordinary individual's belief in his own existence. The uncertainties only begin for most of us when we ask what else is. To this I, this conscious self imprisoned in the body like an oyster in his shell, come, as we know, a constant stream of messages and experiences. Chief amongst these are the stimulation of the tactile nerves, whose result we call touch, the vibrations taken up by the optic nerve which we call light, and those taken up by the ear and perceived as sound. What do these experiences mean? The first answer of the unsophisticated self is that they indicate the nature of the external world. It is to the evidence of her senses that she turns when she is asked what the world is like. From the messages received through those senses, which pour in on her whether she will or no, battering upon her gateways at every instant and from every side, she constructs that sense world which is the real and solid world of normal men. As the impressions come in, or rather those interpretations of the original impressions which her nervous system supplies, she pounces on them, much as players in the spelling game pounce on the separate letters dealt out to them. She sorts, accepts, rejects, combines, and then triumphantly produces from them a concept which is, she says, the external world. With an enviable and amazing simplicity, she attributes her own sensations to the unknown universe. The stars, she says, are bright, the grass is green. For her, as for the philosopher Hume, reality consists in impressions and ideas. It is immediately apparent, however, that this sense world, this seemingly real external universe, though it may be useful and valid in other respects, cannot be the external world, but only the self's projected picture of it. It is a work of art, not a scientific fact, and, whilst it may well possess the profound significance proper to great works of art, is dangerous if treated as a subject of analysis. Very slight investigation shows that it is a picture whose relation to reality is at best symbolic and approximate, and which would have no meaning for selves whose senses or channels of communication happen to be arranged upon a different plan. The evidence of the senses, then, cannot be accepted as evidence of the nature of ultimate reality. Useful servants, they are dangerous guides. Nor can their testimony disconcert those seekers whose reports they appear to contradict. The conscious self sits, so to speak, at the receiving end of a telegraph wire. On any other theory than that of mysticism, it is her one channel of communication with the hypothetical external world. The receiving instrument registers certain messages she does not know, and, so long as she remains dependent on that instrument, never can know the object, the reality at the other end of the wire, by which those messages are sent. Neither can the messages truly disclose the nature of that object. But she is justified on the whole in accepting them as evidence that something exists beyond herself and her receiving instrument. It is obvious that the structural peculiarities of the telegraphic instrument will have exerted a modifying effect upon the message. That which is conveyed as dash and dot, color and shape, may have been received in a very different form. Therefore this message, though it may in a partial sense be relevant to the supposed reality at the other end, can never be adequate to it. There will be fine vibrations which it fails to take up, others which it confuses together. Hence a portion of the message is always lost, or, in other language, there are aspects of the world which we can never know. The sphere of our possible intellectual knowledge is thus strictly conditioned by the limits of our own personality. On this basis, not the ends of the earth, but the external termini of our own sensory nerves, are the termini of our explorations, and to know oneself is really to know one's universe. We are locked up with our receiving instruments. We cannot get up and walk away in the hope of seeing whither the lines lead. Eckhart's words are still final for us. The soul can only approach created things by the voluntary reception of images. Did some mischievous demiurge choose to tickle our sensory apparatus in a new way, we should receive by this act a new universe. The late Professor William James once suggested as a useful exercise for young idealists, a consideration of the changes which would be worked in our ordinary world if the various branches of our receiving instruments exchanged duties, if, for instance, we heard all colors and saw all sounds. Such a remark throws a sudden light on the strange and apparently insane statement of the visionary. St. Martin, I heard flowers that sounded, and saw notes that shone, and on the reports of other mystics concerning a rare moment of consciousness in which the senses are fused into a single and ineffable act of perception, and color and sound are known as aspects of one thing. Since music is but an interpretation of certain vibrations undertaken by the ear, and color an interpretation of other vibrations performed by the eye, This is less mad than it sounds, and may yet be brought within the radius of physical science. Did such an alteration of our senses take place, the world would still send us the same messages, that strange unknown world from which, on this hypothesis, we are hermetically sealed. But we should interpret them differently. Beauty would still be ours, though speaking another tongue. The birdsong would then strike our retina as a pageant of color. We should see the magical tones of the wind, hear as a great fugue, the repeated and harmonized greens of the forest, the cadences of stormy skies. Did we realize how slight an adjustment of our organs is needed to initiate us into such a world, we should perhaps be less contemptuous of those mystics who tell us that they apprehended the absolute as heavenly music or uncreated light, less fanatical in our determination to make the solid world of common sense the only standard of reality. This world of common sense is a conceptual world. It may represent an external universe. It certainly does represent the activity of the human mind. Within that mind it is built up, and there most of us are content at ease for I to dwell, like the soul in the palace of art. A direct encounter with absolute truth, then, appears to be impossible for normal, non-mystical consciousness. We cannot know the reality, or even prove the existence, of the simplest object, though this is a limitation which few people realize acutely and most would deny. But there persists in the race a type of personality which does realize this limitation, and cannot be content with the sham realities that furnish the universe of normal men. It is necessary, as it seems, to the comfort of persons of this type, to form for themselves some image of the something or nothing which is at the end of their telegraph lines, some conception of being, some theory of knowledge. They are tormented by the unknowable, ache for first principles, demand some background to the shadow show of things. In so far as man possesses this temperament, he hungers for reality, and must satisfy that hunger as best he can, staving off starvation, though he may not be filled. Now it is doubtful whether any two selves have offered themselves exactly the same image of the truth outside their gates, for a living metaphysic, like a living religion, is at bottom a strictly personal affair. A matter, as William James reminded us, of vision rather than of argument. Nevertheless, such a living metaphysic may, and if sound generally does, escape the stigma of subjectivism by outwardly attaching itself to a traditional school, as personal religion may, and should outwardly attach itself to a traditional church. Let us then consider shortly the results arrived at by these traditional schools, the great classic theories concerning the nature of reality. In them we see crystallized the best that the human intellect, left to itself, has been able to achieve. 1. The most obvious and generally accepted explanation of the world is of course that of naturalism, or naive realism, the point of view of the plain man. Naturalism states simply that we see the real world, though we may not see it very well. What seems to normal, healthy people to be there is approximately there. It congratulates itself on resting in the concrete. It accepts material things as real. In other words, our corrected and correlated sense impressions, raised to their highest point of efficiency, form for it the only valid material of knowledge, knowledge itself being the classified results of exact observation. Now such an attitude as this may be a counsel of prudence, in view of our ignorance of all that lies beyond, but it can never satisfy our hunger for reality. It says in effect, the room in which we find ourselves is fairly comfortable. Draw the curtains, for the night is dark, and let us devote ourselves to describing the furniture. Unfortunately, however, even the furniture refuses to accommodate itself to the naturalistic view of things. Once we begin to examine it attentively, we find that it abounds in hints of wonder and mystery, declares aloud that even chairs and tables are not what they seem. We have seen that the most elementary criticism, applied to any ordinary object of perception, tends to invalidate the simple and comfortable creed of common sense, that not merely faith, but gross credulity, is needed by the mind which would accept the apparent as the real. I say, for instance, that I see a house. I can only mean by this that the part of my receiving instrument which undertakes the duty called vision is affected in a certain way, and arouses in my mind the idea house. The idea house is now treated by me as a real house, and my further observations will be an unfolding, enriching, and defining of this image. But what the external reality is which evoked the image that I call house, I do not know, and never can know. It is as mysterious, as far beyond my apprehension, as the constitution of the angelic choirs. Consciousness shrinks in terror from contact with the mighty verb to be. I may of course call in one sense to corroborate, as we trustfully say, the evidence of the other, may approach the house and touch it. Then the nerves of my hand will be affected by a sensation which I translate as hardness and solidity, the eye by a peculiar and wholly, incomprehensible sensation called redness, And from these purely personal changes, my mind constructs and externalizes an idea which it calls red bricks. Science herself, however, if she be asked to verify the reality of these perceptions, at once declares that though the material world be real, the ideas of solidity and color are but hallucination. They belong to the human animal, not to the physical universe, pertain to accident, not substance, as scholastic philosophy would say. The red brick, says science, is a mere convention. In reality, that bit, like all other bits of the universe, consists, so far as I know at present, of innumerable atoms whirling and dancing one about the other. It is no more solid than a snowstorm. Were you to eat of Alice in Wonderland's mushroom, and shrink to the dimensions of the infraworld, each atom with its electrons might seem to you a solar system, and the red brick itself a universe. Moreover, these atoms themselves elude me as I try to grasp them. They are only manifestations of something else. Could I track matter to its lair, I might conceivably discover that it has no extension, and become an idealist in spite of myself. As for redness, as you P10 call it, that is a question of the relation between your optic nerve and the light waves which it is unable to absorb. This evening, when the sun slopes, your brick will probably be purple. A very little deviation from normal vision on your part would make it green. Even the sense that the object of perception is outside yourself may be fancy, since you as easily attribute this external quality to images seen in dreams, and to waking hallucinations, as you do to those objects which, as you absurdly say, are really there. Further, there is no trustworthy standard by which we can separate the real from the unreal aspects of phenomena. Such standards as exist are conventional, and correspond to convenience, not to truth. It is no argument to say that most men see the world in much the same way, and that this way is the true standard of reality, though for practical purposes we have agreed that sanity consists in sharing the hallucinations of our neighbors. Those who are honest with themselves know that this sharing is at best incomplete. By the voluntary adoption of a new conception of the universe, the fitting of a new alphabet to the old Morse code, a proceeding which we call the acquirement of knowledge, we can, and do change to a marked extent our way of seeing things, building up new worlds from old sense impressions, and transmuting objects more easily and thoroughly than any magician. Eyes and ears, said Heraclitus, are bad witnesses to those who have barbarian souls, and even those whose souls are civilized tend to see and hear all things through a temperament. In one and the same sky, the poet may discover the habitation of angels, whilst the sailor sees only a promise of dirty weather ahead. Hence, artist and surgeon, Christian and rationalist, pessimist and optimist, do actually and truly live in different and mutually exclusive worlds, not only of thought, but also of perception. Only the happy circumstance that our ordinary speech is conventional, not realistic, permits us to conceal from one another the unique and lonely world in which each lives. Now and then an artist is born, terribly articulate, foolishly truthful, who insists on speaking as he saw, then, other men, lapped warmly in their artificial universe, agree that he is mad, or, at the very best, an extraordinarily imaginative fellow. Moreover, even this unique world of the individual is not permanent. Each of us, as we grow and change, works incessantly and involuntarily at the remaking of our sensual universe. We behold at any specific moment, not that which is, but that which we are, and personality undergoes many readjustments in the course of its passage from birth through maturity to death. The mind which seeks the real, then, in this shifting and subjective natural world, is of necessity thrown back on itself, on images and concepts which owe more to the seer than to the seen. But reality must be real for all, once they have found it, must exist in itself upon a plane of being unconditioned by the perceiving mind. Only thus can it satisfy that mind's most vital instinct, most sacred passion, its instinct for the absolute, its passion for truth. You are not asked, as a result of these antique and elementary propositions, to wipe clean the slate of normal human experience, and cast in your lot with intellectual nihilism. You are only asked to acknowledge that it is but a slate, and that the white scratches upon it which the ordinary man calls facts, and the scientific realist calls knowledge, are at best relative and conventionalized symbols of that aspect of the unknowable reality at which they hint. This being so, whilst we must all draw a picture of some kind on our slate and act in relation therewith, we cannot deny the validity, though we may deny the usefulness, of the pictures which others produce, however abnormal and impossible they may seem, since these are sketching an aspect of reality which has not come within our sensual field, and so does not and cannot form part of our world. Yet, as the theologian claims that the doctrine of the Trinity veils and reveals not three but one, So the varied aspects under which the universe appears to the perceiving consciousness hint at a final reality, or in Kantian language, a transcendental object, which shall be, not any one, yet all of its manifestations, transcending yet including the innumerable fragmentary worlds of individual conception. We begin then to ask what can be the nature of this one, and whence comes the persistent instinct which, receiving no encouragement from sense experience, apprehends and desires this unknown unity, this all-inclusive absolute, as the only possible satisfaction of its thirst for truth. 2. The second great conception of being, idealism, has arrived by a process of elimination at a tentative answer to this question. It whisks us far from the material universe, with its interesting array of things, its machinery, its law, into the pure, if thin, air of a metaphysical world. Whilst the naturalist's world is constructed from an observation of the evidence offered by the senses, the idealist's world is constructed from an observation of the processes of thought. There are but two things, he says in effect, about which we are sure: the existence of a thinking subject, a conscious self, and of an object, an idea, with which that subject deals. We know, that is to say, both mind and thought. What we call the universe is really a collection of such thoughts, and these, we agree, have been more or less distorted by the subject, the individual thinker, in the process of assimilation. Obviously, we do not think all that there is to be thought, conceive all that there is to be conceived. Neither do we necessarily combine in right order and proportion those ideas which we are capable of grasping. Reality, says objective idealism, is the complete undistorted object, the big thought, of which we pick up these fragmentary hints, the world of phenomena which we treat as real being merely its shadow show or manifestation in space and time. According to the form of objective idealism here, chosen from amongst many is typical. For almost every idealist has his own scheme of metaphysical salvation. We live in a universe which is, in popular language, the idea or dream of its creator. We, as Tweedledum explained to Alice in the most philosophic of all fairy tales, are just part of the dream. All life, all phenomena, are the endless modifications and expressions of the one transcendent object, the mighty and dynamic thought of one absolute thinker, in which we are bathed. This object, or certain aspects of it, and the place of each individual consciousness within the cosmic thought, or, as we say, our position in life, largely determines which these aspects shall be, is interpreted by the senses, and conceived by the mind, under limitations which we are accustomed to call matter, space and time. But we have no reason to suppose that matter, space and time are necessarily parts of reality, of the ultimate idea. Probability points rather to their being the pencil and paper with which we sketch it. As our vision, our idea of things, tends to approximate more and more to that of the eternal idea, so we get nearer and nearer to reality. For the idealist's reality is simply the idea, or thought of God. This, he says, is the supreme unity at which all the illusory appearances that make up the widely differing worlds of common sense, of science, of metaphysics and of art dimly hint. This is the sense in which it can truly be said that only the supernatural possesses reality. For that world of appearance which we call natural is certainly largely made up of preconception and illusion, of the hints offered by the eternal real world of idea outside our gates, and the quaint concepts which we at our receiving instrument manufacture from them. There is this to be said for the argument of idealism, that in the last resort, the destinies of mankind are invariably guided, not by the concrete facts of the sense world, but by concepts, which are acknowledged by every one to exist only on the mental plane. In the great moments of existence, when he rises to spiritual freedom, these are the things which every man feels to be real. It is by these and for these that he is found willing to live, work, suffer, and die. Love, patriotism, religion, altruism, fame, all belong to the transcendental world. Hence, they partake more of the nature of reality than any fact could do, and man, dimly recognizing this, has ever bowed to them as to immortal centers of energy. Religions as a rule are steeped in idealism. Christianity in particular is a trumpet call to an idealistic conception of life. Buddhism is little less. Over and over again, their scriptures tell us that only materialists will be damned. In idealism we have perhaps the most sublime theory of being which has ever been constructed by the human intellect. A theory so sublime in fact that it can hardly have been produced by the exercise of pure reason alone, but must be looked upon as a manifestation of that natural mysticism, that instinct for the absolute, which is latent in man. But, When we ask the idealist how we are to attain communion with the reality which he describes to us as certainly there, his system suddenly breaks down and discloses itself as a diagram of the heavens, not a ladder to the stars. This failure of idealism to find in practice the reality of which it thinks so much is due, in the opinion of the mystics, to a cause which finds epigrammatic expression in the celebrated phrase by which Saint Jerome marked the distinction between religion and philosophy. Plato located the soul of man in the head, Christ located it in the heart. That is to say, idealism, though just in its premises, and often daring and honest in their application, is stultified by the exclusive intellectualism of its own methods, by its fatal trust in the squirrel work of the industrious brain, instead of the piercing vision of the desirous heart. It interests man, but does not involve him in its processes, does not catch him up to the new and more real life which it describes. Hence the thing that matters, the living thing, has somehow escaped it, and its observations bear the same relation to reality as the art of the anatomist does to the mystery of birth. 3. But there is yet another theory of being to be considered, that which may be loosely defined as philosophic skepticism. This is the attitude of those who refuse to accept either the realistic or the idealistic answer to the eternal question, and, confronted in their turn with the riddle of reality, reply that there is no riddle to solve. We of course assume for the ordinary purposes of life that for every sequence A, B present in our consciousness there exists a mental or material A, B, in the external universe, and that the first is a strictly relevant, though probably wholly inadequate expression of the second. The bundle of visual and auditory sensations, for instance, whose sum total I am accustomed to call Mrs. Smith, corresponds with something that exists in the actual as well as in my phenomenal world. Behind my Mrs. Smith, behind the very different Mrs. Smith which the X-rays would exhibit, there is, contends the objective idealist, a transcendental, or in the Platonic sense an ideal Mrs. Smith, at whose qualities I cannot even guess, but whose existence is quite independent of my apprehension of it. But though we do and must act on this hypothesis, it remains only a hypothesis, and it is one which philosophic skepticism will not let pass. The external world, say the skeptical schools, is, so far as I know it, a concept present in my mind. If my mind ceased to exist, so far as I know the concept which I call the world would cease to exist too. The one thing which for me indubitably is the self's experience, its whole consciousness. Outside this circle of consciousness, I have no authority to indulge in guesses as to what may or may not be. Hence for me, the absolute is a meaningless diagram, a superfluous complication of thought, since the mind, wholly cut off from contact with external reality, has no reason to suppose that such a reality exists, except in its own ideas. Every effort made by philosophy to go forth in search of it is merely the metaphysical squirrel running round the conceptual cage. In the completion and perfect unfolding of the set of ideas with which our consciousness is furnished, lies the only reality which we can ever hope to know. Far better to stay here and make ourselves at home. Only this for us truly is. This purely subjective conception of being has found representatives in every school of thought, even including by a curious paradox, that of mystical philosophy, its one effective antagonist. Thus Delacroix, after an exhaustive and even sympathetic analysis of St. Teresa's progress towards union with the Absolute, ends upon the assumption that the God with whom she was united was the content of her own subconscious mind. Such a mysticism is that of a kitten running after its own tail, a different path indeed from that which the great seekers for reality have pursued. The reductio ad absurdum of this doctrine is found in the so-called philosophy of New Thought, which begs its disciples to try quietly to realize that the infinite is really you. By its utter denial not merely of a knowable, but of a logically conceivable transcendent, it drives us in the end to the conclusion of extreme pragmatism. That truth for us is not an immutable reality, but merely that idea which happens to work out as true and useful in any given experience. There is no reality behind appearance, therefore all faiths, all figments with which we people that nothingness are equally true, provided they be comfortable and good to live by. Logically carried out, this conception of being would permit each man to regard other men as non-existent, except within his own consciousness, the only place where a strict skepticism will allow that anything exists. Even the mind which conceives consciousness exists for us only in our own conception of it. We no more know what we are than we know what we shall be. Man is left a conscious something in the midst, so far as he knows, of nothing, with no resources save the exploring of his own consciousness. Philosophic skepticism is particularly interesting to our present inquiry, because it shows us the position in which pure reason, if left to itself, is bound to end. It is utterly logical, and though we may feel it to be absurd, we can never prove it to be so. Those who are temperamentally inclined to credulity may become naturalists and persuade themselves to believe in the reality of the sense world. Those with a certain instinct for the absolute may adopt the more reasonable faith of idealism, but the true intellectualist, who concedes nothing to instinct or emotion, is obliged in the end to adopt some form of skeptical philosophy. The horrors of nihilism, in fact, can only be escaped by the exercise of faith, by a trust in man's innate but strictly irrational instinct for that real above all reason, beyond all thought, towards which at its best moments his spirit tends. If the metaphysician be true to his own postulates, he must acknowledge in the end that we are all forced to live, to think, and at last to die. In an unknown and unknowable world, fed arbitrarily and diligently, yet how we know not, by ideas and suggestions whose truth we cannot test, but whose pressure we cannot resist. It is not by sight but by faith. Faith in a supposed external order which we can never prove to exist, and in the approximate truthfulness and constancy of the vague messages which we receive from it, that ordinary men must live and move. We must put our trust in laws of nature, which have been devised by the human mind, as a convenient epitome of its own observations of phenomena. Must, for the purposes of daily life, accept these phenomena at their face value, an act of faith beside which the grossest superstitions of the Neapolitan peasant are hardly noticeable. The intellectual quest of reality, then, leads us down one of three blind alleys: 1. To an acceptance of the symbolic world of appearance as the real; 2. To the elaboration of a theory also of necessity symbolic, which, beautiful in itself, cannot help us to attain the absolute which it describes; 3. To a hopeless but strictly logical skepticism, in answer to the why of the bewildered and eternal child in us. Philosophy, though always ready to postulate the unknown if she can, is bound to reply only, Nescio, Nescio. In spite of all her busy map-making, she cannot reach the goal which she points out to us, cannot explain the curious conditions under which we imagine that we know, cannot even divide with a sure hand the subject and object of thought. Science, whose business is with phenomena and our knowledge of them, though she too is an idealist at heart, has been accustomed to explain that all our ideas and instincts, the pictured world that we take so seriously, the oddly limited and illusory nature of our experience, appear to minister to one great end, the preservation of life, and consequent fulfillment of that highly mystical hypothesis, the cosmic idea. Each perception, she assures us, serves a useful purpose in this evolutionary scheme, a scheme, by the way, which has been invented, we know not why, by the human mind, and imposed upon an obedient universe. By vision, hearing, smell, and touch, says science, we find our way about, are warned of danger, obtain our food. The male perceives beauty in the female, in order that the species may be propagated. It is true that this primitive instinct has given birth to higher and purer emotions, but these too fulfill a social purpose and are not so useless as they seem. Man must eat to live, therefore many foods give us agreeable sensations. If he overeats, he dies, therefore indigestion is an unpleasant pain. Certain facts of which too keen a perception would act detrimentally to the life force are, for most men, impossible of realization, i.e., the uncertainty of life, the decay of the body, the vanity of all things under the sun. When we are in good health, we all feel very real, solid and permanent, and this is of all our illusions the most ridiculous, and also the most obviously useful from the point of view of the efficiency and preservation of the race. But when we look closer, we see that this brisk generalization does not cover all the ground, not even that little tract of ground of which our senses make us free, indeed, that it is more remarkable for its omissions than for its inclusions. Racichac has well said that from the moment in which man is no longer content to devise things useful for his existence under the exclusive action of the will to live, the principle of physical evolution has been violated. Nothing can be more certain than that man is not so content. He has been called by utilitarian philosophers a tool-making animal, the highest praise they knew how to bestow. More surely he is a vision-making animal, a creature of perverse and unpractical ideals, dominated by dreams no less than by appetites, dreams which can only be justified upon the theory that he moves towards some other goal than that of physical perfection or intellectual supremacy, is controlled by some higher and more vital reality than that of the determinists. One is driven to the conclusion that if the theory of evolution is to include or explain the facts of artistic and spiritual experience, and it cannot be accepted by Any serious thinker, if these great tracts of consciousness remain outside its range, it must be rebuilt on a mental rather than a physical basis. Even the most ordinary human life includes in its range fundamental experiences, violent and unforgettable sensations, forced on us as it were against our will, for which science finds it hard to account. These experiences and sensations, and the hours of exalted emotion which they bring with them, often recognized by us as the greatest, most significant hours of our lives, fulfill no office in relation to her pet functions of nutrition and reproduction. It is true that they are far-reaching in their effects on character, but they do little or nothing to assist that character in its struggle for physical life. To the unprejudiced eye, many of them seem hopelessly out of place in a universe constructed on strictly physico-chemical lines. Look almost as though nature, left to herself, tended to contradict her own beautifully logical laws. Their presence, more, the large place which they fill in the human world of appearance, is a puzzling circumstance for deterministic philosophers, who can only escape from the dilemma here presented to them by calling these things illusions, and dignifying their own more manageable illusions with the title of facts. Amongst the more intractable of these groups of perceptions and experiences are those which we connect with religion, with pain and with beauty. All three, for those selves which are capable of receiving their messages, possess a mysterious authority, far in excess of those feelings, arguments, or appearances, which they may happen to contradict. All three, were the universe of the naturalists true, would be absurd. All three have ever been treated with the reverence due to vital matters, by the best minds of the race. I need not point out the hopelessly irrational character of all great religions, which rest, one and all, on a primary assumption that can never be intellectually demonstrated, much less proved, the assumption that the suprasensible is somehow important and real, and is intimately connected with the life of man. This fact has been incessantly dwelt upon by their critics, and has provoked many a misplaced exercise of ingenuity on the part of their intelligent friends. Yet religion, emphasizing and pushing to extremes that general dependence on faith which we saw to be an inevitable condition of our lives, is one of the most universal and ineradicable functions of man, and this, although it constantly acts detrimentally to the interests of his merely physical existence, opposes the exclusive action of the will to live, except in so far as that will aspires to eternal life. Strictly utilitarian, almost logical in the savage, religion becomes more and more transcendental with the upward progress of the race. It begins as black magic, it ends as pure love. Why did the cosmic idea elaborate this religious instinct, if the construction put upon its intentions by the determinists be true? Consider again the whole group of phenomena which are known as the problem of suffering, the mental anguish and physical pain which appear to be the inevitable result of the steady operation of natural law and its voluntary assistance, the cruelty, greed, and injustice of man. Here, it is true, the naturalist seems at first sight to make a little headway, and can point to some amongst the cruder forms of suffering which are clearly useful to the race, punishing us for past follies, spurring to new efforts, warning against future infringements of law. But he forgets the many others which refuse to be resumed under this simple formula, forgets to explain how it is that the cosmic idea involves the long torments of the incurable, the tortures of the innocent, the deep anguish of the bereaved, the existence of so many gratuitously agonizing forms of death. He forgets, too, the strange fact that man's capacity for suffering tends to increase in depth and subtlety with the increase of culture and civilization, ignores the still more mysterious, perhaps most significant circumstance that the highest types have accepted it eagerly and willingly, have found in pain the grave but kindly teacher of immortal secrets, the conferrer of liberty, even the initiator into amazing joys. Those who explain suffering as the result of nature's immense fecundity, a byproduct of that overcrowding and stress through which the fittest tend to survive, forget that even were this demonstration valid and complete, it would leave the real problem untouched. The question is not, whence come those conditions which provoke in the self the experiences called sorrow, anxiety, pain, but why do these conditions hurt the self? The pain is mental, a little chloroform, and though the conditions continue unabated, the suffering is gone. Why does full consciousness always include the mysterious capacity for misery, as well as for happiness? A capacity which seems at first sight to invalidate any conception of the absolute as beautiful and good. Why does evolution, as we ascend the ladder of life, foster instead of diminishing the capacity for useless mental anguish, for long dull torment, bitter grief? Why, when so much lies outside our limited powers of perception, when so many of our own most vital functions are unperceived by consciousness, does suffering of some sort form an integral part of the experience of man? For utilitarian purposes, acute discomfort would be quite enough. The cosmic idea, as the determinists explain it, did not really need an apparatus which felt all the throes of cancer, the horrors of neurasthenia, the pangs of birth. Still less did it need the torments of impotent sympathy for other people's irremediable pain, the dreadful power of feeling the world's woe. We are hopelessly oversensitized for the part science calls us to play. Pain, however we may look at it, indicates a profound disharmony between the sense world and the human self. If it is to be vanquished, either the disharmony must be resolved by a deliberate and careful adjustment of the self to the world of sense, or that self must turn from the sense world to some other with which it is in tune. Pessimist and optimist here join hands, but whilst the pessimist, resting in appearance, only sees nature red in tooth and claw offering him little hope of escape, the optimist thinks that pain and anguish, which may in their lower forms be life's harsh guides on the path of physical evolution, in their higher and apparently useless developments, are her leaders and teachers in the upper school of suprasensible reality. He believes that they press the self towards another world, still natural for him, though supernatural for his antagonist, in which it will be more at home. Watching life, he sees in pain the complement of love, and is inclined to call these the wings on which man's spirit can best take flight towards the absolute. Hence he can say with the Kempis, gloriare in tribulation non est grave amanti, and needs not to speak of morbid folly when he sees the Christian saints run eagerly and merrily to the cross. He calls suffering the gymnastic of eternity, the terrible initiative caress of God, recognizing in it a quality for which the disagreeable rearrangement of nerve molecules cannot account. Sometimes, in the excess of his optimism, he puts to the test of practice this theory, with all its implications. Refusing to be deluded by the pleasures of the sense world, he accepts instead of avoiding pain, and becomes an ascetic, a puzzling type. For the convinced naturalist, who falling back upon contempt, that favorite resource of the frustrated reason, can only regard him as diseased. Pain then, which plunges like a sword through creation, leaving on the one side cringing and degraded animals and on the other side heroes and saints, is one of those facts of universal experience, which are peculiarly intractable, from the point of view of a merely materialistic philosophy. C. From this same point of view, the existence of music and poetry, the qualities of beauty and of rhythm, the evoked sensations of awe, reverence and rapture, are almost as difficult to account for. The question why an apparent corrugation of the Earth's surface, called for convenience sake an Alp, coated with congealed water, and perceived by us as a snowy peak, should produce in certain natures acute sensations of ecstasy and adoration, why the skylark's song should catch us up to heaven, and wonder and mystery speak to us alike in the little speedwell's darling blue, and in the cadence of the wind, is a problem that seems to be merely absurd, until it is seen to be insoluble. Here Madam How and Lady Why alike are silent. With all our busy seeking, we have not found the sorting house where loveliness is extracted from the flux of things. We know not why great poetry should move us to unspeakable emotion, or a stream of notes, arranged in a peculiar sequence, catch us up to heightened levels of vitality, nor can we guess how a passionate admiration for that which we call best in art or letters can possibly contribute to the physical evolution of the race. In spite of many lengthy disquisitions on aesthetics, beauty's secret is still her own. A shadowy companion, half seen, half guessed at, she keeps step with the upward march of life, and we receive her message and respond to it, not because we understand it, but because we must. Here it is that we approach that attitude of the self, that point of view, which is loosely and generally called mystical. Here, instead of those broad blind alleys which philosophy showed us, a certain type of mind has always discerned three straight and narrow ways going out towards the absolute. In religion, in pain, and in beauty. And not only in these, but in many other apparently useless peculiarities of the empirical world, and of the perceiving consciousness. These persons insist that they recognize at least the fringe of the real. Down these three paths, as well as by many another secret way, they claim that news comes to the self-concerning levels of reality which, in their wholeness are inaccessible to the senses, worlds wondrous and immortal, whose existence is not conditioned by the given world which those senses report. Beauty, said Hegel, who though he was no mystic, had a touch of that mystical intuition which no philosopher can afford to be without, is merely the spiritual making itself known sensuously. In the good, the beautiful, the true, says Rudolf Eucken, we see reality revealing its personal character. They are parts of a coherent and substantial spiritual world. Here some of the veils of that substantial world are stripped off. Reality peeps through and is recognized, dimly or acutely, by the imprisoned self. Racicak only develops this idea when he says, if the mind penetrates deeply into the facts of aesthetics, it will find more and more that these facts are based upon an ideal identity between the mind itself and things. At a certain point the harmony becomes so complete, and the finality so close that it gives us actual emotion. The beautiful then becomes the sublime brief apparition, by which the soul is caught up into the true mystic state, and touches the absolute. It is scarcely possible to persist in this aesthetic perception without feeling lifted up by it above things and above ourselves, in an ontological vision which closely resembles the absolute of the mystics. It was of this underlying reality, this truth of things, that Saint Augustine cried in a moment of lucid vision, "O beauty so old and so new, too late have I loved thee." It is in this sense also that beauty is truth, truth beauty. And as regards the knowledge of ultimate things which is possible to ordinary men, it may well be that that is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. Of beauty, says Plato, in an immortal passage, I repeat again that we saw her there shining in company with the celestial forms, and coming to earth we find her here too, shining in clearness through the clearest aperture of sense. For sight is the most piercing of our bodily senses, though not by that is wisdom seen. Her loveliness would have been transporting if there had been a visible image of her, and the other ideas, if they had visible counterparts, would be equally lovely. But this is the privilege of beauty, that being the loveliest she is also the most palpable to sight. Now p22. He who is not newly initiated, or who has been corrupted, does not easily rise out of this world to the sight of true beauty in the other. But he whose initiation is recent, and who has been the spectator of many glories in the other world, is amazed when he sees anyone having a godlike face or form, which is the expression of divine beauty, and at first a shudder runs through him, and again the old awe steals over him. Most men in the course of their lives have known such platonic hours of initiation, when the sense of beauty has risen from a pleasant feeling to a passion, and an element of strangeness and terror has been mingled with their joy. In those hours, the world has seemed charged with a new vitality, with a splendor, which does not belong to it, but is poured through it as light through a colored window, grace through a sacrament, from that perfect beauty which shines in company with the celestial forms beyond the pale of appearance. In such moods of heightened consciousness, each blade of grass seems fierce with meaning, and becomes a well of wondrous light, a little emerald set in the city of God. The seeing self is indeed an initiate thrust suddenly into the sanctuary of the mysteries, and feels the old awe and amazement with which man encounters the real. In such experiences, a new factor of the eternal calculus appears to be thrust in on us, a factor which no honest seeker for truth can afford to neglect, since, if it be dangerous to say that any two systems of knowledge are mutually exclusive, it is still more dangerous to give uncritical priority to any one system. We are bound then to examine this path to reality as closely and seriously as we should investigate the most neatly finished safety ladder of solid ash, which offered a salita alle stelle. Why, after all, take as our standard a material world, whose existence is affirmed by nothing more trustworthy than the sense impressions of normal men, those imperfect and easily cheated channels of communication? The mystics, those adventurers of whom we spoke upon the first page of this book, have always declared, implicitly or explicitly, their distrust in these channels of communication. They have never been deceived by phenomena, nor by the careful logic of the industrious intellect. One after another, with extraordinary unanimity, they have rejected that appeal to the unreal world of appearance, which is the standard of sensible men, affirming that there is another way, another secret, by which the conscious self may reach the actuality which it seeks. More complete in their grasp of experience than the votaries of intellect or of sense, they accept as central for life those spiritual messages which are mediated by religion, by beauty, and by pain. More reasonable than the rationalists, they find in that very hunger for reality, which is the mother of all metaphysics, an implicit proof that such reality exists, that there is something else, some final satisfaction, beyond the ceaseless stream of sensation which besieges consciousness. In that, thou hast sought me, thou hast already found me, says the voice of absolute truth in their ears. This is the first doctrine of mysticism. Its next is that only in, so far as the self is real, can it hope to know reality, like to like, cot ad cot loquitur. Upon the propositions implicit in these two laws, the whole claim and practice of the mystic life depends. Finite as we are, they say, and here they speak not for themselves but for the race, lost though we seem to be in the woods or in the wide air's wilderness, in this world of time and of chance, we have still, like the strayed animals, or like the migrating birds, our homing instinct. We seek. That is a fact. We seek a city still out of sight. In the contrast with this goal we live. But if this be so, then already we possess something of being even in our finite seeking. For the readiness to seek is already something of an attainment, even if a poor one. Further, in this seeking we are not wholly dependent on that homing instinct. For some who have climbed to the hilltops, that city is not really out of sight. The mystics see it and report to us concerning it. Science and metaphysics may do their best and their worst. But these pathfinders of the spirit never falter in their statements concerning that independent spiritual world, which is the only goal of pilgrim man. They say that messages come to him from that spiritual world, that complete reality which we call absolute, that we are not, after all, hermetically sealed from it. To all who will receive it, news comes of a world of absolute life, absolute beauty, absolute truth, beyond the bourne of time and place, news that most of us translate, and inevitably distort in the process, into the language of religion, of beauty, of love, or of pain. Of all those forms of life and thought with which humanity has fed its craving for truth, mysticism alone postulates, and in the persons of its great initiates proves, not only the existence of the absolute, but also this link, this possibility first of knowing, finally of attaining it. It denies that possible knowledge is to be limited A to sense impressions, B to any process of intellection, C to the unfolding of the content of normal consciousness. Such diagrams of experience, it says, are hopelessly incomplete. The mystics find the basis of their method, not in logic but in life, in the existence of a discoverable real, a spark of true being, within the seeking subject, which can, in that ineffable experience which they call the act of union, fuse itself with, and thus apprehend the reality of the sought object. In theological language, their theory of knowledge is that the spirit of man, itself essentially divine, is capable of immediate communion with God, the one reality. In mysticism, that love of truth which we saw as the beginning of all philosophy leaves the merely intellectual sphere and takes on the assured aspect of a personal passion. Where the philosopher guesses and argues, the mystic lives and looks, and speaks consequently, the disconcerting language of first-hand experience, not the neat dialectic of the schools. Hence, whilst the absolute of the metaphysicians remains a diagram, impersonal and unattainable, the absolute of the mystics is lovable, attainable, alive. Oh, taste and see, they cry, in accents of astounding certainty and joy. Ours is an experimental science. We can but communicate our system, never its result. We come to you not as thinkers, but as doers. Leave your deep and absurd trust in the senses, with their language of dot and dash, which may possibly report fact but can never communicate personality. If philosophy has taught you anything, she has surely taught you the length of her tether, and the impossibility of attaining to the doubtless admirable grazing land which lies beyond it. One after another, idealists have arisen, who, straining frantically at the rope, have announced to the world their approaching liberty, only to be flung back at last into the little circle of sensation. But here we are, a small family it is true, yet one that refuses to die out, assuring you that we have slipped the knot and are free of those grazing grounds. This is evidence which you are bound to bring into account before you can add up the sum total of possible knowledge, for you will find it impossible to prove that the world as seen by the mystics, unimaginable, formless, dark with excess of bright, is less real than that which is expounded by the youngest and most promising demonstrator of a physico-chemical universe. We will be quite candid with you. Examine us as much as you like, our machinery, our veracity, our results. We cannot promise that you shall see what we have seen, for here each man must adventure for himself, but we defy you to stigmatize our experiences as impossible or invalid. Is your world of experience so well and logically founded that you dare make of it a standard? Philosophy tells you that it is founded on nothing better than the reports of your sensory apparatus and the traditional concepts of the race. Certainly it is imperfect, probably it is illusion in any event, it never touches the foundation of things, whereas what the world, which truly knows nothing, calls mysticism is the science of ultimates, the science of self-evident reality, which cannot be reasoned about, because it is the object of pure reason or perception. Chapter 2. Mysticism and Vitalism. We glanced, at the beginning of this inquiry, at the universes which result from the various forms of credulity practiced by the materialist, the idealist, and the skeptic. We saw the mystic denying by word and act the validity of the foundations on which those universes are built, substituting his living experience for their conceptual schemes. But there is another and wholly distinct way of seeing reality, or, more correctly, one aspect of reality, old as to its central idea, new as to its applications of that idea. This scheme of things, this new system, method, or attitude, possesses the merit of accepting and harmonizing many different forms of experience, even those supreme experiences and intuitions peculiar to the mystics. It is the first great contribution of the 20th century to the history of man's quest of reality, a true child of its time. It is everywhere in the air. Many who hardly know its name have been affected by its spirit, and by the vague luminous shadow which is always cast before a coming system of thought. Almost insensibly, it has already penetrated and modified our attitude, not only to philosophy, but to religion, science, art, and practical life. Like the breath of spring, impossible to grasp and difficult to define, it is instinct with fresh life and fertilizes where it goes. It has come upon us from different directions, already possesses representatives on each of the three great planes of thought. Driesch and other biologists have applied it in the sphere of organic life. Bergson, starting from psychology, has taken its intellectual and metaphysical aspects in hand. Rudolf Eucken has developed from, or beside it, a living philosophy of the spirit, of man's relations to the real, the nearest approach perhaps, which any modern thinker has made to a constructive mysticism. At the bottom of these three very different philosophies the same principle may be discerned, the principle, that is to say, of vitalism, of a free, spontaneous and creative life as the very essence of the real. Not law but aliveness, incalculable and indomitable, is their motto. Not human logic, but actual living experience, is their text. The vitalists, whether the sphere of their explorations be biology, psychology or ethics, see the whole cosmos, the physical and spiritual worlds, as instinct with initiative and spontaneity, as above all things free. For them, nature is on the dance. One cannot calculate her acts by the nice processes of dialectic. Though she be conditioned by the matter with which she works, her freedom is stronger than her chains. Pushing out from within, seeking expression, she buds and breaks forth into original creation. The iron laws of the determinists are merely her habits, not her fetters, and man, in seeing nature in the terms of cause and effect, has been the dupe of his own limitations and prejudices. Bergson, Nietzsche, Eucken, though they differ in their opinion as to life's meaning, are alike in this vision in the stress which they lay on the supreme importance and value of life, a great cosmic life transcending and including our own. This is materialism inside out, for here what we call the universe is presented to us as an expression of life, not life as an expression or byproduct of the universe. The strange passionate philosophy of Nietzsche, that unbalanced John the Baptist of the modern world, is really built upon an intense belief in this supernal nature and value of life, action and strength, and spoilt by the one-sided individualism which prevented him from holding a just balance between the great and significant life of the ego, and the greater and more significant life of the all. Obviously, the peculiar merit of the vitalistic philosophy lies in its ability to satisfy so many different thinkers, starting from such diverse points in our common experience. On the phenomenal side, it seems able to accept and transfigure the statements of physical science. In its metaphysical aspect, it leaves place for those ontological speculations which take their rise in psychology. It is friendly to those who demand an important place for moral and spiritual activity in the universe. Finally, though here we must be content with deduction rather than declaration, it leaves in the hands of the mystics that unique power of attaining to absolute reality which they have always claimed, shows them as the true possessors of freedom, the torchbearers of the race. Did it acknowledge its ancestors with that reverence which is their due, vitalism would identify itself with the great name of Heraclitus, the mystic philosopher who, in the 5th century BC, introduced its central idea to the European world. It is, though this statement might annoy some of its interpreters, both a Hellenic and a Christian system of thought, and represents the reappearance of intuitions which have too long been kept in the hiddenness by the leaders of the race. A living theologian has said that as in hats so in heresies, the very latest creation is generally a revival of forgotten fashions of the past. This law applies with peculiar force to systems of philosophy, which generally owe more to the judicious resuscitation of that which sleeps, than to the birth of that which has been newly conceived. I have said that so far as its ontology is concerned, this new way of seeing the real goes back to Heraclitus, whose logos or energizing fire is but another symbol for that free and living spirit of becoming, that indwelling creative power, which vitalism acknowledges as the very soul or immanent reality of things. This eternal and substantial truth the vitalists have picked up, retranslated into modern terms, and made available for modern men. In its view of the proper function of the intellect, it has some unexpected affinities with Aristotle, and after him, with St. Thomas Aquinas, regarding it as a departmental affair, not, with the Platonists, as the organ of ultimate knowledge. Its theory of knowledge is close to that of the mystics, or would be if those wide-eyed gazers on reality had interested themselves in any psychological theory of their own experiences. A philosophy which can harmonize such diverse elements as these is likely to be useful in our present attempt towards an understanding of mysticism, for it clearly illustrates certain aspects of perceived reality which other systems ignore. It has the further recommendation of involving not a mere diagram of metaphysical possibilities, but a genuine theory of knowledge. That is to say, its scope includes psychology as well as philosophy, the consideration not only of the nature of reality, but also of the self's power of knowing it, the machinery of contact between the mind and the flux of things. Hence there is about it a wholeness, an inclusive quality very different from the tidy ring-fence systems of other schools of thought. It has no edges, and if it be true to itself should have no negations. It is a vision, not a map. Now the primary difference between vitalism and the philosophies which we have already considered is this: its word of power, its central idea, is not being but becoming. Translated into the language of Platonic theology, not the changeless one, the absolute, but his energizing thought. The Son, the creative, Logos is at once the touchstone of truth, the end of knowledge, the supreme reality which it proposes as accessible to human consciousness. All things, said Heraclitus, are in a state of flux. Everything happens through strife. Reality is a condition of unrest. Such is also the opinion of Bergson and his disciples, who, agreeing in this with the champions of physical science, look upon the real as dynamic rather than static, as becoming rather than being perfect, and invite us to see in time the procession or flux of things, the very stuff of reality. From the fixed lull of heaven she saw time like a pulse shake fierce through all the world, said Rossetti of the Blessed Damozel. Bergson, seeing from another standpoint, ignores, if he does not deny, the existence of the fixed lull, the still eternity, the point of rest, and finds everywhere the pulse of time, the vast unending storm of life and love. Reality, says Bergson, is pure creative life, a definition which excludes those ideas of perfection and finality involved in the idealist's concept of pure being, as the absolute and unchanging one. This life, as he sees it, is fed from within, rather than upheld from without. It evolves by means of its own inherent and spontaneous creative power. The biologist's nature so careful of the type, the theologian's creator external to each universe, and holding all things in the hollow of his hand. These are gone, and in their place, we have a universe teeming with free individuals, each self-creative, each evolving eternally, yet towards no term. The first feeling of the philosopher initiated into this system is that of the bewildered traveler, who could not see the wood for trees, the deep instinct of the human mind that there must be a unity, an orderly plan in the universe, that the strung along beads of experience do really form a rosary, though it be one which we cannot repeat, is here deliberately thwarted. Creation, activity, movement, this, says vitalism, rather than any merely apparent law and order, any wholeness, is the essential quality of the real, and life is an eternal becoming, a ceaseless changefulness. Boldly adopting that hermetic principle of analogy quod inferius, sicut quod superius which occult and mystical thinkers have always loved, it invites us to see in that uninterrupted change, which is the condition of our normal consciousness, a true image, a microcosm of the living universe as a part of which that consciousness has been evolved. If we accept this theory, we must then impute to life in its fullness, the huge, many-leveled, many-colored life, the innumerable worlds which escape the rhythm of our senses, not merely that patch of physical life which those senses perceive, a divinity, a greatness and splendor of destiny far beyond that with which it is credited by those who hold to a physico-chemical theory of the universe. We must perceive in it, as the mystics have done, the beating of the heart of God, and agree with Heraclitus that there is but one wisdom, to understand the knowledge by which all things are steered through the all. union with reality, apprehension of it, will then upon this hypothesis be union with life at its most intense point, in its most dynamic aspect. It will be a deliberate harmony set up with the logos which that same far-seeing philosopher described as man's most constant companion, ergo sum the mystic. Union with a personal and conscious spiritual existence, immanent in the world, one form, one half of the union which I have always sought, since this is clearly life in its highest manifestation. Beauty, goodness, splendor, love, all those words of glamour which exhilarate the soul, are but the man-made names of aspects or qualities picked out by human intuition as characteristic of this intense and eternal life, in which is the life of men. How then may we know this life, this creative and original soul of things, in which we are bathed, in which, as in a river swept along? Not, says Bergson bluntly, by any intellectual means. The mind which thinks it knows reality because it has made a diagram of reality, is merely the dupe of its own categories. The intellect is a specialized aspect of the self, a form of consciousness, but specialized for very different purposes than those of metaphysical speculation. Life has evolved right in the interests of life, has made it capable of dealing with solids, with concrete things. With these it is at home. Outside of them it becomes dazed, uncertain of itself, for it is no longer doing its natural work, which is to help life, not to know it. In the interests of experience, and in order to grasp perceptions, the intellect breaks up experience, which is in reality a continuous stream, an incessant process of change and response with no separate parts, into purely conventional moments, periods, or psychic states. It picks out from the flow of reality those bits which are significant for human life, which interest it, catch its attention. From these it makes up a mechanical world in which it dwells, and which seems quite real until it is subjected to criticism. It does, says Bergson, in an apt and already celebrated simile, the work of a cinematograph. Takes snapshots of something which is always moving, and by means of these successive static representations, none of which are real, because life, the object photographed, never was at rest. It recreates a picture of life, of motion. This picture, this rather jerky representation of divine harmony, from which innumerable moments are left out, is very useful for practical purposes, but it is not reality, because it is not alive. This real world, then, is the result of your selective activity, and the nature of your selection is largely outside your control. Your cinematograph machine goes at a certain pace, takes its snapshots at certain intervals. Anything which goes too quickly for these intervals, it either fails to catch, or merges with preceding and succeeding movements to form a picture with which it can deal. Thus we treat, for instance, the storm of vibrations which we convert into sound and light, slacken or accelerate its clock time, change its rhythmic activity, and at once you take a different series of snapshots, and have as a result a different picture of the world. Thanks to the time at which the normal human machine is set, it registers for us what we call, in our simple way, the natural world. A slight accession of humility or common sense might teach us that a better title would be our natural world. Now let human consciousness change or transcend its rhythm, and any other aspect of any other world may be ours as a result. Hence the mystics claim that in their ecstasies they change the conditions of consciousness, and apprehend a deeper reality which is unrelated to human speech, cannot be dismissed as unreasonable. Do not then confuse that intellect, that surface consciousness which man has trained to be an organ of utility and nothing more, and which therefore can only deal adequately with the given world of sense, with that mysterious something in you, inarticulate but inextinguishable, by which you are aware that a greater truth exists. This truth, whose neighborhood you feel, and for which you long, is life. You are in it all the while, like a fish in the sea, like a bird in the air, as St. Mechthild of Hackborn said many centuries ago. Give yourself, then, to this divine and infinite life, this mysterious cosmic activity in which you are immersed, of which you are born. Trust it. Let it surge in on you. Cast off, as the mystics are always begging you to do, the fetters of the senses, the remora of desire, and making your interests identical with those of the all. Rise to freedom, to that spontaneous creative artistic life, which inherent in every individual self, is our share of the life of the universe. You are yourself vital, a free center of energy, did you but know it. You can move to higher levels, to greater reality, truer self-fulfillment if you will. Though you be, as Plato said, like an oyster in your shell, you can open that shell to the living waters without, draw from the immortal vitality. Thus only, by contact with the real, shall you know reality. Cor ad cor locator. The Indian mystics declare substantially the same truth when they say that the illusion of finitude is only to be escaped by relapsing into the substantial and universal life, abolishing individuality. So too, by a deliberate self-abandonment to that which Plato calls the saving madness of ecstasy, did the initiates of Dionysus draw near to God. So their Christian cousins assert that self-surrender is the only way, that they must die to live, must lose to find, that knowing implies being, that the method and secret which they have always practiced consists merely in a meek and loving union, the synthesis of passion and self-sacrifice, with that divine and unseparated life, that larger consciousness in which the soul is grounded, and which they hold to be conterminous with God. In their hours of contemplation, they deliberately empty themselves of the false images of the intellect, neglect the cinematograph of sense. Then only are they capable of transcending the merely intellectual levels of consciousness, and perceiving that reality which hath no image. Pilgrimage to the place of the wise, said Jalaluddin, is to find escape from the flame of separation. It is the mystic's secret in a nutshell. When I stand empty in God's will, and empty of God's will, and of all his works and of God himself, cries Eckhart with his usual violence of language, then am I above all creatures, and am neither God nor creature. But I am what I was, and evermore shall be. He attains, that is to say, by this escape from a narrow selfhood, not to identity with God, that were only conceivable upon a basis of pantheism, but to an identity with his own substantial life, and through it with the life of a real and living universe, in symbolic language, with the thought of the divine mind, whereby union with that mind in the essence or ground of the soul becomes possible. The first great message of this vitalistic philosophy, this majestic dream of time and motion, is then seen to be, cease to identify your intellect and yourself, a primary lesson, which none who purpose the study of mysticism may neglect. Become at least aware of, if you cannot know, the larger, truer self, that free creative self which constitutes your life, as distinguished from the scrap of consciousness which is its servant. How then, asks the small consciously seeking personality of the normal man, am I to become aware of this my larger self, and of the free, eternal spiritual life which it lives? Here philosophy, emerging from the watertight compartment in which metaphysics have lived too long retired, calls in psychology, and tells us that in intuition, in a bold reliance on contact between the totality of the self and the external world, perhaps too in those strange states of lucidity which accompany great emotion and defy analysis, lies the normal man's best chance of attaining, as it were, a swift and sidelong knowledge of this real. Smothered in daily life by the fretful activities of our surface mind, reality emerges in our great moments, and seeing ourselves in its radiance, we know for good or evil what we are. We are not pure intellects. Around our conceptual and logical thought, there remains a vague, nebulous somewhat, the substance at whose expense the luminous nucleus we call the intellect is formed. One in this aura, this diffused sensitiveness, we are asked to find man's medium of communication with the universal life. Such partial, dim and fragmentary perceptions of the real, however, such excursions into the absolute, cannot be looked upon as a satisfaction of man's hunger for truth. He does not want to peep, but to live. Hence he cannot be satisfied with anything less than a total and permanent adjustment of his being to the greater life of reality. This alone, as Rudolf Eucken has well pointed out, can resolve the disharmonies between the self and the world, and give meaning and value to human life. The possibility of this adjustment, of union between man's life and that independent spiritual life which is the stuff of reality, is the theme alike of mysticism and of Eucken's spiritual vitalism, or, as he prefers to call it, his activistic philosophy. Reality, says Eucken, is an independent spiritual world, unconditioned by the apparent world of sense. To know it and to live in it is man's true destiny. His point of contact with it is personality, the inward fount of his being, his heart, not his head. Man is real, and in the deepest sense alive, in virtue of this free personal life principle within him, but he is bound and blinded by the ties set up between his surface intelligence and the sense world. The struggle for reality must be a struggle on man's part to transcend the sense world, escape its bondage. He must renounce it, and be reborn to a higher level of consciousness, shifting his center of interest from the natural to the spiritual plane. According to the thoroughness with which he does this, will be the amount of real life he enjoys. The initial break with the world, the refusal to spend one's life communing with one's own cinematograph picture, is essential if the freedom of the infinite is to be attained. Our life, says Eucken, does not move upon a single level, but upon two levels at once, the natural and the spiritual. The key to the puzzle of man lies in the fact that he is the meeting point of various stages of reality. All his difficulties and triumphs are grounded in this. The whole question for him is, which world shall be central for him? The real, vital, all-embracing life we call spirit, or the lower life of sense? Shall existence, the superficial obvious thing, or substance, the underlying verity, be his home? Shall he remain the slave of the senses with their habits and customs, or rise to a plane of consciousness, of heroic endeavor, in which, participating in the life of spirit, he knows reality because he is real? The mystics, one and all, have answered this question in the same sense, and centuries before the birth of activistic philosophy, they have proved in their own experience that its premises are true. This philosophic diagram, this application of the vitalistic idea to the transcendental world, does in fact fit the observed facts of mysticism far more closely, even than it fits the observed facts of man's ordinary mental life. 1. The primary break with the sense world. 2. The new birth and development of the spiritual consciousness on high levels, in Newton's eyes, an essential factor in the attainment of reality. 3. The ever closer and deeper dependence on and appropriation of the fullness of the divine life, the conscious participation in, and active union with the infinite and eternal. These three imperatives of Newton's system, as we shall see later, form an exact description of the psychological process through which the mystics pass. If then Newton be right in pointing to this transcendence as the highest destiny of the race, mysticism becomes the crown of man's ascent towards reality, the orderly completion of the universal plan. The mystics show us this independent spiritual life, this fruition of the absolute, enjoyed with a fullness to which others cannot attain. They are the heroic examples of the life of spirit, just as the great artists, the great discoverers, are the heroic examples of the life of beauty and the life of truth. Directly participating, like all artists, in the divine life, they are always persons of exuberant vitality, but this vitality expresses itself in unusual forms, hard of understanding for ordinary men. When we see a picture or a poem, hear a musical composition, we accept it as an expression of life, an earnest of the power which brought it forth. But the deep contemplations of the great mystic, his visionary reconstructions of reality, and the fragments of them which he is able to report, do not seem to us, as they are, the equivalents, or more often the superiors of the artistic and scientific achievements of other great men. Mysticism, then, offers us the history, as old as civilization, of a race of adventurers who have carried to its term the process of a deliberate and active return to the divine fount of things, have surrendered themselves indeed to the life movement of the universe, hence have lived with an intenser life than other men can ever know. They have transcended the sense world, and lived on high levels the spiritual life. Therefore they are types of all that our latent spiritual consciousness, which shows itself in the hunger for the absolute, can be made to mean to us if we develop it, and have in this respect a unique importance for the race. It is the mystics, too, who have perfected that method of intuition, that knowledge by union, the existence of which philosophy has been driven to acknowledge. But where the metaphysician obtains at best a sidelong glance at that being unchanging yet elusive, whom he has so often defined but never discovered, the artist a brief and dazzling vision of the beauty which is truth, they gaze with confidence into the very eyes of the beloved. The mystics, again, declare themselves to know the divinely real, free and active world of becoming which vitalistic philosophy expounds to us. They are by their very constitution acutely conscious of the divine immanence and its unresting travail. It is in them and they are in it. Or, as they put it in their blunt theological way, the Spirit of God is within you. But they are not satisfied with this statement and this knowledge, and here it is that they part company with the vitalists. It is, they think, but half a truth. To know reality in this way, to know it in its dynamic aspect, enter into the great life of the all, this is indeed, in the last resort, to know it supremely from the point of view of man, to liberate from selfhood the human consciousness. But it is not to know it from the point of view of God. There are planes of being beyond this, countries dark to the intellect, deeps in which only the very greatest contemplatives have looked. These, coming forth, have declared with Ruysbroek that God according to the persons is eternal work, but according to the essence and its perpetual stillness he is eternal rest. The full spiritual consciousness of the true mystic is developed not in one, but in two apparently opposite but really complementary directions. Io vidi ambo le corte del manifeste. On the one hand he is intensely aware of, and knows himself to be at one with that active world of becoming, that deep and primal life of the all, from which his own life takes its rise. Hence, though he has broken forever with the bondage of the senses, he perceives in every manifestation of life a sacramental meaning, a loveliness, a wonder, a heightened significance, which is hidden from other men. He may, with St. Francis, call the sun and the moon, water and fire, his brothers and his sisters, or receive with Blake the message of the trees, because of his cultivation of disinterested love, because his outlook is not conditioned by the exclusive action of the will to live. He has attained the power of communion with the living reality of the universe, and in this respect can truly say that he finds God in all and all in God. Thus, the skilled spiritual vision of Lady Julian, transcending the limitations of human perception, entering into harmony with a larger world whose rhythms cannot be received by common men, saw the all-enfolding divine life, the mesh of reality. For as the body is clad in the cloth, she said, and the flesh in the skin, and the bones in the flesh and the heart in the whole, so are we, soul and body, clad in the goodness of God and enclosed. Yea, and more homely. For all these may waste and wear away, but the goodness of God is ever whole. Many mystical poets and pantheistic mystics never pass beyond this degree of lucidity. On the other hand, the full mystic consciousness also attains to what is, I think, its really characteristic quality. It develops the power of apprehending the absolute, pure being, the utterly transcendent, or, as its possessor would say, can rise to passive union with God. This all-round expansion of consciousness, with its dual power of knowing by communion the temporal and eternal, immanent and transcendent aspects of reality, the life of the all, vivid, flowing, and changing, and the changeless, conditionless life of the One, is the peculiar mark, the ultimo sigillo of the great mystic, and must never be forgotten in studying his life and work. As the ordinary man is the meeting place between two stages of reality, the sense world and the world of spiritual life, so the mystic, standing head and shoulders above ordinary men, is again the meeting place between two orders, or, if you like it better, he is able to perceive and react to reality under two modes. On the one hand, he knows and rests in the eternal world of pure being, the sea Pacific of the Godhead, indubitably present to him in his ecstasies, attained by him in the union of love. On the other, he knows and works in that stormy sea, the vital world of becoming, which is the expression of its will. Illuminated men, says Riesberg, are caught up, above the reason, into naked vision. There the divine unity dwells and calls them. Hence their bare vision, cleansed and free, penetrates the activity of all created things, and pursues it to search it out even to its height. Though philosophy has striven since thought began, and striven in vain, to resolve the paradox of being and becoming, of eternity and time, she has failed strangely enough to perceive that a certain type of personality has substituted experience for her guesses at truth, and achieved its solution, not by the dubious processes of thought, but by direct perception. To the great mystic, the problem of the absolute presents itself in terms of life, not in terms of dialectic. He solves it in terms of life, by a change or growth of consciousness which, thanks to his peculiar genius, enables him to apprehend that twofold vision of reality, which eludes the perceptive powers of other men. It is extraordinary that this fact of experience, a central fact for the understanding of the contemplative type, has hitherto received no attention from writers upon mysticism. As we proceed with our inquiry, its importance, its far-reaching applications in the domains of psychology, of theology, of action, will become more and more evident. It provides the reason why the mystics could never accept the diagram of the vitalists as a complete statement of the nature of reality. Whatever be the limits of your knowledge, we know, they would say, that the world has another aspect than this, the aspect which is present to the mind of God. Tranquility according to his essence, activity according to his nature, perfect stillness, perfect fecundity, says Riesberg again. This is the twofold character of the absolute. That which to us is action, to him, they declare, is rest, his very peace and stillness coming from the brimming fullness of his infinite life. That which to us is many, to that transcendent knower is one. Our world of becoming rests on the bosom of that pure being which has ever been the final object of man's quest. The river in which we cannot bathe twice is the stormy flood of life flowing toward that divine sea. How glorious, says the voice of the Eternal to St. Catherine of Siena, is that soul which has indeed been able to pass from the stormy ocean to me, the sea Pacific, and in that sea, which is myself, to fill the pitcher of her heart. The evolution of the mystic consciousness, then, brings its possessors to this transcendent point of view. Their secret is this unity in diversity, this stillness in strife. Here they are in harmony with Heraclitus rather than with his new interpreters. That most mystical of philosophers discerned a hidden unity beneath the battle, transcending all created opposites, and, in the true mystical spirit, taught his disciples that having hearkened not unto me but unto the Logos, it is wise to confess that all things are one. This is the secret at which the idealist's arid concept of pure being has tried, so timidly to hint, and which the vitalist's more intimate, more actual concept of becoming has tried, so unnecessarily to destroy. We shall see the glorious raiment in which the Christian mystics deck it when we come to consider their theological map of the quest. If it be objected, and this objection has been made by advocates of each school of thought, that the existence of the idealists and mystics absolute is utterly inconsistent with the deeply alive, striving spiritual life, which the vitalists identify with reality, I reply that both these concepts at bottom are but symbols of realities which the human mind can never reach, and that the idea of stillness, unity and peace is and has ever been humanity's best translation of its final intuitive perception of God. In the midst of silence, a hidden word was spoken to me. Where is this silence, and where is the place in which this word is spoken? It is in the purest that the soul can produce, in her noblest part, in the ground, even the being of the soul. So Eckhart, and here he does but subscribe to a universal tradition, the mystics have always insisted that be still and know is the condition of man's purest and most direct apprehensions of reality, that somehow, quiet is the truest and deepest activity. And Christianity, when she formulated her philosophy, made haste to adopt and express this paradox. Quid est ergo, dens meos, said St. Augustine, and gave an answer in which the vision of the mystic, the genius of the philosopher combined to hint something at least of the flaming heart of reality, the paradox of the intimacy and majesty of that all-embracing, all-transcending one. Summa, optima, potentissima, omnipotentissima, misericordissima, et justissima, secretissima et presentissima, pulcherrima et fortissima, stabilis et incomprehensibilis, immutabilis, mutans omnia, nunquam novus, nunquam vetus, semper augens, semper quietus, colliens et non agens, potens et implens et protegens, priens et nutriens et perficiens, quarens cum nihil desit tibi. Quiditissimus, Deus meus, vita mea, dulcedo mea sancta. Aut quid dicit alicis, cum dicit. It has been said that whatever we may do, our hunger for the absolute will never cease. The hunger, that innate craving for, and intuition of, a final unity, a changeless good, will go on, however heartily we may feed on those fashionable systems which offer us a pluralistic or empirical universe. If now we admit in all living creatures, as vitalists must do, an instinct of self-preservation, a free directive force which may be trusted and which makes for life, is it just to deny such an instinct to the human soul? The intelligy of the vitalists, the hidden steersman, drives the phenomenal world on and up. What about that other sure instinct embedded in the race, breaking out again and again, which drives the spirit on and up, spurs it eternally towards an end which it feels to be definite, yet cannot define? Shall we distrust this instinct for the absolute, as living and ineradicable as any other of our powers, merely because the new philosophy finds it difficult to accommodate and to describe? We must, says Plato in the Timaeus, make a distinction of the two great forms of being, and ask, what is that which is and has no becoming, and what is that which is always becoming and never is? Without necessarily subscribing to the Platonic answer to this question, I think we may at any rate acknowledge that the question itself is sound and worth asking, that it expresses a perennial demand of human nature, and that the analogy of man's other instincts and cravings assures us that these his fundamental demands always indicate the existence of a supply. The great defect of vitalism, considered as a system, is that it only professes to answer half of it, the half which absolute idealism disdained to answer at all. We have seen that the mystical experience, the fullest all-round experience in regard to the transcendental world which is attainable by humanity, declares to us that there are two aspects, two planes of discoverable reality. We have seen also that hints of these two planes, often clear statements concerning them, abound in mystical literature, of the personal first-hand type. Pure being, says Boutroux in the course of his exposition of Baume, has two characteristic manifestations. It shows itself to us as power, by means of strife, of the struggle and opposition of its own qualities. But it shows itself to us as reality, in harmonizing and reconciling within itself these discordant opposites. Its manifestation as power, then, is for us in the dynamic world of becoming, amidst the thud and surge of that life which is compounded of paradox, of good and evil, joy and sorrow, life and death. Here, Boehmer declares that the absolute God is voluntarily self-revealing, but each revelation has as its condition the appearance of its opposite. Light can only be recognized at the price of knowing darkness. Life needs death. Love needs wrath. Hence, if pure being, the good, beautiful, and true, is to reveal itself, it must do so by evoking and opposing its contrary. As in the Hegelian dialectic, no idea is complete without its negative. Such a revelation by strife, however, is rightly felt by man to be incomplete. Absolute reality, the player whose sublime music is expressed at the cost of this everlasting friction between bow and lyre, is present, it is true, in his music. But he is best known in that light behind, that unity where all these opposites are lifted up into harmony, into a higher synthesis, and the melody is perceived, not as a difficult progress of sound, but as a whole. We have then, the absolute reality which the Greeks and everyone after them, meant by that seemingly chill abstraction which they called pure being, that absolute one, unconditioned and undiscoverable, in whom all is resumed, changeless, yet changer of all. This one is the undifferentiated Godhead of Eckhart, the transcendent father of ordinary Christian theology. It is the great contribution of the mystics to humanity's knowledge of the real that they find in this absolute, in defiance of the metaphysicians, a personal object of love, the goal of their quest, the country of the soul. But contradicting the nihilism of Eastern contemplatives, they see also a reality in the dynamic side of things. In the seething pot of appearance, they are aware of an eternal becoming, a striving, free, evolving life, not merely as a shadow show, but as an implicit of their cosmos, God's manifestation or showing, in which he is immanent, in which his spirit truly works and strives. It is in this plane of reality that all individual life is immersed. This is the stream which set out from the heart of God, and turns again home. The mystic knows his task to be the attainment of being, union with the One, the return to the Father's heart, for the parable of the prodigal son is to him the history of the universe. This union is to be attained, first by cooperation in that life which bears him up, in which he is immersed. He must become conscious of this great life of the all, merge himself in it, if he would find his way back whence he came. Bei soli. Hence there are really two separate acts of divine union, two separate kinds of illumination involved in the mystic way. The dual character of the spiritual consciousness brings a dual responsibility in its train. First, there is the union with life, with the world of becoming, and parallel with it, the illumination by which the mystic gazes upon a more veritable world. Secondly, there is the union with being, with the One, and that final, ineffable illumination of pure love which is called the knowledge of God. It is by means of the abnormal development of the third factor, the free creative spirit, the scrap of absolute life which is the ground of his soul, that the mystic can A. conceive and B. accomplish these transcendent acts. Only being can know being. We behold that which we are, and are that which we behold. But there is a spark in man's soul, say the mystics, which is real, which in fact is, and by its cultivation we may know reality, over and over again, as being and becoming, as eternity and time, as transcendence and immanence, reality and appearance, the one and the many. These two dominant ideas, demands, imperious instincts of man's self will reappear. The warp and woof of his completed universe. On the one hand is his ineradicable intuition of a remote, unchanging somewhat calling him. On the other there is his longing for and as clear intuition of an intimate, adorable somewhat, companioning him. Man's true real, his only adequate God, must be great enough to embrace this sublime paradox, to take up these apparent negations into a higher synthesis. Neither the utter transcendence of extreme absolutism, nor the utter immanence of the vitalists will do. Both these, taken alone, are declared by the mystics to be incomplete. They conceive that absolute being who is the goal of their quest as manifesting himself in a world of becoming, agonizing in it, at one with it. Yet those semper agens, also semper quietus, the divine spirit which they know to be immanent in the heart and in the universe, comes forth from, and returns to the transcendent one. And this division of persons in unity of substance, completes the eternal circle. From goodness, through goodness, to goodness. Absolute being and becoming, the all and the one, are found to be alike inadequate to their definition of this discovered real, the triple star of goodness, truth, and beauty. Speaking always from experience, the most complete experience, that is possible to man, they describe to us an absolute which overpasses and includes the absolute of philosophy, far transcends that cosmic life which it fills and sustains, and is best defined in terms of transcendent personality, which because of its richness and of the poverty of human speech, They have sometimes been driven to define only by negations. At once static and dynamic, above life and in it, all love yet all law. Eternal in essence though working in time, this vision resolves the contraries which tease those who study it from without, and swallows up whilst it kindles to life all the partial interpretations of metaphysics and of science. Here then stands the mystic. By the help of two philosophies, eked out by the resources of symbolic expression, he has contrived to tell us something of his vision and his claim. Confronted by that vision, that sublime reconstruction of eternity, we may surely ask, indeed are bound to ask, what is the machinery by which this self, akin to the imprisoned and sense-fed self of our daily experience, has contrived to slip its fetters and rise to those levels of spiritual perception on which alone such vision can be possible to man? How has it brought within the field of consciousness those deep intuitions which fringe upon absolute life, our developed powers by which it is enabled to arrive at this amazing, this superhuman concept of the nature of reality? Psychology will do something perhaps to help us to an answer to this question, and it is her evidence which we must examine next. But its final solution is the secret of the mystics, and they reply to our questioning when we ask them in the direct and uncompromising terms of action, not in the refined and elusive periods of speculative thought. Come with us, they say to the bewildered and entangled self, craving for finality and peace, and we will show you a way out that shall not only be a can't issue from your prison, but also a pathway to your home. True, you are immersed, fold upon fold, in the world of becoming. Worse, you are besieged on all sides by the persistent illusions of sense. But you too are a child of the Absolute. You bear within you the earnest of your inheritance. At the apex of your spirit there is a little door, so high up that only by hard climbing can you reach it. There the object of your craving stands and knocks. Thence came those persistent messages, faint echoes from the truth eternally hammering at your gates, which disturbed the comfortable life of sense. Come up then by this pathway, to those higher levels of reality to which, in virtue of the eternal spark in you, you belong. Leave your ignoble ease, your clever prattle, your absurd attempts to solve the apparent contradictions of a whole too great for your useful little mind to grasp. Trust your deep instincts, use your latent powers. Appropriate that divine creative life which is the very substance of your being. Remake yourself in its interest, if you would know its beauty and its truth. You can only behold that which you are. Only the real can know reality. Chapter 3. Mysticism and Psychology. We come now to consider the mental apparatus which is at the disposal of the self, to ask what it can tell us of the method by which she can escape from the prison of the sense world, transcend its rhythm, and attain knowledge of or conscious contact with reality. We have seen the normal self close shut within the prison of the senses, making by the help of science and of philosophy a survey of the premises and furniture, testing the thickness of the walls and speculating on the possibility of trustworthy news from without penetrating to her cell. Shut with her in that cell, two forces, the desire to know more and the desire to love more, are ceaselessly at work. Where the first of these cravings predominates, we call the result a philosophical or a scientific temperament. Where it is overpowered by the ardor of unsatisfied love, the self's reaction upon things becomes poetic, artistic and characteristically, though not always explicitly, religious. We have seen further that a certain number of persons declare that they have escaped from this prison. Have they done so? It can only be in order to satisfy these two hungry desires, for these and these only make that a prison which might otherwise be a comfortable hotel, and since these desires are in all of us, active or latent in varying degrees, it is clearly worthwhile to discover, if we can, the weak point in the walls, and that method of attack which is calculated to take advantage of this one possible way of escape. Before we attempt to define in psychological language the way in which the mystic slips the fetters of sense, sets out upon his journey towards home, it seems desirable to examine the machinery which is at the disposal of the normal, conscious self, the creature or part of a creature, which we recognize as ourselves. Psychologists are accustomed to tell us that the messages from without awaken in that self three main forms of activity. One, they arouse in her movements of attraction or repulsion, of desire or distaste, which vary in intensity from the semi-conscious cravings of the hungry infant to the passions of the lover, artist or fanatic. 2. They stimulate in her a sort of digestive process in which she combines and cogitates upon the material presented to her, finally absorbing a certain number of the resulting concepts and making them part of herself or of her world. 3. The movements of desire or the action of reason, or both in varying combinations, awaken in her a determination by which percept and concept issue in action, bodily, mental, or spiritual. Hence we say that the main aspects of the self are emotion, intellect, and will, and that the nature of the individual is emotional, intellectual, or volitional, according to whether feeling, thought, or will assumes the reins. Thanks to the watertight compartment system of popular psychology, we are apt to personify these qualities, thinking of them as sitting, like Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, within the mind, and spinning the flax of experience into the thread of life. But these three words do not define three separate and mutually exclusive things, rather a trinity in unity, three aspects, methods or moments of the same thing, the conscious self's reaction on her universe. Now the unsatisfied self, in her emotional aspect, wants, as we have said, to love more. Her curious intellect wants to know more. Both appetites are aware that they are being kept on a low diet, that there really is more to love, and more to know, somewhere in the mysterious world without. They know too, that their own powers of affection and understanding are worthy of some greater and more durable objective than that provided by the illusions of sense. Urged therefore by the cravings of feeling or of thought, consciousness is always trying to run out to the encounter of the absolute, and always being forced to return. The neat philosophical system, the diagrams of science, the sunset touch, are tried in turn. Art and life, the accidents of our humanity, all foster an emotional outlook, till the moment in which the neglected intellect arises and pronounces such an outlook to have no validity. Metaphysics and science seem to offer to the intellect an open window towards truth, till the heart looks out and declares this landscape to be a chill desert, in which she can find no nourishment. These diverse aspects of things must be either fused or transcended, if the whole self is to be satisfied, for the reality which she seeks has got to meet both claims and pay in full. When Dionysius the Areopagite divided those angels who stand nearest God into the seraphs who are aflame with perfect love, and the cherubs who are filled with perfect knowledge, he only gave expression to the two most intense aspirations of the human soul, and described under an image the unattainable conditions of her bliss. Now, there is a sense in which it may be said that the desire of knowledge is a department of the desire of perfect love, since one aspect of that primal, all-inclusive passion is clearly a longing to know, in the deepest, fullest, closest sense, the thing adored. Love's characteristic activity, for love, all wings, is inherently active, and cannot be lazy, as the mystics say, is a quest, an outgoing towards an object desired, which only when possessed will be fully known, and only when fully known can be perfectly adored. Intimate communion, no less than worship, is of its essence. Joyous fruition is its proper end. This is true of all love's quests, whether the beloved be human or divine, the bride, the grail, the mystic rose, the plenitude of God. But there is no sense in which it can be said that the desire of love is merely a department of the desire of perfect knowledge, for that strictly intellectual ambition includes no adoration, no self-spending, no reciprocity of feeling between knower and known. Mere knowledge, taken alone, is a matter of receiving, not of acting, of eyes, not wings, a dead-alive business at the best. There is thus a sharp distinction to be drawn between these two great expressions of life: the energetic love, the passive knowledge. One is related to the eager, outgoing activity, the dynamic impulse to do somewhat, physical, mental, or spiritual, which is inherent in all living things and which psychologists call conation, the other to the indwelling consciousness, the passive knowing somewhat, which they call cognition. To go back to our original diagram, conation is almost wholly the business of will, but of will stimulated by emotion, for willful action of every kind, however intellectual it may seem, is always the result of feeling. We act because we want to, our impulse to do is a synthesis of determination and desire. All man's achievements are the result of conation, never of mere thought. The intellect by itself moves nothing, said Aristotle, and modern psychology has but affirmed this law, hence his quest of reality is never undertaken, though it may be greatly assisted by the intellectual aspect of his consciousness, for the reasoning powers as such have little initiative. Their province is analytic, not exploratory. They stay at home, dissecting and arranging matter that comes to hand, and do not adventure beyond their own region in search of food. Thought does not penetrate far into an object in which the self feels no interest, i.e., towards which she does not experience a cognitive movement of attraction of desire, for interest is the only method known to us of arousing the will, and securing the fixity of attention necessary to any intellectual process. None think for long about anything for which they do not care, that is to say, which does not touch some aspect of their emotional life. They may hate it, love it, fear it, want it, but they must have some feeling about it. Feeling is the tentacle we stretch out to the world of things. Here the lesson of psychology is the same as that which Dante brought back from his pilgrimage, the supreme importance and harmonious movement of il desiro and il vele. Si com rota cegualmente emossa, these move together to fulfill the cosmic plan. In all human life, insofar as it is not merely a condition of passive awareness, the law which he found implicit in the universe is the law of the individual mind, not logic, not common sense, but famosche movie sole l'altra stelle, is the motive force of the spirit of man. In the inventors, the philosophers, and the artists, no less than in the heroes and in the saints. The vindication of the importance of feeling in our life, and in particular its primacy over reason in all that has to do with man's contact with the transcendental world, has been one of the chief works of recent psychology. Especially in the sphere of religion, it has come to be acknowledged that God known of the heart is a better and more valid statement of ultimate experience than God guessed at by the brain, that the active adventure of the spirit is more fruitful and more trustworthy than the dialectic proof. One by one, the commonplaces of mysticism are being thus rediscovered by official science and given their proper place in the psychology of the spiritual life. The steady growth of vitalistic theories of existence, with their tendency to emphasize the purely departmental and utilitarian nature of the intellect, and interpret everything in terms of vitality, assists this process. Thus Luber has not hesitated to say that life, a larger, richer, more satisfying life, is in the last analysis the end of religion, and we have seen that life, as we know it, appears to be far more tightly bound up with will and feeling than with thought. That which our religious and ethical teachers were wont to call mere emotion, is now acknowledged to be of the primal stuff of consciousness. Thought is but its servant, a skilled and often arrogant servant, with a constant tendency to usurpation. At bottom, then, we shall find in emotion the power which drives the mental machinery. A power as strong as steam, though as evanescent unless it be put to work. Without it, the will would be dormant, and the intellect lapse into a calculating machine. As for its transitoriness, incessant change has been defined by Bergson as a necessary condition of consciousness, indeed of life. Further, the heart has its reasons which the mind knows not of. It is a matter of experience that in our moments of deep emotion, transitory though they be, we plunge deeper into the reality of things than we can hope to do in hours of the most brilliant argument. At the touch of passion, doors fly open which logic has battered on in vain, for passion rouses to activity not merely the mind, but the whole vitality of man. It is the lover, the poet, the mourner, the convert, who shares for a moment the mystic's privilege of lifting that veil of Isis which science handles so helplessly, leaving only her dirty finger marks behind. The heart, eager and restless, goes out into the unknown, and brings home, literally and actually, fresh food for thought. Hence those who feel to think are likely to possess a richer, more real, if less orderly experience, than those who think to feel. This psychological law, easily proved in regard to earthly matters, holds good also upon the supersensual plane. It was expressed once for all by one of the earliest of English mystics, when he said of God, "By love he may be gotten and holden, but by thought of understanding never." The first thing which enlightens our eyes, says Ruysbroek, is the vivid emotion which floods and irradiates consciousness when it receives a message from the spiritual world. This exalted feeling, this desire, not the neat deductions of logic, the apologist's proofs of the existence of the absolute, unseals the eyes to things unseen before. He continues, of this abrupt emotion is born from the side of man the second point, that is to say, a concentration of all the interior and exterior forces in the unity of the spirit, and in the bonds of love. Here we see emotion at its proper work, as the spring and stimulant of action, the movement of desire passing over at once into the act of concentration, the gathering up of all the powers of the self, into a state of deter-minded tension, which is the business of the will. Now this act of perfect concentration, the passionate focusing of the self upon one point, when it is applied in the unity of the spirit and the bonds of love to real and transcendental things, constitutes in the technical language of mysticism, the state of meditation or recollection, a condition which is peculiarly characteristic of the mystical consciousness, and is the necessary prelude of pure contemplation, that state in which the mystic enters into communion with reality. We have then arrived so far in our description of the mechanism of the mystic, possessed like other men of powers of feeling, thought, and will, it is essential that his love and his determination, even more than his thought, should be set upon transcendent reality. He must feel a strong emotional attraction toward the supersensual object of his quest, that love which scholastic philosophy defined as the force or power which causes every creature to follow out the trend of its own nature. Of this must be born the will to attain communion with that absolute object. This will, this burning and active desire, must crystallize into and express itself by that definite and conscious concentration of the whole self upon the object, which precedes the contemplative state. We see already how far astray are those who look upon the mystical temperament as passive in type. Our next concern, then, would seem to be with this condition of contemplation, what it does and whither it leads. What is A, its psychological explanation, and B, its empirical value? Now, in dealing with this, and other rare mental conditions, we are of course trying to describe from without that which can only adequately be described from within, which is as much as to say that only mystics can really write about mysticism. Fortunately, many mystics have so written, and we, from their experiences and from the explorations of psychology upon another plane, are able to make certain elementary deductions. It appears generally from these that the act of contemplation is for the mystic a psychic gateway, a method of going from one state of consciousness to another. In technical language, it is the condition under which he shifts his field of perception and obtains his characteristic outlook on the universe. That there is such a characteristic outlook, peculiar to no creed or race, is proved by the history of mysticism, which demonstrates plainly enough that there is developed in some men another sort of consciousness, another sense, beyond those normal qualities of the self which we have discussed. This sense has attachments at each point to emotion, to intellect, and to will. It can express itself under each of the aspects which these terms connote. Yet it differs from and transcends the emotional, intellectual, and volitional life of ordinary men. It was recognized by Plato as that consciousness which could apprehend the real world of the ideas. Its development is the final object of that education which his Republic describes. It is called by Plotinus another intellect, different from that which reasons and is denominated rational. Its business, he says, is the perception of the supersensual, or, in Neoplatonic language, the intelligible world. It is the sense which, in the words of the Theologia Germanica, has the power of seeing into eternity, the mysterious eye of the soul by which St. Augustine saw the light that never changes. It is, says Al-Ghazali, a Persian mystic of the 11th century, like an immediate perception, as if one touched its object with one's hand. In the words of his great Christian successor, St. Bernard, it may be defined as the soul's true unerring intuition, the unhesitating apprehension of truth, which simple vision of truth, says St. Thomas Aquinas, ends in a movement of desire. It is infused with burning love, for it seems to its possessors to be primarily a movement of the heart, with intellectual subtlety, for its ardor is wholly spent upon the most sublime object of thought, with unflinching will, for its adventures are undertaken in the teeth of the natural doubts, prejudices, languors, and self-indulgence of man. These adventures, looked upon by those who stay at home as a form of the higher laziness, are in reality the last and most arduous labors which humanity is called to perform. They are the only known methods by which we can come into conscious possession of all our powers, and rising from the lower to the higher levels of consciousness, become aware of that larger life in which we are immersed, attain communion with the transcendent personality in whom that life is resumed. Mary has chosen the better, not the idler part. In vain does sardonic common sense, confronted with the contemplative type, reiterate the sneer of Mucius, encore sont-ils heureux que la pauvre Marthe leur fasse la cuisine. It remains a paradox of the mystics that the passivity at which they appear to aim is really a state of the most intense activity. More, that where it is wholly absent no great creative action can take place. In it, the superficial self compels itself to be still, in order that it may liberate another more deep-seated power which is, in the ecstasy of the contemplative genius, raised to the highest pitch of efficiency. This restful laboring, said Walter Hilton, is full far from fleshly idleness and from blind security. It is full of spiritual working, but it is called rest. For that grace looseth the heavy yoke of fleshly love from the soul, and maketh it mighty and free through the gift of spiritual love, for to work gladly, softly, and delectably. Therefore it is called an holy idleness and a rest most busy, and so it is in regard of stillness from the great crying of the beastly noise of fleshly desires. If those who have cultivated this latent power be correct in their statements, the self was mistaken in supposing herself to be entirely shut off from the true external universe. She has, it seems, certain tentacles which, once she learns to uncurl them, will stretch sensitive fingers far beyond that limiting envelope in which her normal consciousness is contained, and obtain data from which she can construct a higher reality than that which can be deduced from the reports of the senses. the fully educated and completely conscious human soul can open then, as an anemone does, and know the ocean in which she is bathed. This act, this condition of consciousness, in which barriers are obliterated, the absolute flows in on us, and we, rushing out to its embrace, find and feel the infinite above all reason and above all knowledge, is the true mystical state. The value of contemplation is that it tends to produce this state, and turns the lower servitude in which the natural man lives under the sway of his earthly environment to the higher servitude of fully conscious dependence on that reality in whom we live and move and have our being. What then, we ask, is the nature of this special sense, this transcendental consciousness, and how does contemplation liberate it? Any attempt to answer this question brings upon the scene another aspect of man's psychic life, an aspect which is of paramount importance to the student of the mystic type. We have reviewed the chief aspects under which the normal self reacts upon experience by means of its surface consciousness. A. Consciousness, which has been trained through long ages to deal with those concrete matters which make up the universe of sense. We know, however, that the personality of man is a far deeper and more mysterious thing than the sum of his conscious feeling, thought, and will, that this superficial self, this ego of which each of us is aware, hardly counts in comparison with those deeps of being which it hides. There is a root or depth in thee, says law, from whence all these faculties come forth as lines from a center, or as branches from the body of a tree. This depth is called the center, the fund, or bottom, of the soul. This depth is the unity, the eternity. I had almost said the infinity of thy soul, for it is so infinite that nothing can satisfy it, or give it any rest, but the infinity of God. Since normal man, by means of his feeling, thought, and will, is utterly unable to set up relations with spiritual reality, it is clearly in this depth of being, in these unplumbed levels of personality, that we must search, if we would find the organ, the power, by which he is to achieve the mystic quest. That alteration of consciousness which takes place in contemplation can only mean the emergence from this fund or bottom of the soul of some faculty, which diurnal life keeps hidden in the deeps. Modern psychology has summed up man's hiddenness in that doctrine of the subconscious or subliminal personality which looms so large in recent apologetic literature. It has so dwelt upon and defined this vague and shadowy region, which is really less a region than a useful name, that it sometimes seems to know more about the subconscious than about the conscious life of man. There it finds, side by side, the sources of his most animal instincts, his least explicable powers, his most spiritual intuitions, the ape and tiger, and the soul, genius and prophecy, table turning and clairvoyance, hypnotism, hysteria, and Christian Science. All are explained by the subconscious mind. In its pious and apologetic moods, it has told us ad nauseum that God speaks to man in the subconsciousness, and has succeeded in making the subliminal self into the Mesopotamia of liberal Christianity. The result is that popular psychology tends more and more to personify and exalt the subconscious, forgetting the salutary warning administered by a living writer, when he told us that man has not only a shadowy companion, but a muddy companion too. It represents the subliminal self as an imprisoned angel, a mystic creature possessed of supernatural powers. Stevenson was far more scientific when he described the subconscious personality of Dr. Jekyll as being Mr. Hyde, for the subconsciousness is simply the aggregate of those powers, parts, or qualities of the whole self, which at any given moment are not conscious, or that the ego is not conscious of. Included in the subconscious region of an average healthy man are all those automatic activities by which the life of the body is carried on, all those uncivilized instincts and vices, those remains of the ancestral savage which education has forced out of the stream of consciousness, all those aspirations for which the busy life of the world leaves no place. Hence in normal men the best and the worst, the most savage and most spiritual parts of the character, are bottled up below the threshold. Often the partisans of the subconscious forget to mention this. It follows then, that whilst we shall find it convenient and indeed necessary to avail ourselves of the symbols and diagrams of psychology in tracking out the mystic way, we must not forget the large and vague significance which attaches to these symbols, or allow ourselves to use the subconscious as the equivalent of man's transcendental sense. Here the old mystics, I think, displayed a more scientific spirit, a more delicate power of analysis, than the new psychologists. They too were aware that in normal men the spiritual sense lies below the threshold of consciousness, though they had not at their command the astonishing spatial metaphors of the modern school, and could not describe man's ascent toward God in those picturesque terms of paths and levels, upbrushes, margins and fields, which now come so naturally to investigators of the spiritual life. They leave us in no doubt as to their view of the facts. Further, man's spiritual history primarily meant for them, as it means for us, the emergence of this transcendental sense from its prison, its capture, of the field of consciousness, and the opening up of those paths which permit the inflow of a larger spiritual life, the perception of a higher reality. This, insofar as it was an isolated act, was contemplation. When it was part of the general life process, and permanent, they called it the new birth, which maketh alive. The faculty or personality concerned in the new birth, the spiritual man, capable of the spiritual vision and life, which was dissociated from the earthly man adapted only to the natural life, was always distinguished by them very sharply from the total personality, conscious or subconscious. It was something definite, a bit or spot of man which, belonging not to time but to eternity, was different in kind from the rest of his human nature, framed in all respects to meet the demands of the merely natural world. The business of the mystic in the eyes of these old specialists was to remake, transmute, his total personality in the interest of his spiritual self, to bring it out of the hiddenness, and unify himself about it as a center, thus putting on divine humanity. It is interesting to note that the most recent teaching of Rudolf Eucken is in this respect a pure and practical mysticism, though his conclusions have not been reached by the mystic's road. The redemptive remaking of personality, in conformity with the transcendent or spiritual life of the universe, is for him the central necessity of human life. The life of reality, he says, is spiritual and heroic, an act, not a thought. Further, Eucken, like the mystics, declares that there is a definite transcendental principle in man. He calls it the Gemelf, the heart or core of personality, and there, he says, God and man initially meet. He invites us, as we have seen, to distinguish in man two separate grades of being, the narrower and the larger life, the life that is straitened and finite, and can never transcend itself, and an infinite life, through which he enjoys communion with the immensity and the truth of the universe. At bottom, all the books of the mystics tell us no more and no less, but their practical instructions in the art of self-transcendence, by which man may appropriate that infinite life, far excel those of the philosopher in lucidity and exactness. The divine nucleus, the point of contact between man's life and the divine life in which it is immersed and sustained, has been given many names in course of the development of mystical doctrine. All clearly mean the same thing, though emphasizing different aspects of its life. Sometimes it is called the synteresis, the keeper or preserver of his being, sometimes the spark of the soul, the Finklein of the German mystics, sometimes its apex, the point at which it touches the heavens, then, with a sudden flight to the other end of the symbolic scale, and in order to emphasize its oneness with pure being rather than its difference from mere nature, it is called the ground of the soul, the foundation or basal stuff, whence springs all spiritual life. Clearly all these guesses and suggestions aim at one goal, and are to be understood in a purely symbolic sense, for as Malaval observed in answer to his disciples' anxious inquiries on this subject, since the soul of man is a spiritual thing, and thus cannot have divisions or parts, consequently it cannot have height or depth, summit or surface. But because we judge spiritual things by the help of material things, since we know these better, and they are more familiar to us, we call the highest of all forms of conception the summit, and the easier way of comprehending things the surface of the understanding. Here at any rate, whatever name we may choose to give it, is the organ of man's spiritual consciousness, the place where he meets the absolute, the germ of his real life. Here is the seat of that deep transcendental feeling, the beginning and end of metaphysics, which is, says Professor Stewart, at once the solemn sense of timeless being of that which was and is and ever shall be, overshadowing us, and the conviction that life is good. I hold, says the same writer, that it is in transcendental feeling, manifested normally as faith in the value of life, and ecstatically as sense of timeless being, and not in thought proceeding by way of speculative construction, that consciousness comes nearest to the object of metaphysics, ultimate reality. The existence of such a sense, such an integral part or function of the complete human being, has been affirmed and dwelt upon not only by the mystics, but by seers and teachers of all times and creeds by Egypt, Greece, and India, the poets, the fakirs, the philosophers, and the saints. A belief in its actuality is the pivot of the Christian position, the foundation and justification of mysticism, asceticism, the whole machinery of the self-renouncing life. That there is an extreme point at which man's nature touches the absolute, that his ground or substance, his true being, is penetrated by the divine life which constitutes the underlying reality of things. This is the basis on which the whole mystic claim of possible union with God must rest. Here, they say, is our link with reality, and in this place alone can be celebrated the marriage from which the Lord comes. To use another of their diagrams, it is thanks to the existence within him of this immortal spark from the central fire, that man is implicitly a child of the infinite. The mystic way must therefore be a life, a discipline, which will so alter the constituents of his mental life as to include this spark within the conscious field, bring it out of the hiddenness, from those deep levels where it sustains and guides his normal existence, and make it the dominant element round which his personality is arranged. The revolution in which this is effected begins with the new birth, which has been described under other terms by Rudolf Juchen as the indispensable preliminary of an independent spiritual life in man. Now it is clear that under ordinary conditions, and save for sudden gusts of transcendental feeling induced by some saving madness such as religion, art, or love, the superficial self knows nothing of the attitude of this silent watcher, this dweller in the innermost towards the incoming messages of the external world, nor of the activities which they awake in it, wholly taken up by the sense world, and the messages she receives from it. She knows nothing of the relations which exist between this subject and the unattainable object of all thought, but by a deliberate inattention to the messages of the senses, such as that which is induced by contemplation, the mystic brings the ground of the soul, the seat of transcendental feeling, within the area of consciousness, making it amenable to the activity of the will. The contemplative subject, becoming unaware of his usual and largely fictitious external world, another and more substantial set of perceptions, which never have their chance under normal conditions, rise to the surface. Sometimes these unite with the normal reasoning faculties. More often they supersede them. Some such exchange, such losing to find, appears to be necessary. If man's transcendental powers are to have their full chance, the two eyes of the soul of man, says the Theologia Germanica in an apt and vigorous metaphor, cannot both perform their work at once, but if the soul shall see with the right eye into eternity, then the left eye must close itself and refrain from working, and be as though it were dead. For if the left eye be fulfilling its office toward outward things, that is, holding converse with time and the creatures, then must the right eye be hindered in its working, that is, in its contemplation. Therefore whosoever will have the one must let the other go. For no man can serve two masters. There is within us an immense capacity for perception, for the receiving of messages from outside, and a very little consciousness which deals with them. It is as if one telegraph operator were placed in charge of a multitude of lines. All may be in action, but he can only attend to one at a time. In popular language there is not enough consciousness to go round. Even upon the sensual plane, no one can be aware of more than a few things at once. These fill the center of our field of consciousness, as the object on which we happen to have focused our vision dominates our field of sight. The other matters within that field retreat to the margin. We know dimly that they are there, but we pay them no attention, and should hardly miss them if they cease to exist. Transcendental matters are, for most of us, always beyond the margin, because most of us have given up our whole consciousness to the occupation of the senses, and permitted them to construct there a universe in which we are contented to remain. Only in certain occult and mystic states, in orison, contemplation, ecstasy, and their allied conditions, does the self contrive to turn out the usual tenants, shut the gateways of the flesh, and let those submerged powers which are capable of picking up messages from another plane of being have their turn. Then it is the sensual world which retreats beyond the margin, and another landscape that rushes in. At last, then, we begin to see something of what contemplation does for its initiates. It is one of the many names applied to that chain of processes which have for their object this alteration of the mental equilibrium, the putting to sleep of that normal self which usually wakes, and the awakening of that transcendental self which usually sleeps. To man, meeting point of various stages of reality, is given, though he seldom considers it, this unique power of choosing his universe. The extraordinary phenomenon known as double or disintegrated personality may perhaps give us a hint as to the mechanical nature of the change which contemplation effects. In this psychic malady, the total character of the patient is split up. A certain group of qualities are, as it were, abstracted from the surface consciousness, and so closely associated as to form in themselves a complete character or personality, necessarily poles asunder from the character which the self usually shows to the world, since it consists exclusively of those elements which are omitted from it. Thus in the classical case of Miss Beauchamp, the investigator, Dr. Morton Prince, called the three chief personalities, from their ruling characteristics, the saint, the woman, and the devil, The totality of character which composed the real Miss Beauchamp had split up into these mutually opposing types, each of which was excessive, because withdrawn from the control of the rest. When, voluntarily or involuntarily, the personality which had possession of the field of consciousness was lulled to sleep, one of the others emerged. Hypnotism was one of the means which most easily effected this change. Now in persons of mystical genius, the qualities which the stress of normal life tends to keep below the threshold of consciousness are of enormous strength. In these natural explorers of eternity, the transcendental faculty, the eye of the soul, is not merely present in embryo, but is highly developed, and is combined with great emotional and volitional power. The result of the segregation of such qualities below the threshold of consciousness is to remove from them the friction of those counterbalancing traits in the surface mind with which they might collide. They are in the hiddenness, as Jacob Boehme would say. There they develop unchecked, until a point is reached at which their strength is such that they break their bounds and emerge into the conscious field, either temporarily dominating the subject as in ecstasy, or permanently transmuting the old self, as in the unitive life. The attainment of this point is accelerated by such processes as those of contemplation. These processes, not themselves mystical, but merely the mechanical conditions of mystical experience, are classed by psychologists with the states of dream and reverie, and the conditions loosely called hypnotic. In them the normal surface consciousness is deliberately or involuntarily lulled, and images or faculties from beyond the threshold are able to take its place. Of course, these images or faculties may or may not be more valuable than those already present in the surface consciousness. In the ordinary subject, often enough, they are but the odds and ends for which the superficial mind has found no use. In the mystic, they are of a very different order, and this fact justifies the means which he instinctively employs to secure their emergence. Indian mysticism founds its external system almost wholly on A. asceticism, the domination of the senses, and B. the deliberate practice of self-hypnotization, either by fixing the eyes on a near object, or by the rhythmic repetition of the mantra or sacred word. By these complementary forms of discipline, the pull of the phenomenal world is diminished, and the mind is placed at the disposal of the subconscious powers. Dancing, music, and other exaggerations of natural rhythm have been pressed into the same service by the Greek initiates of Dionysus, by the Gnostics, by innumerable other mystic cults. That these proceedings do effect a remarkable change in the human consciousness is proved by experience, though how and why they do it is as yet little understood. Such artificial and deliberate production of ecstasy is against the whole instinct of the Christian contemplatives. But here and there amongst them also we find instances in which ecstatic trance or lucid the liberation of the transcendental sense, was inadvertently produced by purely physical means. Thus Jacob Boehme, the Teutonic theosopher, having one day as he sat in his room, gazed fixedly upon a burnished pewter dish, which reflected the sunshine with great brilliance, fell into an inward ecstasy, and it seemed to him as if he could look into the principles and deepest foundations of things. The contemplation of running water had the same effect on St. Ignatius Loyola. Sitting on the bank of a river one day, and facing the stream, which was running deep, the eyes of his mind were opened, not so as to see any kind of vision, but so as to understand and comprehend spiritual things, and this with such clearness that for him all these things were made new. This method of attaining to mental lucidity by a narrowing and simplification of the conscious field finds an apt parallel in the practice of Immanuel Kant, who found that he could better engage in philosophical thought while gazing steadily at a neighboring church steeple. It need hardly be said that rationalistic writers, ignoring the parallels offered by the artistic and philosophic temperaments, have seized eagerly upon the evidence afforded by such instances of apparent monoideism and self-hypnotization in the lives of the mystics, and by the physical disturbances which accompany the ecstatic trance, and sought by its application to attribute all the abnormal perceptions of contemplative genius to hysteria or other disease. They have not hesitated to call St. Paul an epileptic, St. Teresa the patron saint of hysterics, and have found room for most of their spiritual kindred in various departments of the pathological museum. They have been helped in this grateful task by the acknowledged fact that the great contemplatives, though almost always persons of robust intelligence and marked practical or intellectual ability, Plotinus, St. Bernard, the two SS Catherine, St. Teresa, St. John of the Cross, and the Sufi poets Jami and Jalaluddin are cases in point, have often suffered from bad physical health. More, their mystical activities have generally reacted upon their bodies in a definite and special way, producing in several cases a particular kind of illness and of physical disability, accompanied by pains, and functional disturbances for which no organic cause could be discovered, unless that cause were the immense strain which exalted spirit puts upon a body which is adapted to a very different form of life. It is certain that the abnormal and highly sensitized type of mind, which we call mystical, does frequently, but not always, produce or accompany strange and inexplicable modifications of the physical organism with which it is linked. The supernatural is not here in question, except in so far as we are inclined to give that name to natural phenomena which we do not understand. Such instances of psychophysical parallelism as the stigmatization of the saints, and indeed of other suggestible subjects hardly to be ranked as saints, will occur to anyone. I here offer to the reader another less discussed and more extraordinary example of the modifying influence of the spirit on the supposed laws of bodily life. We know, as a historical fact, unusually well attested by contemporary evidence, and quite outside the sphere of hagiographic romance, that both Saint Catherine of Siena and her namesake Saint Catherine of Genoa, active women as well as ecstatics, the first a philanthropist, reformer, and politician, the second an original theologian and for many years the highly efficient matron of a large hospital, lived in the first case for years, in the second for constantly repeated periods of many weeks, without other food than the consecrated host which they received at Holy Communion. They did this, not by way of difficult obedience to a pious vow, but because they could not live in any other way. Whilst fasting, they were well and active, capable of dealing with the innumerable responsibilities which filled their lives. But the attempt to eat even a few mouthfuls, and this attempt was constantly repeated, for like all true saints, they detested eccentricity, at once made them ill, and had to be abandoned as useless. In spite of the researches of Murisier, Janet, Ribot, and other psychologists, and their persevering attempts to find a pathological explanation which will fit all mystic facts, this and other marked physical peculiarities which accompany the mystical temperament belong as yet to the unsolved problems of humanity. They need to be removed both from the sphere of marvel and from that of disease, into which enthusiastic friends and foes force them by turn, to the sphere of pure psychology, and there studied dispassionately with the attention which we so willingly bestow on the less interesting eccentricities of degeneracy and vice. Their existence no more discredits the sanity of mysticism, or the validity of its results, than the unstable nervous condition usually noticed in artists, who share to some extent the mystic's apprehension of the real, discredits art. In such cases as Kant and Beethoven, says von Hegel justly, a classifier of humanity according to its psychophysical phenomena alone would put these great discoverers and creators, without hesitation, amongst hopeless and useless hypochondriacs. In the case of the mystics, the disease of hysteria, with its astounding variety of mental symptoms, its strange power of disintegrating, rearranging, and enhancing the elements of consciousness, its tendencies to automatism and ecstasy, has been most often invoked to provide an explanation of the observed phenomena. This is as if one sought the source of the genius of Taglioni in the symptoms of St. Vitus's dance. Both the art and the disease have to do with bodily movements. So too both mysticism and hysteria have to do with the domination of consciousness by one fixed and intense idea or intuition, which rules the life and is able to produce amazing physical and psychical results. In the hysteric patient, this idea is often trivial or morbid, but has become, thanks to the self's unstable mental condition, an obsession. In the mystic, the dominant idea is a great one, so great in fact that when it is received in its completeness by the human consciousness, almost of necessity it ousts all else. It is nothing less than the idea or perception of the transcendent reality and presence of God. Hence the monoidism of the mystic is rational, whilst that of the hysteric patient is invariably irrational. On the whole then, whilst psychophysical relations remain so little understood, it would seem more prudent, and certainly more scientific, to withhold our judgment on the meaning of the psychophysical phenomena which accompany the mystic life, instead of basing destructive criticism on facts which are avowedly mysterious and at least capable of more than one interpretation. To deduce the nature of a compound from the character of its byproducts is notoriously unsafe. Our bodies are animal things, made for animal activities. When a spirit of unusual ardor insists on using its nerve cells for other activities, they kick against the pricks, and inflict, as the mystics themselves acknowledge, the penalty of mystical ill health. Believe me, children, says Toller, one who would know much about these high matters would often have to keep his bed, for his bodily frame could not support it. I cause thee extreme pain of body, says the voice of loved Mechthild of Magdeburg. If I gave myself to thee as often as thou wouldst have me, I should deprive myself of the sweet shelter I have of thee in this world. For 1,000 bodies could not protect a loving soul from her desire. Therefore, the higher the love, the greater the pain. On the other hand, the exalted personality of the mystic, his self-discipline, his heroic acceptance of labor and suffering, and his inflexible will, raises to a higher term that normal power of mind over body which all possess. Also, the contemplative state, like the hypnotic state in a healthy person, seems to enhance life by throwing open deeper levels of personality. The self then drinks at a fountain which is fed by the universal life, the life of the spirit, to use the language of Euken's philosophy. True ecstasy is notoriously life-enhancing. In it, a bracing contact with reality seems to take place, and as a result, the subject is himself more real. Often says Saint Teresa, even the sick come forth from ecstasy healthy and with new strength, for something great is then given to the soul. Contact has been set up with levels of being which the daily routine of existence leaves untouched. Hence, the extraordinary powers of endurance and independence of external conditions which the great ecstatics so often display. If we see in the mystics, as some have done, the sporadic beginning of a power, a higher consciousness, towards which the race slowly tends, then it seems likely enough that where it appears nerves and organs should suffer under a stress to which they have not yet become adapted, and that a spirit, more highly organized than its bodily home, should be able to impose strange conditions on the flesh. When man first stood upright, a body long accustomed to go on all fours, legs which had adjusted themselves to bearing but half his weight, must have rebelled against this unnatural proceeding, inflicting upon its author much pain and discomfort, if not absolute illness. It is at least permissible to look upon the strange psychophysical state common amongst the mystics as just such a rebellion on the part of a normal nervous and vascular system against the exigencies of a way of life to which it has not yet adjusted itself. In spite of such rebellion, and of the tortures to which it has subjected them, the mystics, oddly enough, are a long-lived race, an awkward fact for critics of the physiological school. To take only a few instances from amongst marked ecstatics, Saint Hildegard lived to be 81, Mechthild of Magdeburg to 87, Ruysbroek to 88, Suso to 70, Saint Catherine of Genoa, and Saint Peter of Alcantara to 63, Madame Guyon to 69. It seems as though that enhanced life which is the reward of mystical surrender enabled them to triumph over their bodily disabilities, and to live and do the work demanded of them under conditions which would have incapacitated ordinary men. Such triumphs, which take heroic rank in the history of the human mind, have been accomplished as a rule in the same way. Like all intuitive persons, all possessors of genius, all potential artists, with whom in fact they are closely related, the mystics have, in psychological language, thresholds of exceptional mobility. That is to say, a very slight effort, a very slight departure from normal conditions, will permit their latent or subliminal powers to emerge and occupy the mental field. A mobile threshold may make a man a genius, a lunatic, or a saint. All depends upon the character of the emerging powers. In the great mystic, these powers, these mighty tracts of personality lying below the level of normal consciousness, are of unusual richness, and cannot be accounted for in terms of pathology. If it be true, says Delacroix, that the great mystics have not wholly escaped those nervous blemishes which mark nearly all exceptional organizations, there is in them a vital and creative power, a constructive logic, an extended scale of realization, in a word, a genius, which is in truth their essential quality. The great mystics, creators and inventors who have found a new form of life, and have justified it, join upon the higher summits of the human spirit, the great simplifiers of the world. The truth then, so far as we know it at present, seems to be that those powers which are in contact with the transcendental order, and which constitute, at the lowest estimate, half the self, are dormant in ordinary men, whose time and interest are wholly occupied in responding to the stimuli of the world of sense. With those latent powers sleeps the landscape which they alone can apprehend. In mystics, none of the self is always dormant. They have roused the dweller in the inner, most from its slumbers, and round it have unified their life. Heart, reason, will are there in full action, drawing their energy not from the shadow show of sense, but from the deeps of true being, where a lamp is lit, and a consciousness awake, of which the sleepy crowd remains oblivious. He who says the mystic is but half a man, states the exact opposite of the truth. Only the mystic can be called a whole man, since in others half the powers of the self always sleep. This wholeness of experience is much insisted on by the mystics. Thus the divine voice says to Saint Catherine of Siena, I have also shown thee the bridge, and the 3 general steps, placed there for the three powers of the soul, and I have told thee how no one can attain to the life of grace, unless he has mounted all three steps, that is gathered together all the three powers of the soul in my name. In those abnormal types of personality to which we give the name of genius, we seem to detect a hint of the relations which may exist between these deep levels of being and the crust of consciousness. In the poet, the musician, the great mathematician or inventor, mighty powers lying below the threshold, hardly controllable by their owner's conscious will, clearly take a major part in the business of perception and conception. In all creative acts, the larger share of the work is done subconsciously. Its emergence is in a sense automatic. This is equally true of mystics, artists, philosophers, discoverers, and rulers of men. The great religion, invention, work of art, always owes its inception to some sudden uprush of intuitions or ideas for which the superficial self cannot account. Its execution to powers so far beyond the control of that self, that they seem, as their owner sometimes says, to come from beyond. This is inspiration, the opening of the sluices, so that those waters of truth in which all life is bathed may rise to the level of consciousness. The great teacher, poet, artist, inventor, never aims deliberately at this effects. He obtains them he knows not how. Perhaps from a contact of which he is unconscious with that creative plane of being which the Sufis call the constructive spirit, and the Kabbalists Yesod, and which both postulate as lying next behind the world of sense. Sometimes, said the great Alexandrian Jew Philo, when I have come to my work empty, I have suddenly become full, ideas being in an invisible manner showered upon me, and implanted in me from on high, so that through the influence of divine inspiration, I have become greatly excited, and have known neither the place in which I was, nor those who were present, nor myself, nor what I was saying, nor what I was writing, for then I have been conscious of a richness of interpretation, an enjoyment of light, a most penetrating insight, a most manifest energy in all that was to be done, having such an effect on my mind as the clearest ocular demonstration would have on the eyes. This is a true creative ecstasy, strictly parallel to the state in which the mystic performs his mighty works. To let oneself go, be quiet, receptive, is the condition under which such contact with the cosmic life may be obtained. I have noticed that when one paints one should think of nothing, everything then comes better, says the young Raphael to Leonardo da Vinci. The superficial self must here acknowledge its own insufficiency, must become the humble servant of a more profound and vital consciousness. The mystics are of the same opinion. I tried, says Madame Guyon, speaking of her early failures in contemplation, to obtain by effort that which I could only obtain by ceasing all effort. The best and noblest way in which thou mayst come into this life, says Eckhart, is by keeping silence and letting God work and speak. Where all the powers are withdrawn from their work and images, there is this word spoken. The more thou canst draw in all thy powers and forget the creature, the nearer art thou to this, and the more receptive. Thus Bhemi says to the neophyte, when both thy intellect and will are quiet and passive to the expressions of the eternal word and spirit, and when thy soul is winged up above that which is temporal, the outward senses and the imagination being locked up by holy abstraction, then the eternal hearing, seeing and speaking will be revealed in thee. Blessed art thou therefore, if thou canst stand still from self-thinking and self-willing, and canst stop the wheel of thy imagination and senses. Then, the conscious mind being passive, the more divine mind below the threshold, organ of our free creative life, can emerge and present its reports. In the words of an older mystic, the soul, leaving all things and forgetting herself, is immersed in the ocean of divine splendor, and illuminated by the sublime abyss of the unfathomable wisdom. The passivity of contemplation, then, is a necessary preliminary of spiritual energy, an essential clearing of the ground. It withdraws the tide of consciousness from the shores of sense, stops the wheel of the imagination. The soul, says Eckhart again, is created in a place between time and eternity. With its highest powers it touches eternity, with its lower time. These, the worlds of being and becoming, are the two stages of reality which meet in the spirit of man. By cutting us off from the temporal plane, the lower kind of reality, contemplation gives the eternal plane, and the powers which can communicate with that plane, their chance. In the born mystic, these powers are great, and lie very near the normal threshold of consciousness. He has a genius for transcendental, or as he would say, divine discovery in exactly the same way as his cousins, the born musician and poet, have a genius for musical or poetic discovery. In all three cases, the emergence of these higher powers is mysterious, and not least so to those who experience it. Psychology on the one hand, Theology, on the other, may offer us diagrams and theories of this proceeding of the strange oscillations of the developing consciousness, the fitful visitations of a lucidity and creative power over which the self has little or no control, the raptures and griefs of a vision, by turns granted and withdrawn. But the secret of genius still eludes us, as the secret of life eludes the biologist. The utmost we can say of such persons is that reality presents itself to them under abnormal conditions and in abnormal terms, and that subject to these conditions and in these terms, they are bound to deal with it. Thanks to their peculiar mental makeup, one aspect of the universe is for them focused so sharply that in comparison with it all other images are blurred, vague, and unreal. Hence the sacrifice which men of genius, mystics, artists, inventors, make of their whole lives to this one object, this one vision of truth, is not self-denial, but rather self-fulfillment. They gather themselves up from the unreal, in order to concentrate on the real. The whole personality then absorbs or enters into communion with certain rhythms or harmonies existent in the universe, which the receiving apparatus of other selves cannot take up. Here is the finger of God, a flash of the will that can, exclaims Abvogler, as the sounds grow under his hand. The numbers come, says the poet. He knows not how, certainly not by deliberate intellectation. So it is with the mystic. Madame Guyon states in her autobiography that when she was composing her works, she would experience a sudden and irresistible inclination to take up her pen, though feeling wholly incapable of literary composition, and not even knowing the subject on which she would be impelled to write. If she resisted this impulse, it was at the cost of the most intense discomfort. She would then begin to write with extraordinary swiftness words, elaborate arguments, and appropriate quotations coming to her without reflection, and so quickly that one of her longest books was written in 1.5 days. In writing, I saw that I was writing of things which I had never seen, and during the time of this manifestation, I was given light to perceive that I had in me treasures of knowledge and understanding, which I did not know that I possessed. Similar statements are made of Saint Teresa, who declared that in writing her books, she was powerless to set down anything but that which her master put into her mind. So Blake said of Milton and Jerusalem, "I have written the poems from immediate dictation, 12 or sometimes 20 or 30 lines at a time, without premeditation, and even against my will. The time it has taken in writing was thus rendered non-existent. And an immense poem exists, which seems to be the labor of a long life, all produced without labor or study. These are, of course, extreme forms of that strange power of automatic composition, in which words and characters arrive and arrange themselves in defiance of their author's will, of which most poets and novelists possess a trace. Such composition is related to the automatic writing of mediums and other sensitives, in which the often disorderly and incoherent subliminal mind seizes upon this channel of expression. The subliminal mind of the great mystic, however, is not disorderly. It is richly endowed and keenly observant, a treasure house, not a lumber room, and becomes, in the course of its education, a highly disciplined and skilled instrument of knowledge. When, therefore, its contents emerge, and are presented to the normal consciousness in the form of lucidity, auditions, visions, automatic writing, or any other translations of the supersensual into the terms of sensual perception, they cannot be discredited, because the worthless subconscious field of feebler natures sometimes manifests itself in the same way. Idiots are often voluble, but many orators are sane. Now, to sum up, what are the chief characteristics which we have found in this sketch map of the mental life of man? 1. We have divided that life arbitrarily enough along the fluctuating line which psychologists call the threshold of his consciousness into the surface life and the subconscious deeps. 2. In the surface life, though we recognized its essential wholeness, we distinguish 3 outstanding and ever-present aspects: the trinity in unity of feeling, thought, and will. Amongst these, we were obliged to give the primacy to feeling, as the power which set the machinery of thought and will to work. 3. We have seen that the expression of this life takes the 2 complementary forms of conation, or outgoing action, and cognition, or indwelling knowledge, and that the first, which is dynamic in type, is largely dependent on the will stimulated by the emotions, whilst the second, which is passive in type, is the business of the intellect. They answer to the 2 main aspects which man discerns in the universal life, being and becoming. 4. Neither conation nor cognition, action nor thought, as performed by this surface mind, concerned as it is with natural existence and dominated by spatial conceptions, is able to set up any relations with the absolute or transcendental world. Such action and thought deal wholly with material supplied directly or indirectly by the world of sense. The testimony of the mystics, however, and of all persons possessing an instinct for the absolute, points to the existence of a further faculty in man, an intuitive power which the circumstances of diurnal life tend to keep below the threshold of his consciousness, and which thus becomes one of the factors of his subliminal life. This latent faculty is the primary agent of mysticism, and lives a substantial life in touch with the real or transcendental world. 5. Certain processes, of which contemplation has been taken as a type, so alter the state of consciousness as to permit the emergence of this faculty, which according as it enters more or less into the conscious life, makes man more or less a mystic. The mystic life, therefore, involves the emergence from deep levels of man's transcendental self, its capture of the field of consciousness, and the conversion or rearrangement of his feeling, thought, and will, his character about this new center of life. We state then, as the conclusion of this chapter, that the object of the mystic's adventure, seen from within, is the apprehension of, or direct communion with, that transcendental reality which we tried in the last section to define from without. Here, as in the fulfillment of the highest earthly love, knowledge and communion are the same thing. We must be one with bliss if we are to be aware of it. The main agent by which we may attain this communion resides in that part of the self, which usually lies below the threshold of our consciousness. Thence, in certain natures of abnormal richness and vitality, and under certain favorable conditions, it may be liberated by various devices, such as contemplation. Once it has emerged, however, it takes up, to help it in the work, aspects of the conscious self. The surface must co-operate with the deeps, and at last merge with those deeps to produce that unification of consciousness upon high levels, which alone can put a term to man's unrest. The heart that longs for the all, the mind that conceives it, the will that concentrates the whole self upon it, must all be called into play. The self must be surrendered, but it must not be annihilated, as some quietists have supposed. It only dies that it may live again. Supreme success, says the Lady Julian, in a passage which anticipates the classification of modern psychology, the permanent assurance of the mystic that we are more verily in heaven than in earth, cometh of the natural love of our soul, and of the clear light of our reason, and of the steadfast mind. But what is the order of precedence which these three activities are to assume in the work which is one? All, as we have seen, must do their part, for the business is nothing less than the movement of man in his wholeness to high levels. But which shall predominate? On the answer which each gives to this question, the ultimate nature of the self, and the nature of that self's experience of reality, will depend. The question for her is really this: under which aspect of consciousness can she creep most closely to the thought of God, the real life in which she is bathed? Which, fostered and made dominant, is most likely to put her in harmony with the absolute? The love of God, which is ever in the hearts and often on the lips of saints, is the passionate desire for this harmony. The malady of thought is its intellectual equivalent. Though we may seem to escape God, we cannot escape this craving, except at the price of utter stagnation. We go back therefore to the statement with which this chapter opened, that of the two governing desires which share the prison of the self. We see them now as representing the cravings of the intellect and the emotions for the only end of all quests. The disciplined will, that conative power, with all the dormant faculties which it can wake and utilize, can come to the assistance of one of them. Which? The question is a crucial one, for the destiny of the self depends on the partner which the will selects. Chapter 4. The characteristics of mysticism. Ever since the world began, man has had two distinct and fundamental attitudes towards the unseen, and through them has developed two methods of getting in touch with it. For the purpose of our present inquiry, I propose to call these methods the way of magic and the way of mysticism. Having said so much, one must at once add that although in their extreme forms these arts are sharply contrasted with one another, their frontiers are far from being clearly defined, that starting from the same point, they often confuse the inquirer by using the same language, instruments, and methods. Hence it is that so much which is really magic is loosely and popularly described as mysticism. They represent as a matter of fact the opposite poles of the same thing, the transcendental consciousness of humanity. Between them lie the great religions, which might be described under this metaphor as representing the ordinarily habitable regions of that consciousness. Hence, at one end of the scale, pure mysticism shades off into religion. From some points of view seems to grow out of it. No deeply religious man is without a touch of mysticism, and no mystic can be other than religious, in the psychological, if not in the theological sense of the word. At the other end of the scale, as we shall see later on, religion, no less surely, shades off into magic. The fundamental difference between the two is this: magic wants to get, mysticism wants to give. immortal and antagonistic attitudes, which turn up under one disguise or another, in every age of thought. Both magic and mysticism in their full development bring the whole mental machinery, conscious and subconscious, to bear on their undertaking. Both claim that they produce in their initiates powers unknown to ordinary men, but the center round which that machinery is grouped, the reasons of that undertaking, and the ends to which those powers are applied, differ enormously. In mysticism, the will is united with the emotions in an impassioned desire to transcend the sense world, in order that the self may be joined by love to the one eternal and ultimate object of love, whose existence is intuitively perceived by that which we used to call the soul, but now find it easier to refer to as the cosmic or transcendental sense. This is the poetic and religious temperament acting upon the plane of reality. In magic, the will unites with the intellect in an impassioned desire for supersensible knowledge. This is the intellectual, aggressive, and scientific temperament trying to extend its field of consciousness until it includes the supersensual world. Obviously the antithesis of mysticism, though often adopting its title and style. It will be our business later on to consider in more detail the characteristics and significance of magic. Now it is enough to say that we may class broadly as magical all forms of self-seeking transcendentalism. It matters little whether the apparatus which they use be the incantations of the old magicians, the congregational prayer for rain of Orthodox churchmen, or the consciously self-hypnotizing devices of New Thought, whether the end proposed be the evocation of an angel, the power of transcending circumstance, or the healing of disease. The object of the thing is always the same, the deliberate exaltation of the will, till it transcends its usual limitations and obtains for the self or group of selves something which it, or they did not previously possess. It is an individualistic and acquisitive science, in all its forms and activity of the intellect, seeking reality for its own purposes, or for those of humanity at large. Mysticism, whose great name is too often given to these supersensual activities, is utterly different from this. It is non-individualistic. It implies indeed the abolition of individuality, of that hard separateness, that I, me, mine, which makes of man a finite isolated thing. It is essentially a movement of the heart, seeking to transcend the limitations of the individual standpoint, and to surrender itself to ultimate reality, for no personal gain, to satisfy no transcendental curiosity, to obtain no otherworldly joys, but purely from an instinct of love. By the word heart, of course we here mean not merely the seat of the affections, the organ of tender emotion and the like, but rather the inmost sanctuary of personal being, the synthesis of its love and will, the very source of its energy and life. The mystic is in love with the absolute not in any idle or sentimental manner, but in that deep and vital sense which presses forward at all costs and through all dangers towards union with the object beloved. Hence, where the practice of magic, like the practice of science, does not necessarily entail any passionate emotion, though of course it does, and must entail interest of some kind, mysticism, like art, cannot exist without it. We must feel and feel acutely before we want to act on this hard and heroic scale. We at once see that these two activities correspond to the two eternal passions of the self, the desire of love and the desire of knowledge, severally representing the hunger of heart and intellect for ultimate truth. The third attitude towards the supersensual world, that of transcendental philosophy, hardly comes within the scope of the present inquiry, since it is purely academic, where both magic and mysticism are practical, and in their methods strictly empirical. Such philosophy is often wrongly called mysticism, because it tries to make maps of the countries which the mystic explores. Its performances are useful, as diagrams are useful, so long as they do not ape finality. Remembering that the only final thing is personal experience, the personal exploration of the exalted and truth-loving soul. What then do we really mean by mysticism? A word which is impartially applied to the performances of mediums and the ecstasies of the saints, to menticulture and sorcery, dreamy poetry and medieval art, to prayer and palmistry, the doctrinal excesses of Gnosticism, and the tepid speculations of the Cambridge Platonists, even, according to William James, to the higher branches of intoxication, soon ceases to have any useful meaning. Its employment merely confuses the inexperienced student, who usually emerges from his struggle with the ever-increasing mass of theosophical and psychical literature possessed by a vague idea that every kind of supersensual theory and practice is somehow mystical. Hence it is necessary, if possible, to fix its true characteristics, to restate the fact that mysticism, in its pure form, is the science of ultimates, the science of union with the absolute, and nothing else, and that the mystic is the person who attains to this union, not the person who talks about it. Not to know about but to be. is the mark of the real practitioner. The difficulty lies in determining the point at which supersensual experience ceases to be merely a practical and interesting extension of sensual experience, an enlarging, so to speak, of the boundaries of existence, and passes over into that boundless life where subject and object, desirous and desired, are one. No sharp line, but rather an infinite series of gradations, separate the two states. Hence we must look carefully at all the pilgrims on the road, discover, if we can, the motive of their travels, the maps which they use, the luggage which they take, the end which they attain. Now we have said that the end which the mystic sets before him on his pilgrimage is conscious union with a living absolute. That divine dark, that abyss of the Godhead, of which he sometimes speaks as the goal of his quest, is just this absolute, the uncreated light, in which the universe is bathed, and which, and transcending as it does, all human powers of expression, he can only describe to us as dark. But there is, must be, contact in an intelligible, where between every individual self, and this supreme self, this all. In the mystic this union is conscious, personal, and complete. More or less according to his measure, he has touched the substantial being of deity, not merely its manifestation in life. This it is which distinguishes him from the best and most brilliant of other men, and makes his science, in Patmore's words, the science of self-evident reality. Gazing with him into that ultimate abyss, that unsearchable ground whence the world of becoming comes forth eternally generated in an eternal now, we may see only the icy darkness of perpetual negations, but he looks upon the face of perfect love. Just as genius in any of the arts is, humanly speaking, the final term of a power of which each individual possesses the rudiments, so mysticism may be looked upon as the final term, the active expression, of a power latent in the whole race, the power, that is to say, of so perceiving transcendent reality. Few people pass through life without knowing what it is to be at least touched by this mystical feeling. He who falls in love with a woman and perceives, as the lover really does perceive, that the categorical term girl veils a wondrous and unspeakable reality. He who, falling in love with nature, sees the light that never was on sea or land a vaguely pretty phrase to those who have not seen it, but a scientific statement to the rest. He who falls in love with invisible things, or as we say undergoes conversion, all these have truly known for an instant something of the secret of the world. Ever and anon a trumpet sounds from the hid battlements of eternity, those shaken mists a space unsettle, then round the half-glimpsed turrets slowly wash again. At such moments transcendental feeling, welling up from another part of the soul, whispers to understanding and sense that they are leaving out something. What? Nothing less than the secret plan of the universe. And what is that secret plan? The other part of the soul, indeed comprehends it in silence as it is, but can explain it to the understanding only in the symbolical language of the interpreter. Imagination in vision. Here, in this spark or part of the soul, is the fountain, alike of the creative imagination and the mystic life. Now and again something stings it into consciousness, and man is caught up to the spiritual level, catches a glimpse of the secret plan. Then hints of a marvelous truth, a unity whose note is ineffable peace, shine in created things, awakening in the self a sentiment of love, adoration and awe. Its life is enhanced, the barrier of personality is broken, man escapes the sense world, ascends to the apex of his spirit, and enters for a brief period into the more extended life of the all. This intuition of the real lying at the root of the visible world, and sustaining its life, is present in a modified form in the arts. Perhaps it were better to say, must be present if these arts are to justify themselves as heightened forms of experience. It is this which gives to them that peculiar vitality, that strange power of communicating a poignant emotion, half torment and half joy, which baffle their more rational interpreters. We know that the picture, which is like a photograph, the building which is at once handsome and commodious, the novel which is a perfect transcript of life, fail to satisfy us. It is difficult to say why this should be so, unless it were because these things have neglected their true business, which was not to reproduce the illusions of ordinary men, but to catch and translate for us something of that secret plan, that reality which the artistic consciousness is able, in a measure, to perceive. Painting as well as music and poetry exists and exults in immortal thoughts, says Blake. That life-enhancing power, which has been recognized by modern critics as the supreme quality of good painting, has its origin in this contact of the artistic mind with the archetypal, or if you like the transcendental world, the underlying verity of things. A living critic, in whom poetic genius has brought about the unusual alliance of intuition with scholarship, testifies to this same truth, when he says of the ideals which governed early Chinese painting. In this theory, every work of art is thought of as an incarnation of the genius of rhythm, manifesting the living spirit of things with a clearer beauty and intenser power than the gross impediments of complex matter allow to be transmitted to our senses in the visible world around us. A picture is conceived as a sort of apparition from a more real world of essential life. That more real world of essential life is the world in which the free soul of the great mystic dwells, hovering like the six-winged seraph before the face of the Absolute. The artist, too, may cross its boundaries in his brief moments of creation, but he cannot stay. He comes back to us, bearing its tidings, with Dante's cry upon his lips. Non eranda solo propri pene se non c'è la mia mente fu percorsa da un fulgor in che, sua voglia ven, the mystic may say, is indeed bound to say with Saint Bernard, my secret to myself. Try how. He will, his stammering and awestruck reports can hardly be understood, but by those who are already in the way. But the artist cannot act thus. On him has been laid the duty of expressing something of that which he perceives. He is bound to tell his love. In his worship of perfect beauty, faith must be balanced by works. By means of veils and symbols he must interpret his free vision, his glimpse of the burning bush, to other men. He is the mediator between his brethren and the divine, for art is the link between appearance and reality. But we do not call everyone who has these partial and artistic intuitions of reality a mystic, any more than we call everyone a musician who has learnt to play the piano. The true mystic is the person in whom such powers transcend the merely artistic and visionary stage, and are exalted to the point of genius, in whom the transcendental consciousness can dominate the normal consciousness, and who has definitely surrendered himself to the embrace of reality. As artists stand in a peculiar relation to the phenomenal world, receiving rhythms and discovering truths and beauties, which are hidden from other men, so this true mystic stands in a peculiar relation to the transcendental world, there experiencing the onslaught of what must remain for us unimaginable delights. His consciousness is transfigured in a particular way. He lives at different levels of experience from other people, and this of course means that he sees a different world, since the world as we know it is the product of specific scraps or aspects of reality, acting upon a normal and untransfigured consciousness. Hence his mysticism is no isolated vision, no arbitrary glimpse of reality, but a complete system of life. A syntagma, to use Euclid's expressive term. As other men are immersed in and react to natural or intellectual life, so the mystic is immersed in and reacts to spiritual life. He moves towards that utter identification with its interests, which he calls union with God. He has been called a lonely soul. He might more properly be described as a lonely body, for his soul, peculiarly responsive, sends out and receives communications upon every side. The earthly artist, because perception brings with it the imperative longing for expression, tries to give us in color, sound or words a hint of his ecstasy, his glimpse of truth. Only those who have tried know how small a fraction of his vision he can, under the most favorable circumstance, contrive to represent. The mystic too tries very hard to tell an unwilling world the only secret. But in his case the difficulties are enormously increased. First, there is the huge disparity between his unspeakable experience and the language which will most nearly approach it. Next, there is the great gulf fixed between his mind and the mind of the world. His audience must be bewitched as well as addressed, caught up to something of his state, before they can be made to understand. Were he a musician, it is probable that he could give his message to other musicians in the terms of that art, far more accurately than language will ever allow him to do. For we must remember that there is no excuse but that of convenience for the preeminence amongst modes of expression, which we accord to words. These correspond so well to the physical plane and its adventures, that we forget that they have but the faintest of relations with transcendental things. Even the artist, before he can make use of them, is bound to rearrange them in accordance with the laws of rhythm, obeying, unconsciously, the rule by which all arts tend to approach the condition of music. So too the mystic. Mysticism, the most romantic thing in the universe, from one point of view the art of arts, their source and also their end, finds naturally enough its closest correspondences in the most purely artistic and most deeply significant of all forms of expression. The mystery of music is seldom realized by those who so easily accept its gifts, yet of all the arts music alone shares with great mystical literature the power of waking us to response to the life movement of the universe, brings us, we know not our news of its exultant passions and its incomparable peace. Beethoven heard the very voice of reality, and little of it escaped when he translated it for our ears. The medieval mind, more naturally mystical than ours, and therefore more sharply aware of the part which rhythmic harmony plays in the worlds of nature and of grace, gave to music a cosmic importance, discerning its operation in many phenomena which we now attribute to that dismal figment, law. There are three kinds of music, says Hugh of St. Victor: the music of the worlds, the music of humanity, the music of instruments. Of the music of the worlds, one is of the elements, another of the planets, another of time. Of that which is of the elements, one is of number, another of weights, another of measure. Of that which is of the planets, one is of place, another of motion, another of nature. Of that which is of time, one is of the days and the vicissitudes of light and darkness, another of the months and the waxing and waning of the moon, another of the years and the changes of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Of the music of humanity, one is of the body, another of the soul, another in the connection that is between them. Thus, the life of the visible and invisible universe consists in a supernal fugue. One contemplative at least, Richard Rolle of Hampole, the father of English mysticism, was acutely aware of this music of the soul, discerning in its joyous periods a response to the measured harmonies of the spiritual universe. In that beautiful description of his inward experience, which is one of the jewels of mystical literature, nothing is more remarkable than his constant and deliberate employment of musical imagery. This alone, it seems, could catch and translate for him the wild rapture of transcendent life, the condition of joyous and awakened love, to which the mystic passes when his purification is at an end, is to him, above all else, the state of song. He does not see reality, he hears it. For him, as for St. Francis of Assisi, it is a heavenly melody, intolerably sweet. Song I call, he says, when in a plenteous soul the sweetness of eternal love with burning is taken, and thought into song is turned, and the mind into full sweet sound is changed. He who experiences this joyous exaltation, says not his prayers like other righteous men, but is taken into marvelous mirth, and goodly sound being descended into him, as it were with notes his prayers he sings. So Gertrude Moore, oh let me sit alone, silent to all the world and it to me, that I may learn the song of love. Rolle's own experience of mystic joy seems actually to have come to him in this form, the perceptions of his exalted consciousness presenting themselves to his understanding under musical conditions, as other mystics have received them in the form of pictures or words. I give in his own words the charming account of his passage from the first state of burning love to the second state of songful love, from Calla to Cana, when into song of joy meditation is turned. In the night, before supper, as I my psalms sung, as it were the sound of readers or rather singers about me I beheld, whilst also, praying to heaven, with all desire I took heed, suddenly, in what manner I wot not, in me the sound of song I felt, and likeliest heavenly melody I took, with me dwelling in mind. Forsooth my thought continually to mirth of song was changed, and as it were the same that loving I had thought, and in prayers and psalms had said, in sound I showed. The song, however, is a mystic melody having little in common with its clumsy image, earthly music. Bodily song lets it, and noise of janglers makes turn again to thought. For sweet ghostly song accords not with outward song, the which in churches and elsewhere is used. It discords much for all that is man's voice is formed with bodily ears to be heard, but among angels' tunes it has an acceptable melody, and with marvel it is commended of them that have known it. To others, it is incommunicable. Worldly lovers soothly words or ditties of our song may know, for the words they read, but the tone and sweetness of that song they may not learn. Such symbolism as this, a living symbolism of experience and action as well as of statement, seems almost essential to mystical expression. The mind must employ some device of the kind if its transcendental perceptions, wholly unrelated as they are to the phenomena with which intellect is able to deal, are ever to be grasped by the surface consciousness. Sometimes the symbol and the perception which it represents become fused in that consciousness, and the mystic's experience then presents itself to him as visions or voices which we must look upon as the garment he has himself provided to veil that reality upon which no man may look and live. The nature of this garment will be largely conditioned by his temperament, as in Rolle's evident bias towards music, St. Catherine of Genoa's leaning towards the abstract conceptions of fire and light, and also by his theological education and environment, as in the highly dogmatic visions and auditions of St. Gertrude, Suso, St. Catherine of Siena, the Blessed Angela of Foligno, above all, of St. Teresa, whose marvelous self-analyses provide the classic account of these attempts of the mind to translate transcendental intuitions into concepts with which it can deal. The greatest mystics, however Ruysbroek, St. John of the Cross, and St. Teresa herself in her later stages, distinguish clearly between the invisible reality which they perceive and the image under which they describe it. Again and again they tell us with Dionysius and Eckhart that the object of their contemplation hath no image, or with St. John of the Cross that the soul can never attain to the height of the divine union, so far as it is possible in this life, through the medium of any forms or figures. Therefore, the attempt which has sometimes been made to identify mysticism with such forms and figures, with visions, voices, and supernatural favors, is clearly wrong. The highest and most divine things which it is given us to see and to know, says Dionysius the Areopagite plainly, are in some way the expression of all that which the sovereign nature of God includes, an expression which reveals to us that which escapes all thought and which has its seat beyond the heights of heaven. The mystic, as a rule, cannot wholly do without symbol and image, inadequate to his vision though they must always be, for his experience must be expressed if it is to be communicated, and its actuality is inexpressible except in some sidelong way, some hint or parallel which will stimulate the dormant intuition of the reader, and convey, as all poetic language does, something beyond its surface sense. Hence the enormous part which is played in all mystical writings by symbolism and imagery, and also by that rhythmic and exalted language, which induces in sensitive persons something of the languid ecstasy of dream. The close connection between rhythm and heightened states of consciousness is as yet little understood. Its further investigation will probably throw much light on ontological as well as psychological problems. Mystical, no less than musical and poetic perception, tends naturally, we know not why, to present itself in rhythmical periods, a feature which is also strongly marked in writings obtained in the automatic state. So constant is this law in some subjects that Baron von Hegel, in his biography of St. Catherine of Genoa, has adopted the presence or absence of rhythm as a test whereby to distinguish the genuine utterances of the saint from those wrongly attributed to her by successive editors of her legend. All kinds of symbolic language come naturally to the articulate mystic, who is usually a literary artist as well, so naturally that he sometimes forgets to explain that his utterance is but symbolic, a desperate attempt to translate the truth of that world into the beauty of this. It is here that mysticism joins hands with music and poetry. Had this fact always been recognized by its critics, they would have been saved from many regrettable and some ludicrous misconceptions. Symbol, the clothing which the spiritual borrows from the material plane, is a form of artistic expression. That is to say, it is not literal but suggestive, though the artist who uses it may sometimes lose sight of this distinction. Hence the persons who imagine that the spiritual marriage of St. Catherine or St. Teresa veils a perverted sexuality, that the vision of the Sacred Heart involved an incredible anatomical experience, or that the divine inebriation of the Sufis is the apotheosis of drunkenness, do but advertise their ignorance of the mechanism of the arts, like the lady who thought that Blake must be mad because he said that he had touched the sky with his finger. Further, the study of the mystics, the keeping company however humbly with their minds, brings with it, as music or poetry does but in a far greater degree, a strange exhilaration, as if we were brought near to some mighty source of being, were at last on the verge of the secret which all seek. The symbols displayed, the actual words employed, when we analyze them, are not enough to account for such effect. It is rather that these messages from the waking transcendental self of another stir our own deeper selves in their sleep. It were hardly an extravagance to say that those writings which are the outcome of true and first-hand mystical experience may be known by this power of imparting to the reader the sense of exalted and extended life. All mystics, says St. Martin, speak the same language, for they come from the same country. The deep undying life which nests within us came from that country too, and it recognizes the accents of home, though it cannot always understand what they would say. Now, returning to our original undertaking, that of defining if we can the characteristics of true mysticism, I think that we have already reached a point at which William James's celebrated 4 marks of the mystic state, ineffability, noetic quality, transiency, and passivity, will fail to satisfy us. In their place, I propose to set out, illustrate, and I hope, justify 4 other rules or notes, which may be applied as tests to any given case, which claims to take rank amongst the mystics. 1. True mysticism is active and practical, not passive and theoretical. It is an organic life process, a something which the whole self does, not something as to which its intellect holds an opinion. 2. Its aims are wholly transcendental and spiritual. It is in no way concerned with adding to, exploring, rearranging, or improving anything in the visible universe. The mystic brushes aside that universe even in its most supernormal manifestations. Though he does not, as his enemies declare, neglect his duty to the many, his heart is always set upon the changeless one. 3. This one is for the mystic, not merely the reality of all that is, but also a living and personal object of love, never an object of exploration. It draws his whole being homeward, but always under the guidance of the heart. 4. Living union with this one, which is the term of his adventure, is a definite state or form of enhanced life. It is obtained neither from an intellectual realization of its delights, nor from the most acute emotional longings. Though these must be present, they are not enough. It is arrived at by a definite and arduous psychological process, the so-called mystic way, entailing the complete remaking of character and the liberation of a new, or rather latent, form of consciousness, which imposes on the self the condition which is sometimes inaccurately called ecstasy, but is better named the unitive state. Mysticism, then, is not an opinion, it is not a philosophy, it has nothing in common with the pursuit of occult knowledge. It is not merely the power of contemplating eternity, it is the name of that organic process which involves the perfect consummation of the love of God, the achievement here and now of the immortal heritage of man. Or, if you like it better, for this means exactly the same thing, it is the art of establishing his conscious relation with the Absolute. The movement of mystic consciousness towards this consummation is not merely the sudden admission to an overwhelming vision of truth. It is rather an ordered movement towards ever higher levels of reality, ever closer identification with the infinite. The mystic experience, says Rasijak, ends with the words, I live, yet not I, but God in me. This feeling of identification, which is the term of mystical activity, has a very important significance. In its early stages, the mystic consciousness feels the absolute in opposition to the self. As mystic activity goes on, it tends to abolish this opposition. When it has reached its term, the consciousness finds itself possessed by the sense of a being at one and the same time greater than the self, and identical with it, great enough to be God, intimate enough to be me. This is the mystic union, which is the only possible fulfillment of mystic love, since all that is not one must ever suffer with the wound of absence, and whoever in love's city enters, finds but room for one and but in oneness. Union. The history of mysticism is the history of the demonstration of this law upon the plane of reality. Now, how do these statements square with the practice of the great mystics, and with the various forms of activity which have been classified at one time or another as mystical? 1. Mysticism is practical, not theoretical. This statement taken alone? Not of course enough to identify mysticism, since it is equally true of magic, which also proposes to itself something to be done, rather than something to be believed. It at once comes into collision, however, with the opinions of the group of writers who believe mysticism to be the reaction of the born Platonist upon religion. The difference between such devout philosophers and the true mystic is the difference which the late Father Tyrrell defined as separating theology from revelation. Mysticism, like revelation, is final and personal. It is not merely a beautiful and suggestive diagram of experience, but is of the very stuff of life. In the superb words of Plotinus, it is the soul's solitary adventure, the flight of the alone to the alone. Its vision provides the material, the substance, the actual experience, upon which mystical philosophy cogitates, as the theologians cogitate upon the individual revelations which form the basis of faith. Hence those whom we are to accept as mystics must have received, and acted upon, intuitions of a truth, which is for them, absolute. If we are to acknowledge that they knew the doctrine, they must have lived the life, submitted to the interior travail of the mystic way, not merely have reasoned about the mystical experiences of others. We could not well dispense with our Christian Platonists and mystical philosophers. They are our stepping stones to higher things, interpret to our dull minds, entangled in the sense world, the ardent vision of those who speak to us from the dimension of reality. But they are no more mystics than the milestones on the Dover Road are travellers to Calais. Sometimes their words, the wistful words of those who know but cannot be, produce mystics, as the sudden sight of a sign, post pointing to the sea, will rouse the spirit of adventure in a boy. Also there are many instances of true mystics, such as Eckhart, who have philosophized upon their own experiences, greatly to the advantage of the world, and others. Plotinus is the most characteristic example of Platonic philosophers who have passed far beyond the limits of their own philosophy, and abandoned the making of diagrams for an experience, however imperfect, of the reality at which these diagrams hint. It were more accurate to reverse the epigram above stated, and say, that Platonism is the reaction of the born intellectualist upon mystical truth. Over and over again the great mystics tell us, not how they speculated, but how they acted. To them, the passage from the life of sense to the life of spirit is a veritable undertaking, which demands effort and constancy. The paradoxical quiet of the contemplative is but the outward stillness essential to inward work. Their favorite symbols are those of action, battle, search, and pilgrimage. In an obscure night fevered with love's anxiety, oh hapless, happy plight! I went, none seeing me, forth from my house, where all things quiet be, said St. John of the Cross, in his poem of the mystic quest. It became evident to me, says Al-Ghazali of his own search for mystic truth, that the Sufis are men of intuition and not men of words. I recognized that I had learnt all that can be learnt of Sufism by study, and that the rest could not be learnt by study or by speech. Let no one suppose, says the Theologia Germanica, that we may attain to this true light and perfect knowledge, by hearsay, or by reading and study, nor yet by high skill and great learning. It is not enough, says Gerlach Peterson, to know by estimation merely, but we must know by experience. So Mechthild of Magdeburg says of her revelations, the writing of this book was seen, heard, and experienced in every limb. I see it with the eyes of my soul, and hear it with the ears of my eternal spirit. The invitation of the mystic life is to come and see. The promise of the mystic life is that we shall attain to see. Those who suppose it to be merely a pleasing consciousness of the divine in the world, a sense of the otherness of things, a basking in the beams of the uncreated light, are only playing with reality. True mystical achievement is the most complete and most difficult expression of life which is as yet possible to man. It is at once an act of love, an act of union, and an act of supreme perception, a trinity of experiences which meets and satisfies the three activities of the self. Religion might give us the first, and metaphysics the third of these processes. Only mysticism can offer the middle term of the series, the essential link which binds the three in one. Secrets, says St. Catherine of Siena, are revealed to a friend who has become one thing with his friend and not to a servant. 2. Mysticism is an entirely spiritual activity. This rule provides us with a further limitation, which of course excludes all the practices of magic, and of magical religion, even in their most exalted and least materialistic forms. As we shall see when we come to consider these persons, their object, not necessarily an illegitimate one, is to improve and elucidate the visible by help of the invisible, to use the supernormal powers of the self for the increase of power, virtue, happiness, or knowledge. The mystic never turns back on himself in this way, or tries to combine the advantages of two worlds. At the term of his development he knows God by communion, and this direct intuition of the absolute kills all lesser cravings. He possesses God, and needs nothing more. Though he will spend himself ceaselessly and tirelessly for other men, become an agent of the eternal goodness, he is destitute of supersensual ambitions, craves no occult knowledge or power. Having his eyes set on eternity, his consciousness steeped in it, he can well afford to tolerate the entanglements of time. His spirit, says Tauler, is as it were sunk and lost in the abyss of the deity, and loses the consciousness of all creature distinctions. All things are gathered together in one with the divine sweetness, and the man's being is so penetrated with the divine substance that he loses himself therein, as a drop of water is lost in a cask of strong wine. And thus the man's spirit is so sunk in God in divine union, that he loses all sense of distinction, and there remains a secret, still union, without cloud or color. I wish not, said St. Catherine of Genoa, for anything that comes forth from thee, but only for thee, O sweetest love. The soul, says Plotinus in one of his most profound passages, having now arrived at the desired end, and participating of deity, will know that the supplier of true life is then present. She will likewise then require nothing farther, for, on the contrary, it will be requisite to lay aside other things, to stop in this alone, amputating everything else with which she is surrounded. 3. The business and method of mysticism is love. Here is one of the most distinctive notes of true mysticism, a note which marks it off from every other kind of transcendental theory and practice, and provides the answer to the question with which our last chapter closed. It is the eager, outgoing activity whose driving power is generous love, not the absorbent indrawing activity which strives only for new knowledge, that is fruitful in the spiritual as well as in the physical world. Having said this, however, we must add, as we did when speaking of the heart, that the word love as applied to the mystics is to be understood in its deepest, fullest sense, as the ultimate expression of the self's most vital tendencies. not as the superficial affection or emotion often dignified by this name. Mystic love is the offspring of the celestial Venus, the deep-seated desire and tendency of the soul towards its source. It is a condition of humble access, a life movement of the self, more direct in its methods, more valid in its results, even in the hands of the least lettered of its adepts, than the most piercing intellectual vision of the greatest philosophic mind. Over and over again the mystics insist upon this. For silence is not God, nor speaking is not God, fasting is not God, nor eating is not God, onliness is not God, nor company is not God, nor yet any of all the other two such quantities. He is hid between them, and may not be found by any work of thy soul but all, only by love of thine heart. He may not be known by reason, he may not be gotten by thought, nor concluded by understanding, but he may be loved and chosen with the true lovely will of thine heart. Such a blind shot with the sharp dart of longing love may never fail of the prick, the which is God. Come down quickly, says the incomprehensible Godhead to the soul that has struggled like Zacchaeus to the topmost branches of the theological tree, for I would dwell with you today. And this swift descent which God demands is simply an immersion by love and desire in that abyss of the Godhead, which the intellect cannot understand. Here, where the intelligence must rest without, love and desire can enter in. One might compile volumes of extracts from the works of the mystics illustrative of this rule, which is indeed its central principle. For love, says Roll, truly suffers not a loving soul to bide in itself, but ravishes it out to the lover, that the soul is more there where it loves, than where the body is that lives and feels it. O singular joy of love everlasting, he says again, that ravishes all his to heavens above all worlds, them binding with bands of virtue. O dear charity, in earth that has thee not is naught wrought whatever it hath. He truly in thee that is busy, to joy above earthly is soon lifted. O merry love, strong, ravishing, burning, wilful, strong, unslaked, that all my soul brings to thy service, and suffers to think on nothing but thee. O clear charity, come into me and take me into thee, and so present me before my Maker. Thou art a savour well tasting, sweetness well smelling, a pleasing odour, a cleansing heat, a comfort endlessly lasting. Thou makest men contemplative, heaven gate thou openest, mouths of accusers thou dost shut, God thou makest to be seen, and multitude of sins thou hidest. We praise thee, we preach thee, by thee the world we quickly overcome, by whom we joy and the heavenly ladder we ascend. Love to the mystic then is, the active conative expression of his will and desire for the absolute, be his innate tendency to that absolute, his spiritual weight. He is only thoroughly natural, thoroughly alive, when he is obeying its voice. For him it is the source of joy, the secret of the universe, the vivifying principle of things. In the words of Racijak, mysticism claims to be able to know the unknowable without any help from dialectics, and believes that, by the way of love and will, it reaches a point to which thought alone is unable to attain. Again, it is the heart, and never the reason, which leads us to the absolute. Hence in St. Catherine of Siena's exquisite allegory, it is the feet of the soul's affection, which brings it first to the bridge, for the feet carry the body, as affection carries the soul. Page after page of the jewels of mystical literature glow with this intimate and impassioned love of the absolute, which transcends the dogmatic language in which it is clothed and become applicable to mystics of every race and creed. There is little difference in this between the extremes of Eastern and Western thought, between Kempis the Christian and Jalaluddin, the Moslem saint. How great a thing is love, great above all other goods, for alone it makes all that is heavy light, and bears evenly all that is uneven. Love would be aloft, nor will it be kept back by any lower thing. Love would be free, and estranged from all worldly affection, that its inward sight be not hindered, that it may not be entangled by any temporal comfort, nor succumb to any tribulation. Naught is sweeter than love, naught stronger, naught higher, naught wider. There is no more joyous, fuller, better thing in heaven or earth, for love is born of God, and cannot rest save in God, above all created things. The lover flies, runs, and rejoices. He is free, and cannot be restrained. He gives all for all, and has all in all, for he rests in one supreme above all, from whom all good flows and proceeds. He looks not at the gift, but above all goods turns himself to the giver. He, who loves, knows the cry of this voice, for his burning affection of the soul is a loud cry in the ears of God when it saith, My God, my love, thou art all mine, and I am all thine. So much for the Christian. Now for the Persian mystic. While the thought of the beloved fills our hearts, all our work is to do him service and spend life for him. Wherever he kindles his destructive torch, myriads of lovers' souls are burnt therewith. The lovers who dwell within the sanctuary are moths burnt with the torch of the beloved's face. O heart, hasten thither, for God will shine upon you, and seem to you a sweet garden instead of a terror. He will infuse into your soul a new soul, so as to fill you like a goblet with wine. Take up your abode in his soul. Take up your abode in heaven, O bright full moon. Like the heavenly scribe, he will open your heart's book, that he may reveal mysteries unto you. Well might Hilton say that perfect love maketh God and the soul to be as if they both together were but one thing. And taller that the well of life is love, and he who dwelleth not in love is dead. When I love God with my will, I transform myself into him, says St. Bernard, for this is the power or virtue of love, that it maketh thee to be like unto that which thou lovest. These, nevertheless, are objective and didactic utterances, though their substance may be, probably is, personal, their form is not. But if we want to see what it really means to be in love with the Absolute, how intensely actual to the mystic is the object of his passion, how far removed from the sphere of pious duty, or of philosophic speculation, how concrete, positive and dominant such a passion may be, we must study the literature of autobiography, not that of poetry or exhortation. Haikus. For this purpose, rather than the well-known self-analyses of St. Augustine, St. Teresa or Suso, which are accessible to everyone, the more private confessions of that remarkable and neglected mystic Dame Gertrude Moore, contained in her Spiritual Exercises. This nun, great-great-granddaughter of Sir Thomas More, and favorite pupil of the celebrated Benedictine contemplative, the Ven. Augustine Baker, exhibits the romantic and personal side of mysticism, far more perfectly than even St. Teresa, whose works were composed for her daughter's edification. She was an eager student of St. Augustine, my dear, dear saint, as she calls him more than once. He has evidently influenced her language, but her passion is her own. Remember that Gertrude Moore's confessions represent the most secret conversations of her soul with God. They were not meant for publication, but written for the most part on blank leaves in her breviary, were discovered and published after her death. She called them, says the title page with touching simplicity, Amor Ordinem Nescit, and Idiot's Devotions. Her only spiritual father and director, Father Baker, styled them Confessiones Amantis, a lover's confessions. Amans Deum anima sub Deo despicit universa. A soul that loveth God despiseth all things that be inferior unto God. The spirit of her little book is summed up in 2 epigrams of which her contemporary, Crashaw, might have been proud. To give all for love is a most sweet bargain. Oh, let me love, or not live. Surely a nobler concept of the devoirs of spiritual chivalry than St. Teresa's more celebrated and uncompromising alternative, aut pati aut mori. Love indeed was her life, and she writes of it with a rapture which recalls at one moment St. Francis de Sales, at another the love songs of the Elizabethan poets. Never was there, or can there be imagined such a love, as is between an humble soul and thee. Who can express what passeth between such a soul and thee? Verily neither man nor angel is able to do it sufficiently. In thy praise I am only happy, in which my joy, I will exult with all that love thee. For what can be a comfort while I live separated from thee, but only to remember that my God, who is more mine than I am, my own, is absolutely and infinitely happy. Out of this true love between a soul and thee, there ariseth such a knowledge in the soul, that it loatheth all that is an impediment to her further proceeding in the love of thee. O love, love, even by naming thee, my soul loatheth itself in thee. Nothing can satiate a reasonable soul, but only thou, and having of thee, who art indeed all, nothing could be said to be wanting to her. Blessed are the clean of heart, for they shall see God. O sight to be wished, desired and longed for, because once to have seen thee is to have learnt all things. Nothing can bring us to this sight but love. But what love must it be? Not a sensible love only, a childish love, a love which seeketh itself more than the beloved. No, no, but it must be an ardent love, a pure love, a courageous love, a love of charity, an humble love, and a constant love, not worn out with labors, not daunted with any difficulties. For that soul that hath set her whole love and desire on thee, can never find any true satisfaction, but only in thee. Who will not see that we have here no literary exercise, but the fruits of an experience of peculiar intensity? It answers exactly to one of the best modern definitions of mysticism, as in essence, the concentration of all the forces of the soul upon a supernatural object, conceived and loved as a living person. Love and desire, says the same critic, are the fundamental necessities, and where they are absent, man, even though he be a visionary, cannot be called a mystic. Such a definition, of course, is not complete. It is valuable, however, because it emphasizes the fact that all true mysticism is rooted in personality, and is therefore fundamentally a science of the heart. The passion which constrains the stars also constrains that starry thing, the soul. Attraction, desire, and union as the fulfillment of desire. This is the way life works, in the highest as in the lowest things. The mystic's outlook indeed is the lover's outlook. It has the same element of wildness, the same quality of selfless and quixotic devotion, the same combination of rapture and humility. This parallel is more than a pretty fancy, for mystic and lover, upon different planes, are alike responding to the call of the spirit of life, the language of human. Passion is tepid and insignificant beside the language in which the mystics try to tell the splendors of their love. They force upon the unprejudiced reader the conviction that they are dealing with an ardor far more burning for an object far more real. "This monk can give lessons to lovers," exclaimed Arthur Symons in astonishment of St. John of the Cross. It would be strange if he could not, since their finite passions are but the feeble images of his infinite one, their beloved the imperfect symbol of his first and only fair. "I saw him and sought him. One had him, and I wanted him," says Julian of Norwich, in a phrase which seems to sum up all the ecstasy and longing of man's soul. Only this mystic passion can lead us from our prison. Its brother, the desire of knowledge, may enlarge and improve the premises to an extent as yet undreamed of, but it can never unlock the doors. 4. Mysticism entails a definite psychological experience. That is to say, it shows itself not merely as an attitude of mind and heart, but as a form of organic life. It is not a theory of the intellect or a hunger, however passionate, of the heart, but a definite and peculiar development of the whole self, conscious and unconscious, under the spur of such a hunger. A remaking of the whole character on high levels in the interests of the transcendental life. The mystics are emphatic in their statement that spiritual desires are useless, unless they involve the movement of the whole self towards the real. Thus in the visions of Mechtild of Magdeburg, the soul spake thus to her desire: "Fare forth and see where my love is. Say to him that I desire to love." So desire sped forth, for she is quick of her nature, and came to the Empyrean and cried, "Great Lord, open and let me in." Then said the householder of that place, "What means this fiery eagerness?" Desire replied, "Lord, I would have thee. Know that my lady can no longer bear to live. If thou wouldst flow forth to her, then might she swim, but the fish cannot long exist that is left stranded on the shore. Go back, said the Lord. I will not let thee in unless thou bring to me that hungry soul, for it is in this alone that I take delight. We have said that the full mystic consciousness is extended in two distinct directions, so too there are two distinct sides to the full mystical experience. A. The vision or consciousness of absolute perfection. B. The inward transmutation to which that vision compels the mystic, in order that he may be to some extent worthy of that which he has beheld, may take his place within the order of reality. He has seen the perfect. He wants to be perfect too. The third term, the necessary bridge between the absolute and the self, can only, he feels, be moral and spiritual transcendence, in a word, sanctity. For the only means of attaining the absolute lies in adapting ourselves to it. The moral virtues are for him then, the obligatory ornaments of the spiritual marriage as Riesbrecht called them, though far more than their presence is needed to bring that marriage about. Unless this impulse for moral perfection be born in him, this travail of the inner life begun, he is no mystic, though he may well be a visionary, a prophet, a mystical poet. Moreover, this process of transmutation, this rebuilding of the self on higher levels, will involve the establishment within the field of consciousness, the making central for life, of those subconscious spiritual perceptions which are the primary material of mystical experience. The end and object of this inward alchemy will be the raising of the whole self to the condition in which conscious and permanent union with the Absolute takes place, and man, ascending to the summit of his manhood, enters into that greater life for which he was made. In its journey towards this union, the subject passes through certain well-marked phases, which constitute what is known as the mystic way. This statement rules out, from the true mystic kingdom, all merely sentimental and affective piety and visionary poetry, no less than mystical philosophy. It brings us back to our first proposition, the concrete and practical nature of the mystical act. More than the apprehension of God, then, more than the passion for the absolute, is needed to make a mystic. These must be combined with an appropriate psychological makeup, with a nature capable of extraordinary concentration, an exalted moral emotion, a nervous organization of the artistic type. All these are necessary to the successful development of the mystic life process. In the experience of the mystics who have left us the records of their own lives, the successive stages of this life process are always traceable. In the second part of this book, they will be found worked out at some length. Rolle, Suso, Madame Guyon, Saint Teresa, and many others have left us valuable self-analyses for comparison, and from them we see how arduous, how definite, and how far removed from mere emotional or intellectual activity is that educational discipline by which the eye which looks upon eternity is able to come to its own. One of the marks of the true mystic, says Luber, is the tenacious and heroic energy with which he pursues a definite moral ideal. He is, says Pachot, the pilgrim of an inward odyssey. Though we may be amazed and delighted by his adventures and discoveries on the way, to him the voyage and the end are all. The road on which we enter is a royal road which leads to heaven, says Saint Teresa. Is it strange that the conquest of such a treasure should cost us rather dear? It is one of the many indirect testimonies to the objective reality of mysticism, that the stages of this road, the psychology of the spiritual ascent, as described to us by different schools of contemplatives, always present practically the same sequence of states. The School for Saints has never found it necessary to bring its curriculum up to date. The psychologist finds little difficulty, for instance, in reconciling the degrees of orison described by Saint Teresa: recollection, quiet, union, ecstasy, rapt, the pain of God, and the spiritual marriage of the soul, with the 4 forms of contemplation enumerated by Hugh of St. Victor, or the Sufis' 7 stages of the soul's ascent to God, which begin in adoration and end in spiritual marriage. Though each wayfarer may choose different landmarks, it is clear from their comparison that the road is one. 5. As a corollary to these 4 rules, it is perhaps well to reiterate the statement already made, that true mysticism is never self-seeking. It is not, as many think, the pursuit of supernatural joys, the satisfaction of a high ambition. The mystic does not enter on his quest because he desires the happiness of the beatific vision, the ecstasy of union with the Absolute, or any other personal reward. In that strange, extravagant, and heroic character which calls itself a Christian mystic, that noblest of all passions, the passion for perfection for love's sake, far outweighs the desire for transcendental satisfaction. O love, said St. Catherine of Genoa, I do not wish to follow thee for sake of these delights, but solely from the motive of true love. Those who do otherwise are only, in the plain words of St. John of the Cross, spiritual gluttons, or, in the milder metaphor here adopted, magicians of the more high-minded sort. The true mystic claims no promises and makes no demands. He goes because he must, as Galahad went towards the Grail, knowing that for those who can live it, this alone is life. He never rests in that search for God which he holds to be the fulfillment of his highest duty, yet he seeks without any certainty of success. He holds with St. Bernard that he alone is God who can never be sought in vain, not even when he cannot be found. With Mechtild of Magdeburg, he hears the Absolute saying in his soul, O soul, before the world was I longed for thee, and I still long for thee, and thou for me. Therefore when our 2 desires unite, love shall be fulfilled. Like his type, the devout lover of romance, then, the mystic serves without hope of reward. By one of the many paradoxes of the spiritual life, he obtains satisfaction because he does not seek it, completes his personality because he gives it up. Attainment, says Dionysius, the Areopagite in words which are writ large on the annals of Christian ecstasy, comes only by means of this sincere, spontaneous, and entire surrender of yourself and all things. Only with the annihilation of selfhood comes the fulfillment of love. Where the mystic asks the cause of his often extraordinary behavior, his austere and steadfast quest, it is unlikely that his reply would contain any reference to sublime illumination or unspeakable delights. It is more probable that he would answer in some such words as those of Jacob Bailly, I am not come to this meaning, or to this work, and knowledge through my own reason, or through my own will and purpose. Neither have I sought this knowledge nor so much as to know anything concerning it. I sought only for the heart of God, therein to hide myself. It has been well said that such a search is not the quest of joy, but the satisfaction of a craving impelled by the spur of necessity. This craving is the craving of the soul, unable to rest in those symbols of the sensual world which only feed the little tract of normal consciousness, to attain that fullness of life for which she was made, to lose herself in that which can be neither seen nor touched. Giving herself entirely to this sovereign object, without belonging either to herself or to others, united to the unknown by the most noble part of herself, and because of her renouncement of knowledge, finally drawing from this absolute ignorance, a knowledge which the understanding knows not how to attain. Mysticism, then, is seen as the one way out for the awakened spirit of man. It is the healing of that human incompleteness, which is the origin of our divine unrest, the inevitable reaction of the fully conscious, fully living soul upon eternal truth, true love, and loved eternity. I am sure, says Eckhart, that if a soul knew the very least of all that being means, it would never turn away from it. As the mystics have never turned away, to do so would have seemed to them a self-destructive act. Here, in this world of illusion, they say, we have no continuing city. This statement, to you a proposition, is to us the central fact of life. Therefore, it is necessary to hasten our departure from hence, and to be indignant that we are bound in one part of our nature, in order that with the whole of ourselves, we may fold ourselves about divinity, and have no part void of contact with him. To sum up, mysticism is seen to be a highly specialized form of that search for reality, for heightened and completed life, which we have found to be a constant characteristic of human consciousness. It is largely prosecuted by that spiritual spark, that transcendental faculty, which, though the life of our life, remains below the threshold in ordinary men. Emerging from its hiddenness in the mystic, it gradually becomes the dominant factor in his life, subduing to its service, and enhancing by its saving contact with reality, those vital powers of love and will which we attribute to the heart, rather than those of mere reason and perception, which we attribute to the head. Under the spur of this love and will, the whole personality rises in the acts of contemplation and ecstasy to a level of consciousness, at which it becomes aware of a new field of perception. By this awareness, by this loving sight, it is stimulated to a new life in accordance with the reality which it has beheld. So strange and exalted is this life, that it never fails to provoke either the anger or the admiration of other men. If the great Christian mystics, says Luber, could by some miracle be all brought together in the same place, each in his habitual environment, there to live, according to his manner, the world would soon perceive that they constitute one of the most amazing and profound variations of which the human race has yet been witness. A discussion of mysticism as a whole will therefore include two branches. First, the life process of the mystic, the remaking of his personality, the method by which his peculiar consciousness of the absolute is attained, and faculties which have been evolved to meet the requirements of the phenomenal, are enabled to do work on the transcendental plane. This is the mystic way in which the self passes through the states or stages of development, which were codified by the Neoplatonists, and after them by the medieval mystics, as purgation, illumination, and ecstasy. Secondly, the content of the mystical field of perception, the revelation under which the contemplative becomes aware of the absolute. This will include a consideration of the so-called doctrines of mysticism, the attempts of the articulate mystic to sketch for us the world into which he has looked, in language which is only adequate to the world in which the rest of us dwell. Here the difficult question of symbolism and of symbolic theology comes in, a point upon which many promising expositions of the mystics have been wrecked. It will be our business to strip off as far as may be the symbolic wrapping, and attempt a synthesis of these doctrines, to resolve the apparent contradictions of objective and subjective revelations, of the ways of negation and affirmation, emanation and immanence, surrender and deification, the divine dark and the inward light, and finally to exhibit, if we can, the essential unity of that experience, in which the human soul enters consciously into the presence of God. Chapter 5, Mysticism and Theology. In the last chapter, we tried to establish a distinction between the mystic who tastes supreme experience, and the mystical philosopher who cogitates upon the data so obtained. We have now, however, to take account mystic is also very often a mystical of the fact that the true philosopher, though there are plenty of mystical philosophers who are not and could never be mystics, because it is characteristic of the human self to reflect upon its experience, to use its percepts as material for the construction of a concept, most mystics have made or accepted a theory of their own adventures. Thus we have a mystical philosophy or theology, the comment of the intellect on the proceedings of spiritual intuition, running side by side with true or empirical mysticism, classifying its data, criticizing it, explaining it, and translating its vision of the supersensible into symbols which are amenable to dialectic. Such a philosophy is most usually founded upon the formal creed which the individual mystic accepts. It is characteristic of him that insofar as his transcendental activities are healthy, he is generally an acceptor and not a rejecter of such creeds. The view which regards the mystic as a spiritual anarchist receives little support from history, and which shows us, over and over again, the great mystics as faithful sons of the great religions. Almost any religious system which fosters unearthly love is potentially a nursery for mystics, and Christianity, Islam, Brahmanism, and Buddhism each receives its most sublime interpretation at their hands. Thus St. Teresa interprets her ecstatic apprehension of the Godhead in strictly Catholic terms. Thus Boehmer believed to the last that his explorations of eternity were consistent with the teaching of the Lutheran Church. Thus the Sufis were good Mohammedans, Philo and the Kabbalists were Orthodox Jews. Thus Plotinus even adapted, though with what difficulty, the relics of paganism to his doctrine of the real. Attempts, however, to limit mystical truth, the direct apprehension of the divine substance, to the formulae of any one religion, are as futile as the attempt to identify a precious metal with the dye which converts it into current coin. The dyes which the mystics have used are many. Their peculiarities and excrescences are always interesting, and sometimes highly significant. Some give a far sharper, more coherent impression than others. But the gold from which this diverse coinage is struck is always the same precious metal, always the same beatific vision of a goodness, truth, and beauty which is one. Hence its substance must always be distinguished from the accidents under which we perceive it, for this substance has a cosmic, and not a denominational importance. If, however, we are to understand the language of the mystics, it is evident that we must know a little of accident as well as of substance, that is to say, of the principal philosophies or religions which they have used in describing their adventures to the world. This being so, before we venture to apply ourselves to the exploration of theology proper, it will be well to consider the two extreme forms under which both mystics and theologians have been accustomed to conceive divine reality, that is to say, the so-called emanation theory and immanence theory of the transcendental world. Emanation and immanence are formidable words, which, though perpetually tossed to and fro by amateurs of religious philosophy, have probably, as they stand, little actuality for practical modern men. They are, however, root ideas for the maker of mystical diagrams, and his best systems are but attempts towards their reconciliation, since the aim of every mystic is union with God. It is obvious that the vital question in his philosophy must be the place which this God, the absolute of his quest, occupies in the scheme. Briefly, he has been conceived, or it were better to say presented, by the great mystics under two apparently contradictory modes. I, the opinion which is represented in its most extreme form by the above-mentioned theory of emanations, declares his utter transcendence. This view appears early in the history of Greek philosophy. It is developed by Dionysius, by the Kabbalists, by Dante, and is implied in the language of Rulman Merswin, and many other Christian ecstatics. The solar system is an almost perfect symbol of this concept of the universe, which finds at once its most rigid and most beautiful expression in Dante's Paradiso. The absolute Godhead is conceived as removed by a vast distance from the material world of sense, the last or lowest of that system of dependent worlds or states which, generated by or emanating from the unity or central sun, become less in spirituality and splendor, greater in multiplicity, the further they recede from their source. That source, the great countenance of the Absolute, can never, say the Kabbalists, be discerned by man. It is the unplumbed abyss of later mysticism, the cloud of unknowing wraps it from our sight. Only by its emanations or manifested attributes can we attain knowledge of it. By the outflow of these same manifested attributes and powers, the created universe exists, depending in the last resort on the latens deltas, who is therefore conceived as external to the world which he illuminates and vivifies. St. Thomas Aquinas virtually accepts the doctrine of emanations when he writes, "As all the perfections of creatures descend in order from God, who is the height of perfection, man should begin from the lower creatures and ascend by degrees, and so advance to the knowledge of God. And because in that roof and crown of all things God, we find the most perfect unity, and everything is stronger and more excellent the more thoroughly it is one. It follows that diversity and variety increase in things, the further they are removed from him who is the first principle of all." Suso, whose mystical system, like that of most Dominicans, is entirely consistent with Thomist philosophy, is really glossing Aquinas when he writes, "The supreme and superessential spirit has ennobled man by illuminating him with a ray from the eternal Godhead. Hence from out the great ring which represents the eternal Godhead there flow forth little rings, which may be taken to signify the high nobility of natural creatures." Obviously, if this theory of the absolute be accepted, the path of the soul's ascent to union with the divine must be literally a transcendence, a journey upward and outward through a long series of intermediate states or worlds till, having traversed the 32 paths of the tree of life, she at last arrives, in Kabbalistic language, at the crown fruit of knowledge of God. the abyss or divine dark of the Dionysian school, the Neoplatonic one. Such a series of worlds is symbolized by the 10 heavens of Dante, the hierarchies of Dionysius, the tree of life or Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, and receives its countersign in the inward experience, in the long journey of the self, through purgation and illumination to union. We ascend, says Saint Augustine, thy ways that be in our heart, and sing a song of degrees. We glow inwardly with thy fire, with thy good fire, and we go, because we go upwards to the peace of Jerusalem. This theory postulates, under normal and non-mystical conditions, the complete separation of the human and the divine, the temporal and the eternal worlds. Hence the language of pilgrimage, of exile, of a world which has fallen from perfection into illusion and must make a long and painful return, comes naturally to the mystic who apprehends reality under these terms. To him the mystical adventure is essentially a going forth from his normal self, and from his normal universe. Like the psalmist in his heart, he hath disposed to ascend by steps in this vale of tears, from the less to the more divine. He and with him the cosmos, for we must never forget that to mystical philosophy the soul of the individual subject is the microcosm of the soul of the world, has got to retrace the long road to the perfection from which it originally came forth, as the fish in Rulman Merswin's vision of 9 rocks, must struggle upwards from pool to pool, until they reach their origin. Such a way of conceiving reality accords with the type of mind which William James has denominated the sick soul. It is the mood of the contrite, of the penitent, of the utter humility which, appalled by the sharp contrast between itself and the perfect which it contemplates, can only cry out of the depths. It comes naturally to the kind of temperament which leans to pessimism, which sees a great gulf fixed between itself and its desire, and is above all things sensitive to the elements of evil and imperfection in its own character and in the normal experience of man. Permitting these elements to dominate its field of consciousness, wholly ignoring the divine aspect of the world of becoming, such a temperament constructs from its perceptions and prejudices the concept of a material world and a normal self, which is very far from God. 2. Immanence. At the opposite pole from this way of sketching reality is the extreme theory of immanence, so fashionable amongst liberal theologians at the present time. To the holders of this theory, who belong of necessity to Professor James's healthy-minded or optimistic class, the quest of the absolute is no long journey, but a realization of something which is implicit in the self and in the universe, an opening of the eyes of the soul upon the reality in which it is bathed. For them earth is literally crammed with heaven. Thou wert eyes, but dark was my heart. I knew not the secret transcendent, says Tuwekal Beg, a Moslem mystic of the 17th century. This is always the cry of the temperament which leans to a theology of immanence, once its eyes are opened on the light. God, says Plotinus, is not external to anyone, but is present with all things, though they are ignorant that he is so. In other and older words, the Spirit of God is within you. The Absolute whom all seek does not hold himself aloof from an imperfect material universe, but dwells within the flux of things, stands as it were at the very threshold of consciousness and knocks, awaiting the self-slow discovery of her treasures. He is not far from any one of us, for in him we live and move and have our being, is the pure doctrine of immanence, a doctrine whose teachers are drawn from amongst the souls which react more easily to the touch of the divine than to the sense of alienation and of sin, and are naturally inclined to love rather than to awe. The truth that God and man initially meet where man is most inward, that is in the spark or ground of the soul, is the cardinal fact in their experience of the transcendental world. Unless safeguarded by limiting dogmas, the theory of immanence, taken alone, is notoriously apt to degenerate into pantheism, and into those extravagant perversions of the doctrine of deification in which the mystic holds his transfigured self to be identical with the indwelling God. It is the philosophical basis of that practice of introversion, the turning inwards of the soul's faculties in contemplation, which has been the method of the great practical mystics of all creeds. That God, since he is in all, in a sense is all, may most easily be found within ourselves, is the doctrine of these adventurers, who, denying or ignoring the existence of those intervening worlds or planes between the material world and the absolute, which are postulated by the theory of emanations, claim with Ruysbroeck that by a simple introspection in fruitive love, they meet God without intermediary. When they hear the Father of Light saying eternally, without intermediary or interruption, in the most secret part of the Spirit, the one unique and abysmal word, this divine essence, or substance, which the introversive mystic finds dwelling, as Ruysbroeck says, at the apex of man's spirit, is the spark of the soul of Eckhart, the ground of Tauler, the inward light of the Quakers, the divine principle of some modern transcendentalists, the fount and source of all true life. At this point, words and definitions fail mystic and theologian alike. A tangle of metaphors takes their place. He is face to face with the wonder of wonders, that most real of all experiences, the union of human and divine, in a nameless something which is great enough to be God, small enough to be me. Hence at one moment the spark of the soul is presented to us as the divine to which the self attains, at another, as that transcendental aspect of the self which is in contact with God. On either hypothesis it is, that in which the mystic encounters absolute being, and constitutes his guarantee of God's immediate presence in the human heart, and, if in the human heart, then in that universe of which man's soul resumes in miniature the essential characteristics. According to the doctrine of immanence, creation, the universe, could we see it as itis, would be perceived as the self-development, the self-unfolding of this indwelling deity. The world is not projected from the absolute, but rather enshrines it. I understood, says Saint Teresa, how our Lord was in all things, and how he was in the soul, and the illustration of a sponge filled with water was suggested to me. The world process, then, is the slow coming to fruition of that divine spark, which is latent alike in the cosmos and in man. If, says Boehme, thou conceivest a small minute circle, as small as a grain of mustard seed, yet the heart of God is wholly and perfectly therein, and if thou art born in God, then there is in thy self in the circle of thy life, the whole heart of God undivided. The idea of immanence has seldom been more beautifully expressed. It is worth noticing that both the theological theories of reality which have been acceptable to the mystics implicitly declare, as modern science does, that the universe is not static but dynamic, a world of becoming. According to the doctrine of immanence, this universe is free, self-creative, the divine nests within it. No part is more removed from the Godhead than any other part. God, says Eckhart, is nearer to me than I am to myself. He is just as near to wood and stone, but they do not know it. These two apparently contradictory explanations of the invisible have both been held, and that in their extreme form, by the mystics, who have found in both adequate and indeed necessary diagrams by which to demonstrate their experience of reality. Some of the least lettered and most inspired amongst them, for instance St. Catherine of Siena, Lady Julian of Norwich, and some of the most learned, as Dionysius the Areopagite and Meister Eckhart, have actually used in their rhapsodies language appropriate to both the theories of emanation and of immanence. It would seem then that both these theories must veil the truth, and that it is the business of a sound mystical philosophy to reconcile them. It is too often forgotten by quarrelsome partisans of a concrete turn of mind, that at best all these transcendental theories are only symbols, methods, diagrams, feebly attempting the representation of an experience, which is always the same, and whose dominant characteristic is its ineffability. Hence they insist with tiresome monotony that Dionysius must be wrong if Taula be right, that it is absurd to call yourself the friend of God if unknowableness be that God's first attribute, that Plato's perfect beauty and Catherine of Siena's acceptor of sacrifices cannot be the same, that the courteous and dear worthy Lord who said to Lady Julian, "My darling, I am glad that thou art come to me, in all thy woe I have ever been with thee," rules out the formless and impersonal one of Plotinus, the triple circle of Suso and Dante. Finally, that if God be truly immanent in the material world, it is either sin or folly to refuse that world in order that we may find him, and if introversion be right, a plan of the universe which postulates intervening planes between absolute being and the phenomenal world must be wrong. Now as regards the mystics, of whom we hold both these doctrines, these ways of seeing truth, for what else is a doctrine but that? It is well to remind ourselves that their teaching about the relation of the absolute to the finite, of God to the phenomenal world, must be founded in the first instance on what they know by experience of the relation between that absolute and the individual self. This experience is the valid part of mysticism, the thing which gives to it its unique importance amongst systems of thought, the only source of its knowledge. Everything else is really guessing aided by analogy. When therefore the mystic, applying to the universe what he knows to be true in respect of his own soul, describes divine perfection as very far removed from the material world, yet linked with it by a graduated series of emanations, states or qualities which have each of them something of the godlike, though they be not God. He is trying to describe the necessary life process which he has himself passed through in the course of his purgation and spiritual ascent from the state of the natural man to that other state of harmony with the spiritual universe, sometimes called deification, in which he is able to contemplate and unite with the divine. We have in the Divina Commedia a classic example of such a twofold vision of the inner and the outer worlds. For Dante's journey up and out to the Empyrean heaven is really an inward alchemy, an ordering and transmuting of his nature, a purging of his spiritual sight till, transcending all derived beatitude, it can look for an instant on the being of God. The mystic assumes, because he always assumes an orderly basis for things, that there is a relation, an analogy, between this microcosm of man's self and the macrocosm of the world self. Hence his experience, the geography of the individual quest, appears to him good evidence of the geography of the invisible, since he must transcend his natural life in order to attain consciousness of God. He conceives of God as essentially transcendent to the natural world. His description of that geography, however, of his path in a land where there is no time and space, no inner and no outer, up or down, will be conditioned by his temperament, by his powers of observation, by the metaphor which comes most readily to his hand, above all by his theological education. The so-called journey itself is a psychological experience, the purging and preparation of the self, its movement to higher levels of consciousness, its unification with that more spiritual but normally subconscious self which is in touch with the transcendental order, and its gradual or abrupt entrance into union with the real. Sometimes it seems to the self that this performance is a retreat inwards to that ground of the soul where, as Saint Teresa says, His Majesty awaits us, sometimes a going forth from the conditioned to the unconditioned, the supernatural flight of Plotinus and Dionysius, the Areopagite. Both are but images under which the self conceives the process of attaining conscious union with that God who is at once immanent and transcendent in relation to the soul which shares his life. He has got to find God. The quest is long, the end amazing. Sometimes his temperament causes him to lay most stress on the length of the search, sometimes the abrupt rapture which brings it to a close makes him forget that preliminary pilgrimage, in which the soul is not outward bound, but rather on a journey to its center. The habitations of the interior castle, through which Saint Teresa conducts the ardent disciple to that hidden chamber, which is the sanctuary of the indwelling God, the hierarchies of Dionysius, ascending from the selfless service of the angels, past the seraph's burning love to the God enthroned above, time and space, the mystical paths of the Kabbalistic tree of life, which lead from the material world of Malkuth through the universes of action and thought, by mercy, justice and beauty to the supernal crown. All these are different ways of seeing this same pilgrimage. As everyone is born a disciple of either Plato or Aristotle, so every human soul leans to one of these two ways of apprehending reality. The artist, the poet, everyone who looks with awe and rapture on created things, acknowledges in this act the immanent God. The ascetic, and that intellectual ascetic the metaphysician, turning from the created, denying the senses in order to find afar off the uncreated, unconditioned source is really, though often he knows it not, obeying that psychological law which produced the doctrine of emanations. A good map then, a good mystical philosophy, will leave room for both these ways of interpreting experience. It will mark the routes by which many different temperaments claim to have found their way to the same end. It will acknowledge both the aspects under which the Patria Splendida truth has appeared to its lovers, the aspects which have called forth the theories of emanation and immanence, and are enshrined in the Greek and Latin names of God, Deus, whose root means day, shining, the transcendent light, and Theos, whose true meaning is supreme desire or prayer, the inward love, do not contradict, but complete each other. They form, when taken together, an almost perfect definition of that absolute which is the object of the mystic's desire, the divine love which, being born in the soul, spurs on that soul to union with the transcendent and absolute light which is at once the source, the goal, the life of created things. The true mystic, the person with a genius for God, hardly needs a map himself. He steers a compass course across the vast and stormy sea of the divine. It is characteristic of his intellectual humility, however, that he is always willing to use the map of the community in which he finds himself. When it comes to showing other people the route which he has pursued, sometimes these maps have been adequate. More, they have elucidated the obscure wanderings of the explorer, helped him, given him landmarks, worked outright. Time after time he puts his finger on some spot, some great hill of vision, some city of the soul, and says with conviction, "Here have I been." At other times the maps have embarrassed him, have refused to fit in with his description. Then he has tried, as Behmer did and after him Blake, to make new ones. Such maps are often wild in drawing, because good draftsmanship does not necessarily go with a talent for exploration. Departing from the usual convention, they are hard, sometimes impossible, to understand. As a result, the Orthodox have been forced to regard their makers as madmen or heretics, when they were really only practical men struggling to disclose great matters by imperfect means. Now, without prejudice to individual beliefs, and without offering an opinion as to the exclusive truth of any one religious system or revelation, for here we are concerned, neither with controversy, nor with apologetics, we are bound to allow as a historical fact that mysticism, so far, has found its best map in Christianity, Christian philosophy, especially that Neoplatonic theology which, taking up and harmonizing all that was best in the spiritual intuitions of Greece, India, and Egypt, was developed by the great doctors of the early and medieval church, supports and elucidates the revelations of the individual mystic, as no other system of thought has been able to do. We owe to the great fathers of the first 5 centuries, to Clement of Alexandria and Irenaeus, Gregory of Nyssa and Augustine, above all to Dionysius the Areopagite, the great Christian contemporary of Proclus, the preservation of that mighty system of scaffolding, which enabled the Catholic mystics to build up the towers and bulwarks of the city of God. The peculiar virtue of this Christian philosophy, that which marks its superiority to the more coldly self-consistent systems of Greece, is the fact that it restates the truths of metaphysics in terms of personality, thus offering a third term, a living mediator between the unknowable God, the unconditioned absolute, and the conditioned self. This was the priceless gift which the wise men received in return for their gold, frankincense, and myrrh. This solves the puzzle which all explorers of the supersensible have sooner or later to face, cum si convene l'imago al satio, the reconciliation of infinite and intimate, both known and felt, but neither understood. Such a third term, such a stepping stone, was essential if mysticism were ever to attain that active union, that fullness of life which is its object, and develop from a blind and egoistic rapture into fruitful and self-forgetting love, where non-Christian mystics, as a rule, have made a forced choice between the two great dogmatic expressions of their experience, A. the long pilgrimage towards a transcendent and unconditioned absolute, 3. the discovery of that absolute in the ground, or spiritual principle of the self. It has been possible to Christianity, by means of her central doctrine of the Trinity, to find room for both of them, and to exhibit them as that which they are in fact, the complementary parts of a whole. Even Dionysius, the godfather of the emanation doctrine, combines with his scheme of descending hierarchies the dogma of an indwelling God. And no writer is more constantly quoted by Meister Eckhart, who is generally considered to have preached immanence in its most extreme and pantheistic form. Further, the Christian atmosphere is the one in which the individual mystic has most often been able to develop his genius in a sane and fruitful way, and an overwhelming majority of the great European contemplatives have been Christians of a strong, impassioned, and personal type. This alone would justify us in regarding it as representing, at any rate in the West, the formal side of the true tradition, the path of least resistance through which that tradition flows. In many cases, the very heretics of Christianity have owed their greatness almost wholly to their mystical qualities. The Gnostics, the Fraticelli, the Brethren of the Free Spirit, the Quietists, the Quakers, are instances of this. In others, it was to an excessive reliance on reason when dealing with the supra-rational, and a corresponding absence of trust in mystical intuition that heresy was due. Arius and Pelagius are heretics of this type. The greatest mystics, however, have not been heretics but Catholic saints. In Christianity, the natural mysticism which, like natural religion, is latent in humanity, and at a certain point of development breaks out in every race, came to itself, and attributing for the first time true and distinct personality to its object, brought into focus the confused and unconditioned God, which Neoplatonism had constructed from the abstract concepts of philosophy blended with the intuitions of Indian ecstatics, and made the basis of its meditations on the real. It is a truism that the real claim of Christian philosophy on our respect does not lie in its exclusiveness, but in its Catholicity, in the fact that it finds truth in 100 different systems, accepts and elucidates Greek, Jewish, and Indian thought, fuses them in a coherent theology, and says to speculative thinkers of every time and place, whom therefore ye ignorantly worship, him declare I unto you. The voice of truth, which spoke once for all on Calvary, and there declared the ground plan of the universe, was heard more or less perfectly by all the great seers, the intuitive leaders of men, the possessors of genius for the real. There are few of the Christian names of God which were not known to the teachers of antiquity. To the Egyptians he was the Savior, to the Platonists the good, beautiful, and true, to the Stoics the Father and Companion. The very words of the fourth Gospel are anticipated by Cleanthes. Heraclitus knew the energizing fire of which Saint Bonaventura and Mechtilde of Magdeburg speak. Countless mystics, from Saint Augustine to Saint John of the Cross, echo again and again the language of Plotinus. It is true that the differentia which mark off Christianity from all other religions are strange and poignant, but these very differentia make of it the most perfect of settings for the mystic life. Its note of close intimacy, of direct and personal contact with a spiritual reality given here and now, its astonishing combination of splendor and simplicity, of the sacramental and transcendent, all these things minister to the needs of the mystical type. Hence the Christian system, or some colorable imitation of it, has been found essential by almost all the great mystics of the West. They adopt its nomenclature, explain their adventures by the help of its creed, identify their absolute with the Christian God. Amongst European mystics, the most usually quoted exception to this rule is Blake, yet it is curious to notice that the more inspired his utterance, the more passionately and dogmatically Christian even this hater of the churches becomes. We behold where death eternal is put off eternally. O Lamb assumed the dark satanic body in the Virgin's womb. O Lamb divine, it cannot thee annoy. O pitying one, thy pity is from the foundation of the world, and thy redemption begins already in eternity. This is the doctrine of the Incarnation in a nutshell here. St. Thomas himself would find little to correct. Of the two following extracts from Jerusalem, the first is but a poet's gloss on the Catholic's cry, O Felix culpa. The second is an almost perfect epitome of Christian theology and ethics. If I were pure, never could I taste the sweets of the forgiveness of sins. If I were holy, I never could behold the tears of love. O mercy, O divine humanity, O forgiveness, O pity and compassion. If I were pure, I should never have known thee. Wouldst thou love one who never died for thee, or ever die for one who had not died for thee? And if God dieth not for man, and giveth not himself eternally for man, man could not exist, for man is love as God is love. Every kindness to another is a little death in the divine image, nor can man exist but by brotherhood. What needs to be emphasized is this, that whether the dogmas of Christianity be or be not accepted on the scientific and historical plane, they are necessary to an adequate description of mystical experience, at least, of the fully developed dynamic mysticism of the West. We must therefore be prepared in reading the works of the contemplatives for much strictly denominational language, and shall be wise if we preface the encounter by some consideration of this language, and of its real meaning for those who use and believe it. No one needs, I suppose, to be told that the two chief features of Christian schematic theology are the dogmas of the Trinity and the Incarnation. They correlate and explain each other, forming together, for the Christian, the final key to the riddle of the world. The history of practical Christianity is the history of the attempt to exhibit their meaning in space and time. The history of mystical philosophy is the history, still incomplete, of the demonstration of their meaning in eternity. Some form of Trinitarian dogma is found to be essential, as a method of describing observed facts, the moment that mysticism begins, either A, to analyze its own psychological conditions, or B, to philosophize upon its intuitions of the absolute. It must, that is to say, divide the aspects under which it knows the Godhead, if it is to deal with them in a fruitful or comprehensible way. The unconditioned one, which is, for Neoplatonist and Catholic alike, the final object of the mystic quest, cannot of itself satisfy the deepest instincts of humanity, for man is aware that diversity in unity is a necessary condition if perfection of character is to be expressed. Though the idea of unity alone may serve to define the end, and though the mystics return to it again and again as a relief from that heresy of multiplicity by which they are oppressed, it cannot by itself be adequate to the description of the all. The first question then must be, how many of such aspects are necessary to the complete presentment of the mystic's position? How many faces of reality does he see? At the very least, as we have already seen, he must be aware of two aspects. A, that Holy Spirit within, that divine life by which his own life is transfused and upheld, and of which he becomes increasingly conscious as his education proceeds. B, that transcendent spirit without, the absolute, towards union with which the indwelling and increasingly dominant spirit of love pushes the developing soul. It is the function of ecstasy to fuse these two aspects of God, to bring back in mystical language the lover to the beloved, but it is no less the function of mystical philosophy to separate them. Over and over again, the mystics and their critics acknowledge, explicitly or implicitly, the necessity of this act. Thus even the rigid monotheism of Israel and Islam cannot, in the hands of the Kabbalists and the Sufis, get away from an essential dualism in the mystical experience. According to the Zohar, says Mr. A. E. Waite, its best modern student, God is considered as immanent in all that has been created or emanated, and yet is transcendent to all. So too the Sufis. God, they say, is to be contemplated A. outwardly in the imperfect beauties of the earth, B. inwardly by meditation. Further, since he is one, and in all things to conceive oneself as separate from God is an error. Yet only when one sees oneself as separate from God, can one reach out to God. Thus Delacroix, speaking purely as a psychologist, and denying to the mystical revelation, which he attributes exclusively to the normal content of the subliminal mind, any transcendental value, writes with entire approval of Saint Teresa that she set up externally to herself the definite God of the Bible, at the same time as she set up within her soul the confused God of the pseudo-Areopagite, the one of Neoplatonism. The first is her guarantee of the orthodoxy of the second, and prevents her from losing herself in an indistinction which is non-Christian. The confused God within is highly dangerous. Saint Teresa knew how to avoid this peril, and, served by her rich subconscious life, by the exaltation of her mental images, by her faculty of self-division on the one hand, on the other by her rare powers of unification, she realized, simultaneously a double state in which the two gods, i.e. the two ways of apprehending God, transcendence and immanence, were guarantees of each other, mutually consolidating and enriching one another. Such is the intellectual vision of the Trinity in the seventh habitation. It is probable that Saint Teresa, confronted by this astonishing analysis, would have objected that her Trinity, unlike that of her eulogist, consisted of three and not two persons. His language concerning confused interior and orthodox exterior gods would certainly have appeared to her delicate and honest mind both clumsy and untrue, nor could she have allowed that the unconditioned one of the Neoplatonists was an adequate description of the strictly personal divine majesty, whom she found enthroned in the inmost sanctuary of the castle of the soul. What Saint Teresa really did was to actualize in her own experience, apprehend in the ground of her soul by means of her extraordinarily developed transcendental perceptions, the three distinct and personal aspects of the Godhead which are acknowledged by the Christian religion. First, the Father, pure transcendent being, creative source and origin of all that is, the unconditioned and unknowable one of the Neoplatonist, who is to be conceived, pace in Delacroix, as utterly transcendent to the subject, rather than set up within the soul. Secondly, in the person of Christ, Teresa isolated and distinguished the logos or creative word, the expression, outbirth, or manifestation of the Father's thought. Here is the point at which the divine substance first becomes apprehensible by the spirit of man. Here that mediating principle, raised up between heaven and earth, which is at once the mirror of pure being and the light of a finite world. The second person of the Christian Trinity is for the believer not only the brightness or manifestation of deity, but also the personal, inexhaustible and responsive fount of all life and object of all love, who, because of his taking up, in the incarnation of humanity into the Godhead, is of necessity the one and only bridge between the finite and infinite, between the individual and the absolute life, and hence in mystic language, the true bridegroom of every human soul. Thirdly, she recognized within herself the germ of that absolute life, the indwelling spirit, which is the source of man's transcendental consciousness, and his link with the being of God. That is to say, the Holy Spirit of divine love, the real desirous seeking for, the real desired, without whose presence any knowledge of or communion with God on man's part would be inconceivable. In the supreme vision of the Trinity which was vouchsafed to Saint Teresa, in the seventh habitation of the soul, these three aspects became fused in one. In the deepest recesses of her spirit, in that unplumbed abyss where selfhood ceases to have meaning, and the individual soul touches the life of the all, distinction vanished and she saw God in a point. Such an experience, such an intuition of simple and undifferentiated Godhead, the unity beyond those three centers of divine consciousness which we call the Trinity of Persons, is highly characteristic of mysticism. The German mystics, temperamentally miles asunder from Teresa, described it as the attainment of the still wilderness or lonely desert of deity, the limitless divine abyss, impersonal, indescribable, forever hid in the cloud of unknowing, and yet the true country of the soul. These propositions, which appear when thus laid down to be hopelessly academic, violently divorced from life, were not for Saint Teresa or any other Christian mystic propositions at all, but attempts towards the description of first-hand experience. How this vision comes to pass, she says, I know not, but it does come to pass, and the three persons of the Holy Trinity then show themselves to the soul with a radiance as of fire, which, like a shining cloud, first invades the mind and admirably illuminates it. Then she sees those three distinct persons, and she knows with a sovereign truth that these three are one in substance, one in power, one in wisdom, one God. So that those things which we know, in this world by faith, the soul, in this light, understands by a sort of vision which is neither the vision of the body nor that of the soul, for it is not a sensible vision. There those three persons communicate themselves to the soul, and speak to her, and it seems to her that these three divine persons have never left her. She sees, clearly in the manner which I have described, that they are within her soul, in its most inward part, as it were within a deep abyss. This person, a stranger to learning, knows not how to tell what is this deep abyss, but it is there that she feels within herself this divine companionship. Mystical writers remind us over and over again that life as perceived by the human mind shows an inveterate tendency to arrange itself in triads, that if they proclaim the number 3 in the heavens, they can also point to it as dominating everywhere upon the earth. Here Christianity did but give form to the deepest instinct of the human mind, an instinct which made Pythagoras call 3 the number of God, because beginning, middle and end were contained therein. Thus the Hindu thought the absolute Godhead was unknowable, but he disclosed 3 faces to man: Brahma the creator, Shiva the destroyer, Krishna the repairer, and these 3 were one. So too the Neoplatonists, touched by the spirit of the East, distinguished 3 worlds: the sensible or phenomenal, the rational or intellectual, the intelligible or spiritual, and 3 aspects of God: the unconditioned absolute, the logos or artificer, and the divine essence or spirit which is both absolute and created. We have here, as it were, the first sketch of the Christian Trinity, the dry bones awaiting the breath of more abundant life. Corresponding with this diagram of God's nature, they see also 3 grades of beauty: the corporeal, the spiritual, and the divine. Man, that thing of threes, of body, soul, and spirit, follows in his path towards unity the threefold way. For our soul, says Lady Julian, is made Trinity-like to the unmade blissful Trinity, known and loved from without beginning, and in the making one deed to the Maker. So too we have seen that the psychic self is most easily understood by a division into emotion, intellect, and will. Even the separation of things into subject and object implies a third term, the relation between them, without which no thought can be complete. Therefore the very principle of analogy imposes upon man a Trinitarian definition of reality as the one with which his mind is best able to cope. It is easy for the hurried rationalist to demonstrate the absurdity of this circumstance, but he will find it a very different matter when it comes to disproving it. I could wish, says St. Augustine, that men would consider these 3 things that are in themselves ... to be, to know, and to will. For I am, and I know, and I will. I am knowing and willing, and I know myself to be and to will, and I will to be and to know. In these 3 therefore let him who can see how inseparable a life there is, even one life, one mind, one essence. Finally, how inseparable is the distinction, and yet a distinction, surely a man hath it before him. Let him look into himself and see and tell me. But when he discovers and can see anything of these, let him not think that he has discovered that which is above these unchangeable, which is unchangeably and knows unchangeably and wills unchangeably. In one of the best recorded instances of pure mystical vision, Julian of Norwich saw the trinity of the divine nature shining in the phenomenal, as well as in the spiritual world. He showed me, she says, a little thing, the quantity of an hazel nut, in the palm of my hand, and it was as round as a ball. I looked thereupon with the eye of my understanding, and thought, what may this be? And it was answered generally thus: it is all that is made. In this little thing I saw 3 properties. The first is that God made it, the second is that God loveth it, the third, that God keepeth it. But what is to me verily the maker, the keeper, and the lover? I cannot tell. Julian the anchoress, a simple and deeply human English woman of middle age dwelling alone in her churchyard cell, with only a tiny window by which to see and hear the outer world, might well be called the poet of the Trinity, that austere and subtle dogma of which the mystics of the 14th century write with a passion which will be little understood by those who look upon it as orthodoxy reduced to mathematics. That most lovable and poetic of visionaries, who seems in her revelations of love to dream before a crucifix set up in flowery fields, treats this highly metaphysical doctrine with a homely intimacy and a vigorous originality, which carry with them at any rate a conviction of her own direct and personal apprehension of the truth which she struggles to describe. I beheld, she says, of a vision which is closely parallel to that of Saint Teresa, in the 7th habitation of the soul, and far more lucidly if less splendidly expressed, the working of all, the Blessed Trinity, in which beholding I saw and understood these three properties, the property of the fatherhood, the property of the motherhood, and the property of the lordhood, in one God. In our Father Almighty we have our keeping and our bliss as anent our natural substance, which is to us by our making, without beginning. And in the second person in wit and wisdom, we have our keeping as anent our sense soul, our restoring and our saving. For he is our mother, brother, and saviour. And in our good Lord, the Holy Ghost, we have our rewarding and our meed-giving for our living and our travail, and endless overpassing of all that we desire, in his marvellous courtesy, of his high plenteous grace. For all our life is in 3. In the first we have our being, in the second we have our increasing, and in the third we have our fulfilling. The first is nature, the second is mercy, and the third is grace. The high might of the Trinity is our Father, and the deep wisdom of the Trinity is our Mother, and the great love of the Trinity is our Lord. And all this we have in nature, and in our substantial making. Again, in a passage of exquisite tenderness, which comes after the fire and dark of Teresa like cooling waters to the soul, as verily as God is our Father, so verily God is our Mother, and that shewed he in all her revelations, and especially in these sweet words where he saith, It am, that is to say, It am, the might and the goodness of the fatherhood, I it am, the wisdom of the motherhood, I it am, the light, and the grace that is all blessed love, I it am, the Trinity, I it am, the unity, I am the sovereign goodness of all manner of things, I am that maketh thee to love, I am that maketh thee to long, I it am, the endless fulfilling of all true desires. So Christopher Hervey, the whole world round is not enough to fill the heart's three corners, but it craveth still. Only the Trinity that made it can suffice the vast triangled heart of man. It is a fact that any attempt towards a definition of God, which does not account for and acknowledge these three aspects, is found in experience to be incomplete. They provide objectives for the heart, the intellect, and the will, for they offer to the self material for its highest love, its deepest thought, its act of supreme volition. Under the familiar Platonic terms of goodness, truth, and beauty, they represent the divine source and end of ethics, science, and art, the three supreme activities of man. Thus the ideals of artist, student, and philanthropist, who all seek under different modes the same reality, are gathered up in the mystic's one, as the pilgrimage of the three kings ended in the finding of one star. What is God, says St. Bernard? Length, breadth, height, and depth. What do you say? You do after all profess to believe in the fourfold Godhead, which was an abomination to you. Not in the least. God is designated one to suit our comprehension, not to describe his character. His character is capable of division, he himself is not. The words are different, the paths are many. But one thing is signified, the paths lead to one person. All possible ways of conceiving this one person are found in the end to range themselves under three heads. He is above all, and through all, and in you all, too, said St. Paul, anticipating the counsels in a flash of mystic intuition, and giving to the infant church the shortest and most perfect definition of its triune God. Being, which is above all, manifests itself as becoming, as the dynamic, omnipresent word of life. The divine love immanent in the heart and in the world comes forth from, and returns to, the Absolute One. Thus is completed the eternal circle from goodness, through goodness, to goodness. It is true that to these fundamental aspects of the perceived Godhead, that being, becoming, and desire whereto the worlds keep time, the mystics have given many and various names, for they have something of the freedom of true intimates in treating of the reality which they love. In particular, those symbols of the absolute which are drawn from the great and formless forces of the universe, rather than from the orthodox but necessarily anthropomorphic imagery of human relationship, have always appealed to them. Their intense apprehension of spirit seems to find freer and more adequate expression in such terms than in those in which the notion of space is involved, or which are capable of suggesting a concrete picture to the mind. Though they know as well as the philosophers that there must always be something symbolic in our way of expressing the spiritual life, since that unfathomable infinite whose spiritual character is first recognized in our human experience, can never existence, yet they ever seek, like the artists they are, some new and vital image which is not yet part of the debased currency of popular religion, and conserves its original power of stinging the imagination to more vivid life. Thus the kingdom of heaven, says Law, stands in this threefold life, where three are one, because it is a manifestation of the deity, which is three and one. The Father has his distinct manifestation in the fire, which is always generating the light. The Son has his distinct manifestation in the light, which is always generated from the fire. The Holy Ghost has his manifestation in the Spirit, that always proceeds from both, and is always united with them. It is this eternal unbeginning Trinity in unity of fire, light, and Spirit that constitutes eternal nature, the kingdom of heaven, the heavenly Jerusalem, the divine life, the beatific visibility, the majestic glory and presence of God. Through this kingdom of heaven, or eternal nature, is the invisible God, the incomprehensible Trinity, eternally breaking forth and manifesting itself in a boundless height and depth of blissful wonders, opening and displaying itself to all its creatures as in an infinite variation and endless multiplicity of its powers, beauties, joys, and glories. Perhaps an easier, better, more beautiful example of these abstract symbols of the Trinity than law's fire, light, and spirit is that of light, life, and love, a threefold picture of the real, which is constantly dwelt upon and elaborated by the Christian mystics. Transcendent light, intangible but unescapable, ever emanating its splendor through the universe, indwelling, unresting, and energizing life, desirous and directive love. These are cardinal aspects of reality to which they return again and again in their efforts to find words which will express the inexpressible truth. A. Light, ineffable and uncreated, the perfect symbol of pure undifferentiated being, above the intellect, as St. Augustine reminds us, but known to him who loves. This uncreated light is the deep yet dazzling darkness of the Dionysian school, dark from its surpassing brightness. As the shining of the sun on his course is as darkness to weak eyes, it is Hildegard's Lux Vivens, Dante's Somma Luce, wherein he saw multiplicity in unity, the ingathered leaves of all the universe, the eternal Father or fount of things. For well we know, says Riesbrach, that the bosom of the Father is our ground and origin, wherein our life and being is begun. B. Life the Son, hidden steersman of the universe, the Logos, fire or cosmic soul of things, this outbirth or concept of the Father's mind, which he possesses within himself, as Battista Vernazza was told in her ecstasy, is that word of creation which, since it is alive and infinite, no formula can contain, the word eternally spoken or generated by the transcendent light. This is why, says Riesbrach again, all that lives in the hidden unity of the Father lives also in the Son. This life, then, is the flawless expression or character of the Father, Sapientia Patris. It is at once the personal and adorable object of the mystic's adventure, his closest comrade and his beckoning star, and the inmost principle, the sustaining power of a dynamic universe. For that which intellect defines as the Logos or cosmic spirit, contemplative love knows as wonderful, counselor, and Prince of Peace. Since Christ, for the Christian philosopher, is divine life itself, the drama of Christianity, but expressing this fact and its implications in a point, it follows that his active spirit is to be discerned, not symbolically, but in the most veritable sense, in the ecstatic and abounding life of the world, in the rapturous vitality of the birds, in their splendid glancing flight, in the swelling of buds and the sacrificial beauty of the flowers, in the great and solemn rhythms of the sea. There is somewhat of Bethlehem in all these things, somewhat too of Calvary in their self-giving pains. It was this rediscovery of nature's Christliness which Blake desired so passionately when he sang, I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. Here then it is, on this remote and airy pinnacle of faith, at the utmost boundaries of human speech, that mystical theology suddenly shows herself, not as the puzzle-headed constructor of impossible creeds, but as accepting and transmuting to a more radiant life, those two profound but apparently contradictory metaphysical definitions of reality, which we have already discussed. Eternal becoming, God immanent and dynamic, striving with and in his world, the unresting flux of things of Heraclitus, the crying aloud of that word which is through all things everlastingly. The evolutionary world process beloved of modern philosophers is here placed once for all in true relation with pure transcendent and unmoved being, the absolute one of Xenophanes, and the Platonists. This absolute is discerned by mystic intuition, as the end of unity in whom all diversities must cease, to the ocean to which that ceaseless and painful becoming, that unresting river of life, in which we are immersed, tends to return the Son going to the Father. C. Love, the principle of attraction, which seems to partake at once of the transcendental and the created worlds. If we consider the Father as supreme subject, origin as Aquinas says, of the entire procession of deity, and the Son or generated Logos as the object of his thought, in whom, says Ruysbroeck, he contemplates himself and all things in an eternal now. Then this personal spirit of love, il desiro e il vel, represents the relation between the two, and constitutes the very character of the whole. They breathe forth a spirit, says Ruysbroeck, of the first and second persons, which is their will and love, proceeding according to Christian doctrine, from light and life the Father and Son, implicit, that is, in both the absolute source and dynamic flux of things. This divine and unresting spirit of desire is found, enshrined in our very selfhood, and is the agent by which that selfhood is merged in the absolute self. My love is my weight, said St. Augustine. It is the spiritual equivalent of that gravitation which draws all things to their place. Thus Bernard Holland says in his introduction to Bamey's Dialogues, in a deep sense, the desire of the spark of life in the soul to return to its original source is part of the longing desire of the universal life for its own heart or center. Of this longing, the universal attraction, striving against resistance, towards a universal center, proved to govern the phenomenal or physical world, is but the outer sheath and visible working. Again, desire is everything in nature, does everything. Heaven is nature filled with divine life attracted by desire. The best masters say, says Eckhart, that the love wherewith we love is the Holy Spirit. Some deny it, but this is always true. All those motives by which we are moved to love, in these is nothing else than the Holy Spirit. God wills, says Ruysbroeck, gathering these scattered symbols to unity again, that we should come forth from ourselves in this eternal light, that we should pursue in a supernatural manner that image which is our true life, and that we should possess it with him actively and fruitively in eternal blessedness. This going forth of the contemplative is also in love, for by fruitive love he overpasses his created essence, and finds and tastes the riches and delights of God, which he causes to flow without ceasing in the most secret chamber of the soul, at that place where it is most like unto the sublimity of God. Here only, in the innermost sanctuary of being, the soul's last habitation, as Saint Teresa said, is the truth which these symbols express truly known for as to how the Trinity is one, and the Trinity in the unity of the nature is one, whilst nevertheless the Trinity comes forth from the unity. This cannot be expressed in words, says Suso, owing to the simplicity of that deep abyss. Hither it is, into this intelligible, where that the spirit, spiritualizing itself, soars up, now flying in the measureless heights, now swimming in the soundless deeps, of the sublime marvels of the Godhead. Mystical philosophy, then, has availed itself gladly of the doctrine of the Trinity, in expressing its vision of the nature of that absolute which is found, by those who attain the deep abyss of the Godhead, to be essentially one. But it is by the complementary Christian dogma of the Incarnation that it has best been able to describe and explain the nature of the inward and personal mystic experience. Man in the course of his attainment, says a living authority on mysticism, is at first three, body, soul and spirit. That is, when he sets out on the great quest, he is two at a certain stage, when the soul has conceived Christ, for the spirit has then descended and the body is for the time being outside the divine alliance, but he is in fine one, that is to say, when the whole man has died in Christ, which is the term of his evolution. The Incarnation, which is for popular Christianity synonymous with the historical birth and earthly life of Christ, is for the mystic not only this, but also a perpetual cosmic and personal process. It is an everlasting bringing forth, in the universe and also in the individual ascending soul, of the divine and perfect life, the pure character of God, of which the one his torical life dramatized the essential constituents. Hence the soul, like the physical embryo, resumes in its upward progress the spiritual life history of the race. The one secret, the greatest of all, says Patmore, is the doctrine of the Incarnation, regarded not as an historical event which occurred 2,000 years ago, but as an event which is renewed in the body of every one who is in the way to the fulfillment of his original destiny. We have seen that for mystical theology the second person of the Trinity is the wisdom of the Father, the word of life. The fullness of this word could therefore only be communicated to the human consciousness by a life. In the Incarnation, this logos, this divine character of reality, penetrated the illusions of the sensual world, in other words, the illusions of all the selves whose ideas compose that world, and saved it by this infusion of truth. A divine, suffering, self-sacrificing personality was then shown as the sacred heart of a living, striving universe, and for once, the absolute was exhibited in the terms of finite existence. Some such event as this breaking through of the divine and archetypal life into the temporal world is perceived by the mystical philosopher to be a necessity if man was ever to see in terms of life that greatness of life to which he belongs, learn to transcend the world of sense, and rebuild his life upon the levels of reality. Thus it is that the Catholic priest in the Christmas Mass gives thanks, not for the setting in hand of any commercial process of redemption, but for a revelation of reality. Quia per incarnati verbi mysterium, nova mentis nostrae oculis lux tuae claritatis infulsit. Ut dum visibilita Deum cognoscimus, per hunc in invisibilium amorem rapiamo. The very essence of mystical Christianity seems to be summed up in these lovely words. The Son of God, the eternal Word in the Father, who is the glance, or brightness, and the power of the light eternity says, Baim, must become man and be born in you if you will know God. Otherwise you are in the dark stable and go about groping. The Word, says Ruysbroek finally, is no other than see. And this is the coming forth and the birth of the Son of the eternal light, in whom all blessedness is seen and known. Once at any rate, they say in effect, the measure of that which it was possible for the spirit of life to do, and for living creatures to be, was filled to the brim. By this event, all were assured that the ladder of creation was made whole. In this hypostatic union, the breach between appearance and reality, between God and man, was healed. The bridge so made, to use St. Catherine of Siena's allegory again, is eternal, since it was laid before the foundation of the world in the eternal now. Thus the voice of the Father says to her in that vision, I also wish thee to look at the bridge of my only begotten Son, and see the greatness thereof, for it reaches from heaven to earth, that is, that the earth of your humanity is joined to the greatness of the deity thereby. I say then, that this bridge reaches from heaven to earth, and constitutes the union which I have made with man. So the height of the divinity, humbled to the earth, and joined with your humanity, made the bridge and reformed the road. Why was this done? In order that man might come to his true happiness with the angels. And observe that it is not enough, in order that you should have life, that my Son should have made you this bridge, unless you walk thereon. Our High Father God Almighty, which is being, says Lady Julian, he knew and loved us from afore any time, of which knowing, in his marvellous deep charity, and the foreseeing counsel of all the blessed Trinity, he willed that the second person should become our mother. It is of course this quickening communication of grace to nature, of God to man, this claim to an influx of ultimate reality, possible of assimilation by all, which constitutes the strength of the Christian religion. Instead of the stony diet of the philosophers, it offers to the self-hungry for the absolute that pants angelorum, the vivifying principle of the world. That is to say, it gives positive and experimental knowledge of and union with a supreme personality, absorption into his mystical body. Instead of the artificial conviction produced by concentration on an idea, it knits up the universe, shows the phenomenal pierced in all directions by the real, and made one with it. It provides a solid basis for mysticism, a basis which is at once metaphysical and psychological, and shows that state towards which the world's deepest minds have always instinctively aspired, as a part of the cosmic return through Christ to God. Quivi e la sapienza e la possanza s'apri le strade intra il cielo e la terra onde fuggiesi lunga distanza. This is what the Christian mystics mean to express when they declare over and over again that the return to the divine substance, the absolute, which is the end of the soul's ascent, can only be made through the humanity of Christ. The Son, the Word, is the character of the Father, that in which the ineffable Godhead knows himself, as we only know ourselves in our own characters. He is thus a double link, the means of God's self-consciousness, the means of man's consciousness of God. How then, asks mystic theology, could such a link complete its attachments without some such process as that which the Incarnation dramatized in time and space? The principle of life is also the principle of restitution, by which the imperfect and broken life of sense is mended and transformed into the perfect life of spirit. Hence the title of repairer applied by Beme and St. Martin to the second person of the Trinity. In the last resort, the doctrine of the Incarnation is the only safeguard of the mystics against the pantheism to which they always tend. The unconditioned absolute, so soon as it alone becomes the object of their contemplation, is apt to be conceived merely as divine essence. The idea of personality evaporates and loving communion is at an end. This is probably the reason why so many of the greatest contemplatives, Suso and Saint Teresa are cases in point, have found that deliberate meditation upon the humanity of Christ, difficult and uncongenial, as is this concrete devotion to the mystical temperament, was a necessity if they were to retain a healthy and well-balanced inner life. Further, these mystics see in the historic life of Christ an epitome or if you will, an exhibition, of the essentials of all spiritual life. There they see dramatized not only the cosmic process of the divine wisdom, but also the inward experience of every soul on her way to union with that absolute to which the whole creation moves. This is why the expressions which they use to describe the evolution of the mystical consciousness from the birth of the divine in the spark of the soul to its final unification with the absolute life are so constantly chosen from the drama of faith. In this drama they see described under veils the supreme and necessary adventures of the spirit, its obscure and humble birth, its education in poverty, its temptation, mortification and solitude, its illuminated life of service and contemplation, the desolation of that dark night of the soul in which it seems abandoned by the divine, the painful death of the self, its resurrection to the glorified existence of the unitive way, its final reabsorption in its source. All these, they say, were lived once in a supreme degree in the flesh. Moreover, the degree of closeness with which the individual experience adheres to this pattern is always taken by them as a standard of the healthiness, ardor, and success of its transcendental activities. A parve in questa forma perdere a noi la norma, sang Jacopone de Todi, and he who vainly thinketh otherwise, says the Theologia Germanica with uncompromising vigor, is deceived, and he who saith otherwise, lieth. Those to whom such a parallel seems artificial to the last degree should remember that according to the doctrine of mysticism, that drama of the self-limitation and self-sacrifice of the absolute life which was once played out in the phenomenal world, forced as it were upon the consciousness of dim-eyed men, is eternally going forward upon the plane of reality. To them the cross of Calvary is implicit in the rose of the world. The law of this infinite life, which was in the incarnation expressing its own nature to a supreme degree, must then also be the law of the finite life, insofar as that life aspires to transcend individual limitations, rise to freedom, and attain union with infinity. It is this governing idea which justifies the apparently fanciful allegorizations of Christian history, which swarm in the works of the mystics. To exhibit these allegorizations in any detail would be tedious. All that is necessary is that the principle underlying them should be understood, when anyone can make without difficulty the specific attributions. I give then but one example, that which is referred by mystical writers to the Nativity, and concerns the eternal birth or generation of the Son or divine Word. This birth is in its first or cosmic sense, the welling forth of the spirit of life from the divine abyss of the unconditioned Godhead. From our proper source, that is to say, from the Father and all that which lives in him, there shines, says Ruysbroek, an eternal ray, the which is the birth of the Son. It is of this perpetual generation of the Word that Meister Eckhart speaks, when he says in his Christmas sermon, "We are celebrating the feast of the eternal birth which God the Father has borne and never ceases to bear in all eternity, whilst this birth also comes to pass in time and in human nature." St. Augustine says this birth is ever taking place. At this point, with that strong practical instinct which is characteristic of the mystics, Eckhart turns abruptly from speculation to immediate experience, and continues, "But if it takes not place in me, what avails it? Everything lies in this, that it should take place in me." Here in a few words the twofold character of this mystic birth is exhibited. The interest is suddenly deflected from its cosmic to its personal aspect, and the individual is reminded that in him, no less than in the archetypal universe, real life must be born if real life is to be lived. When the soul brings forth the Son, he says in another place, it is happier than Mary, since the soul, according to mystic principles, can only perceive reality in proportion as she is real, know God by becoming godlike. It is clear that this birth is the initial necessity. The true and definitely directed mystical life does and must open with that most actual and stupendous, though indescribable phenomenon, the coming forth into consciousness of man's deeper spiritual self, which ascetical and mystical writers of all ages have agreed to call regeneration or rebirth. We have already considered the new birth in its purely psychological aspect, as the emergence of the transcendental sense. Here its more profound and mystical side is exhibited, its divine character revealed, by a process which may indifferently be described as the birth of something new, or the coming forth of something which has slept, since both these phrases are but metaphors for another and more secret thing. The eye is opened on eternity. The self, abruptly made aware of reality, comes forth from the cave of illusion like a child from the womb, and begins to live upon the supersensual plane. Then she feels in her inmost part a new presence, a new consciousness. It were hardly an exaggeration to say a new person. weak, demanding nurture, clearly destined to pass through many phases of development before its maturity is reached, yet of so strange a nature that in comparison with its environment, she may well regard it as divine. This change, this upsetting, is called rebirth. To be born simply means to enter into a world in which the senses dominate, in which wisdom and love languish in the bonds of individuality. To be reborn means to return to a world where the spirit of wisdom and love governs and animal man obeys. So Eckartshausen. It means, says Jane Lead, the bringing forth of a new created godlike similitude in the soul. This in godlike similitude or new man is described by St. Martin as born in the midst of humiliations, his whole history being that of God's suffering within us. He is brought forth, says Eckartshausen again, in the stable previously inhabited by the ox of passion and the ass of prejudices. His mother, says Baume, is the Virgin Sophia, the divine wisdom or mirror of the being of God. With the emergence of this new and sublime factor into the conscious field, this spiritual birth, the mystic life begins, as the Christian epoch began with the emergence of divine spirit in the flesh. Paradise, says Baume, is still in the world, but man is not in paradise unless he be born again. In that case, he stands therein in the new birth. He has been lifted, as Joachim would say, to the spiritual level, and there finds paradise, the independent spiritual life not alien but his own. Here then are one or two characteristics of the map, which we shall find the Christian mystics most inclined to use. There are of course other great landmarks upon it, and these we shall meet as we follow in detail the voyages of the questing soul. One warning, however, must be given to amateur geographers before we go on. Like all other maps, this one at its best can but represent by harsh outline and conventional color the living earth which those travelers have trod. It is a deliberately schematic representation of reality, a flat and sometimes arid symbol of great landscapes, rushing rivers, awful peaks, dangerous unless these its limitations be always kept in mind. The boy who defined Canada as very pink was not much further off the track than those who would limit the adorable Trinity to the definitions of the Athanasian Creed, however useful that chart may be, and is, within the boundaries imposed by its form. Further, all such maps, and we who treat of them, can but set down in cold blood, and with a dreadful pretense of precision, matters which the true explorers of eternity were only able to apprehend in the ardours of such a passion, in the transports of such a union as we, poor finite slaves of our frittered emotions, could hardly look upon and live. If you would truly know how these things come to pass, says St. Bonaventura, in a passage which all students of theology should ever keep in mind, ask it of grace, not of doctrine, of desire, not of intellect, of the ardours of prayer, not of the teachings of the schools, of the bridegroom, not of the master, of God, not of man, of the darkness not, of the day, not of illumination, but of that fire which inflames all and wraps us in God with great sweetness and most ardent love, the which fire most truly is God, and the hearth thereof is in Jerusalem. Chapter 6. Mysticism and Symbolism. In our study of theology, we saw the Christian mystic adopting, as chart and pilot book of his voyages and adventures, the scheme of faith and diagram of the spiritual world, which is adopted by ordinary Christian men. We saw that he found in it a depth and richness of content, which the conventional believer in that theology, the good churchman, seldom suspects, and that which is here true of the Christian mystic, is true, as regards their respective theologies, of the pagan, the Mohammedan, and the Buddhist as well. But, since the spiritual adventures of the mystic are not those of ordinary men, it will follow that this map, though always true for him, is not complete. He can press forward to countries which unmystical piety must mark as unexplored, pushing out from harbour to the vast and stormy sea of the divine. He can take soundings, and mark dangers the existence of which such piety never needs to prove. Hence it is not strange that certain maps, artistic representations or symbolic schemes, should have come into being which describe or suggest the special experiences of the mystical consciousness, and the doctrines to which these experiences have given birth. Many of these maps have an uncouth, even an impious appearance in the eyes of those unacquainted with the facts which they attempt to translate, as the charts of the deep-sea sailor seem ugly and unintelligible things to those who have never been out of sight of land. Others, and these the most pleasing, most easily understood, have already been made familiar, perhaps tiresomely familiar, to us by the poets, who, intuitively recognizing their suggestive qualities, their links with truth, have borrowed and adapted them to their own business of translating reality into terms of rhythm and speech. Ultimately, however, they owe their origin to the mystics, or to that mystical sense which is innate in all true poets, and in the last resort it is the mystic's kingdom, and the mystic's experience, which they affect to describe. Now these special mystical diagrams, these symbolic and artistic descriptions of man's inward history, his secret adventures with God one, are almost endless in their variety, since in each we have a picture of the country of the soul seen through a different temperament. To describe all would be to analyze the whole field of mystical literature, and indeed much other literature as well, to epitomize, in fact, all that has been dreamed and written concerning the so-called inner life, a dreary and a lengthy task. But the majority of them, I think, tend to express a comparatively small number of essential doctrines or fundamental ways of seeing things, and as regards their imagery, these fall into three great classes, representative of the three principal ways in which man's spiritual consciousness reacts to the touch of reality, the three primary if paradoxical facts of which that consciousness must be aware. Hence a consideration of mystic symbols drawn from each of these groups may give us a key with which to unlock some at least of the verbal riddles of the individual adventurer. Thanks to the spatial imagery inseparable from human thinking and human expression, no direct description of spiritual experience is or can be possible to man. It must always be symbolic, elusive, oblique, always suggest but never tell the truth. And in this respect there is not much to choose between the fluid and artistic language of vision and the arid technicalities of philosophy. In another respect, however, there is a great deal to choose between them, and here the visionary, not the philosopher, receives the palm. The greater the suggestive quality of the symbol used, the more answering emotion it evokes in those to whom it is addressed, the more truth it will convey. A good symbolism, therefore, will be more than mere diagram or mere allegory. It will use to the utmost the resources of beauty and of passion, will bring with it hints of mystery and wonder, bewitch with dreamy periods the mind to which it is addressed. Its appeal will not be to the clever brain, but to the desirous heart, the intuitive sense of man. The three great classes of symbols which I propose to consider play upon three deep cravings of the self, three great expressions of man's restlessness, which only mystic truth can fully satisfy. The first is the craving which make him a pilgrim and wanderer. It is the longing to go out from his normal world in search of a lost home, a better country, an El Dorado, a Saras, a heavenly Sion. The next is that craving of heart for heart, of the soul for its perfect mate, which makes him a lover. The third is the craving for inward purity and perfection, which makes him an ascetic, and in the last resort a saint. These three cravings, I think, answer to three ways in which mystics of different temperaments attack the problem of the absolute, three different formulae under which their transcendence of the sense world can be described. In describing this transcendence and the special adventures involved in it, they are describing a change from the state of ordinary men, in touch with the sense world, responding to its rhythms, to the state of spiritual consciousness in which, as they say, they are in union with divine reality, with God. Whatever be the theological creed of the mystic, he never varies in declaring this close, definite, and actual intimacy to be the end of his quest. Mark me like the tulip with thine own streaks, says the Sufi. I would fain be to the eternal goodness what his own hand is to a man, says the German contemplative. My me is God, nor do I know my selfhood save in him, says the Italian saint. But, since this absolute God is for him substance, ground or underlying reality of all that is, present yet absent, near yet far, he is as truly immanent in the human soul as in the universe. The seeker for the real may therefore objectify his quest in two apparently contradictory, yet really mutually explanatory ways. First, he may see it as an outgoing journey from the world of illusion to the real or transcendental world, a leaving of the visible for the invisible. Secondly, it may appear to him as an inward alteration, remaking or regeneration, by which his personality or character is so changed as to be able to enter into communion with that fontal being which he loves and desires, is united with and dominated by the indwelling God who is the fount of its spiritual life. In the first case, the objective idea God is the pivot of his symbolism, the blazing star or magnet of the universe which he has seen far off, and seeing has worshipped and desired. In the second case, this is replaced by the subjective idea sanctity, with its accompanying consciousness of a disharmony to be abolished. The mystic way will then be described, not as a journey, but as an alteration of personality, the transmuting of earthly into heavenly man. Plainly, these two aspects are obverse and reverse of one whole. They represent that mighty pair of opposites, infinite and finite, God and self, which it is the business of mysticism to carry up into a higher synthesis. Whether the process be considered as outward search or inward change, its object and its end are the same. Man enters into the order of reality. His desire is met by the divine desire. His separated will, or life, becomes one with the great life of the all. From what has been said in the last chapter, it will be clear that the two opposing types of symbolism which we have discussed, the outward search and inward change, will be adopted by the two groups of selves whose experience of union with the divine leans I to the transcendent or external, II to the immanent or internal way of apprehending reality, and that a third or intermediate group of images will be necessary to express the experience of those to whom mystic feeling, the satisfaction of love, is the supreme factor in the mystic life. According then, to whether man's instinct prompts him to describe the absolute reality which he knows, as a place, a person, or a state, all three of course, but partial and human symbols of the one indescribable truth, so will he tend to adopt a symbolism of one or other of these three types. A. Those who conceive the perfect as a beatific vision exterior to them and very far off, who find in the doctrine of emanations something which answers to their inward experience, will feel the process of their entrance into reality to be a quest, an arduous journey from the material to the spiritual world. They move away from, rather than transmute to another form, the life of sense. The ecstasies of such mystics will answer to the root meaning of that much perverted word, as a standing out from themselves, a flight to happier countries far away. For them, the soul is outward bound towards its home. B. Those for whom mysticism is above all things an intimate and personal relation, the satisfaction of a deep desire, who can say with Gertrude Moore, never was there or can there be imagined such a love, as is between an humble soul and thee, will fall back upon imagery drawn largely from the language of earthly passion. Since the Christian religion insists upon the personal aspect of the Godhead, and provides in Christ an object of such intimacy, devotion and desire, an enormous number of Christian mystics necessarily use symbols of this kind. C. Those who are conscious rather of the divine as a transcendent life immanent in the world and the self, and of a strange spiritual seed within them by whose development man, moving to higher levels of character and consciousness, attains his end, will see the mystic life as involving inward change, rather than outgoing search. Regeneration is their watchword, and they will choose symbols of growth or transmutation, saying with St. Catherine of Genoa, "My being is God, not by simple participation, but by a true transformation of my being." These three groups of mystics, then, stand for three kinds of temperament, and we may fairly take as their characteristic forms of symbolic expression: the mystic quest, the marriage of the soul, and the great work of the spiritual alchemists. The pilgrimage idea, the outgoing quest, appears in mystical literature under two rather different aspects. One is the search for the hidden treasure which desires to be found. Such is the quest of the Grail when regarded in its mystic aspect as an allegory of the adventures of the soul. The other is the long, hard journey towards a known and definite goal or state. Such is Dante's Divine Comedy, which is, in one of its aspects, a faithful and detailed description of the mystic way. The goal of such a quest, the Empyrean of Dante, the beatific vision or fulfillment of love, is often called Jerusalem by the Christian mystics, naturally enough, since that city was for the medieval mind the supreme end of pilgrimage. By Jerusalem they mean not only the celestial country, heaven, but also the spiritual life, which is itself a heaven. Just as a true pilgrim going towards Jerusalem, says Hilton, leaveth behind him house and land, wife and children, and maketh himself poor and bare from all things that he hath, that he may go lightly without letting. Right so, if thou wilt be a spiritual pilgrim, thou shalt strip thyself naked of all that thou hast. Then shalt thou resolve in thy heart fully and wholly that thou wilt be at Jerusalem, and at no other place but there. Jerusalem, he says in this same chapter, is as much as to say a site of peace, and betokeneth contemplation in perfect love of God. Under this image of a pilgrimage, an image as concrete and practical, as remote from the romantic and picturesque, for the medieval writers who used it as a symbolism of hotel and railway train would be to us. The mystics contrived to summarize and suggest much of the life history of the ascending soul, the developing spiritual consciousness, the necessary freedom and detachment of the traveler, his departure from his normal life and interests, the difficulties, enemies and hardships encountered on the road, the length of the journey, the variety of the country, the dark night which overtakes him, the glimpses of destination far away. All these are seen more and more as we advance in knowledge to constitute a transparent allegory of the incidents of man's progress from the unreal to the real. Bunyan was but the last and least mystical of a long series of minds which grasped this fact. The traveler, says the Sufi Aziz bin Muhammad Nafasi, in whose book, The Remotest Aim, the pilgrimage symbolism is developed in great detail, is the perceptive or intuitive sense of man. The goal to which he journeys is knowledge of God. This mysterious traveler towards the only country of the soul may be known of other men by his detachment, charity, humility, and patience. These primary virtues, however, belonging to ethical rather than to spiritual life, are not enough to bring his quest to a successful termination. They make him, say the Sufis, perfect in knowledge of his goal but deficient in the power of reaching it. Though he has fraternal love for his fellow pilgrims, detachment from wayside allurements, tireless perseverance on the road, he is still encumbered and weakened by unnecessary luggage. The second stage of his journey, therefore, is initiated like that of Christian by a casting off of his burden, a total self-renouncement, the attainment of a Franciscan poverty of spirit, whereby he becomes perfectly free. Having got rid of all impediments to the spiritual quest, he must now acquire or develop in their stead the characteristic mystical qualities, or three aids of the pilgrim, which are called in this system attraction, devotion, and elevation. Attraction is consciousness of the mutual desire existing between man's spirit and the divine spirit, of the link of love which knits up reality and draws all things to their home in God. This is the universal law on which all mysticism is based. It is St. Augustine's "Thou hast made us for thyself, and our hearts can find no rest outside of thee." This natural magnetism then, once he is aware of it, will draw the pilgrim irresistibly along the road from the many to the one. His second aid, devotion, says the remotest aim in a phrase of great depth and beauty, is the prosecution of the journey to God, and in God. It embraces, in fact, the whole contemplative life. It is the next degree of spiritual consciousness after the blind yielding to the attraction of the real, and the setting in order of man's relation to his source. The traveler's journey to God is complete when he attains knowledge of him, illumination. In the language of European mystics, the point at which this is attained is called the tavern, or resting place upon the road, where he is fed with the divine mysteries. There are also wine shops upon the way, where the weary pilgrim is cheered and refreshed by a draught of the wine of divine love. Only when the journey to God is completed begins the journey in God, that which the Christian mystics call the unitive way. And this, since it is the essence of eternal life, can have no end. Elevation, the pilgrim's third aid, is the exalted or ecstatic form of consciousness peculiar to the contemplative, and which allows the traveler to see the spiritual city towards which he goes. The Sufi poet Attar, in his mystical poem The Colloquy of the Birds, has described the stages of this same spiritual pilgrimage with greater psychological insight as the journey through 7 valleys. The lapwing, having been asked by other birds what is the length of the road which leads to the hidden palace of the king, replies that there are 7 valleys through which every traveler must pass. But since none who attain the end ever come back to describe their adventures, no one knows the length of the way. 1. The first valley, says the lapwing, is the valley of the quest. It is long and toilsome, and there the traveler must strip himself of all earthly things, becoming poor, bare and desolate, and so stay till the supernal light casts a ray on his desolation. It is in fact Dante's Purgatorio, the Christian way of purgation, the period of self-stripping and purification which no mystic system omits. 2. When the ray of supernal light has touched the pilgrim, he enters the limitless valley of love, begins, that is to say, the mystic life. It is Dante's earthly paradise, or in the traditional system of the mystics, the onset of illumination. 3. Hence he passes to the valley of knowledge or enlightenment, the contemplative state, where each finds in communion with truth the place that belongs to him. No Dante student will fail to see here a striking parallel with those planetary heavens, where each soul partakes of the divine, not supremely in the absolute sense, as Saint Bonaventura has it, but supremely in respect of himself. The mystery of being is now revealed to the traveler. He sees nature's secret, and God in all things. It is the height of illumination. 4. The next stage is the valley of detachment, of utter absorption in divine love, the stellar heaven of the saints, where duty is seen to be all in all. This leads to 5. The valley of the unity, where the naked Godhead is the one object of contemplation. This is the stage of ecstasy, or the beatific vision, Dante's condition in the last canto of the Paradise. It is transient, however, and leads to 6. The valley of amazement, where the vision, far transcending the pilgrim's receptive power, appears to be taken from him, and he is plunged in darkness and bewilderment. This is the state which Dionysius the Areopagite, and after him many medieval mystics, called the divine dark, and described as the truest and closest of all our apprehensions of the Godhead. It is the cloud of unknowing, dark from excessive bright, the final stages. 7. The valley of annihilation of self, the supreme degree of union or theopathetic state, in which the self is utterly merged like a fish in the sea, in the ocean of divine love. Through all these metaphors of pilgrimage to a goal, of a road followed, distance overpassed, fatigue endured, there runs the definite idea that the traveling self in undertaking the journey is fulfilling a destiny, a law of the transcendental life, obeying an imperative need. The chosen knights are destined or called to the quest of the Grail. All men are called to their origin, says Rulman Merswin, and the fishes which he sees in his vision of 9 rocks are impelled to struggle as it were against nature uphill from pool to pool towards their source. All mystical thinkers agree in declaring that there is a mutual attraction between the spark of the soul, the free divine germ in man, and the fount from which it came forth. We long for the absolute, says Royce, only insofar as in us the absolute also longs, and seeks, through our very temporal striving, the peace that is nowhere in time, but only, and yet absolutely, in eternity. So, many centuries before the birth of American philosophy, Hilton put the same truth of experience in lovelier words. He it is that desireth in thee, and he it is that is desired. He is all, and he doth a life thou couldst see him. The homeward journey of man's spirit, then, is due to the push of a divine life within answering to the pull of a divine life without. It is the going of like to like, the fulfillment of a cosmic necessity, and the mystics, in undertaking it, are humanity's pioneers on the only road to rest. Hence that attraction which the Moslem mystic discerned as the traveler's necessary aid, is a fundamental doctrine of all mysticism, and as a consequence, the symbolism of mutual desire is here inextricably mingled with that of pilgrimage. The spiritual pilgrim goes because he is called, because he wants to go, must go, if he is to find rest and peace. God needs man, says Eckhart. It is love calling to love, and the journey, though in one sense a hard pilgrimage, up and out, by the terraced mount and the 10 heavens to God, in another is the inevitable rush of the roving comet, caught at last, to the central sun. My weight is my love, said St. Augustine. Like gravitation, it inevitably compels, for good or evil, every spirit to its own place. According to another range of symbols, that love flings open a door, in order that the larger life may rush in, and it and the soul be one thing. Here then, we run through the whole gamut of symbolic expression, through transcendence, desire, and immanence. All are seen to point to one consummation, diversely and elusively expressed, the imperative need of union between man's separated spirit, and the real, his remaking in the interests of transcendent life, his establishment in that kingdom which is both near and far. In the Book of Hidden Things it is written, says Eckhart, I stand at the door and knock and wait. Thou needst not seek him here or there, he is no farther off than the door of the heart. There he stands and waits until he finds thee ready to open and let him in. Thou needst not call him from a distance. To wait until thou openest is harder for him than for thee. He needs thee 1,000 times more than thou canst need him. Thy opening and his entering are but one moment. God, he says in another place, can as little do without us, as we without him. Our attainment of the absolute is not a one-sided ambition, but a mutual necessity. For our natural will, says Lady Julian, is to have God, and the good will of God is to have us, and we may never cease from longing till we have him in fullness of joy. So, in the beautiful poem or ritual called the Hymn of Jesus, contained in the apocryphal Acts of John, and dating from primitive Christian times, the Logos, or eternal Christ, is thus represented as matching with his own transcendent self-giving desire every need of the soul who stands with him in the mystical circle of initiation. The soul says, Christ replies, I would be saved, and I would save. Amen. The dialogue continues, I would be loosed, and I would loose. Amen. I would be pierced, and I would pierce. Amen. I would be born, and I would bear. Amen. I would eat, and I would be eaten. Amen. I would hear, and I would be heard. Amen. I am a lamp to thee who beholdest me. I am a mirror to thee who perceivest me. I am a door to thee who knockest at me. I am a way to thee, a wayfarer. The same fundamental idea of the mutual quest of the soul and the absolute is expressed in the terms of another symbolism by the great Mohammedan mystic. No lover ever seeks union with his beloved, but his beloved is also seeking union with him. But the lover's love makes his body lean, while the beloved's love makes her fair and lusty. When in this heart the lightning spark of love arises, be sure this love is reciprocated in that heart. When the love of God arises in thy heart, without doubt, God also feels love for thee. The mystic vision, then, is of a spiritual universe held tight within the bonds of love and of the free and restless human soul, having within it the spark of divine desire, the tendency to the absolute, only finding satisfaction and true life when united with this life of God. Then, in Patmore's lovely image, the babe is at its mother's breast, the lover has returned to the beloved. Whatever their outward sense, the mystic symbols one and all express aspects of this secret of the world, this primal verity. But whereas such great visionary schemes as those of Attar and of Dante show it in its cosmic form, in many other symbols, particularly those which we meet in the writings of the ecstatic saints, the personal subjective note, the consciousness of an individual relation between that oneself and the supernal self, overpowers all such general applications. Then philosophy and formal allegory must step aside. The sacramental language of exalted emotion, of profoundly felt experience, takes its place. The phases of mutual love, of wooing and combat, awe and delight, the fevers of desire, the ecstasy of surrender, are drawn upon. All this lovely dalliance of private conference, in Hilton's words, is made to contribute something to the description of the great and secret drama of the soul. To such symbolic transcripts of intimate experience belongs one amazing episode of the spiritual life history, which, because it has been given immortal expression by the greatest mystical poet of modern times, is familiar to thousands of readers who know little or nothing of the more normal adventures incidental to man's attainment of the absolute. In The Hound of Heaven, Francis Thompson described with an almost terrible power, not the self's quest of adored reality, but reality's quest of the unwilling self. He shows to us the remorseless, tireless seeking and following of the soul, by the divine life, to which it will not surrender, the inexorable onward sweep of this tremendous lover, hunting the separated spirit, strange piteous futile thing that flees him down the nights and down the days. This idea of the love chase, of the spirit rushing in terror from the overpowering presence of God, but followed, sought, conquered in the end, is common to all the medieval mystics. It is the obverse of their general doctrine of the necessary fusion of human and divine life, escape from the flame of separation. I chase thee, for in this was my pleasure, says the voice of love to Mechthild of Magdeburg. I captured thee, for this was my desire. I bound thee, and I rejoice in thy bonds. I have wounded thee, that thou mayst be united to me. If I gave thee blows, it was that I might be possessed of thee. So, in the beautiful Middle English poem of Quia amore langueo, I am true love that falls was never, misistir, manis sul. I loved here thus, because we wold in no wise disavere. I left my kingdom, glorious. I pervade for here a palace precious, she fleth, I follow, I sought here so. I soft tried this pain piteous quia amore langueo. Meister Eckhart has the same idea of the inexorable following love, impossible to escape, expressed under less personal images. Earth, he says, cannot escape the sky, let it flee up or down, the sky flows into it, and makes it fruitful whether it will or no. So God does to man. He who will escape him only runs to his bosom, for all corners are open to him. All mystics have very strongly this sense of a mysterious spiritual life, a reality, without seeking man and compelling him to its will. It is not for him, they think, to say that he will or will not aspire to the transcendental world. Hence sometimes this inversion of man's long quest of God. The self resists the pull of spiritual gravitation, flees from the touch of eternity, and the eternal seeks it, tracks it ruthlessly down. The following love, the mystics say, is a fact of experience, not a poetic idea. Those strong feet that follow after, once set upon the chase, are bound to win. Man, once conscious of reality, cannot evade it. For a time his separated spirit, his disordered loves, may willfully frustrate the scheme of things, but he must be conquered in the end. Then, the mystic process unfolds itself inexorably. Love triumphs. The purpose of the worlds fulfills itself in the individual life. 2. It was natural and inevitable that the imagery of human love and marriage should have seemed to the mystic the best of all images of his own fulfillment of life, his soul's surrender, first to the call, finally to the embrace of perfect love. It lay ready to his hand. It was understood of all men, and moreover, it most certainly does offer, upon lower levels, a strangely exact parallel to the sequence of states in which man's spiritual consciousness unfolds itself, and which form the consummation of the mystic life. It has been said that the constant use of such imagery by Christian mystics of the medieval period is traceable to the popularity of the Song of Solomon. I think that the truth lies rather in the opposite statement, namely, that the mystic loved the Song of Solomon because he there saw reflected, as in a mirror, the most secret experiences of his soul. The sense of a desire that was insatiable, of a personal fellowship so real, inward, and intense, that it could only be compared with the closest link of human love. Of an intercourse that was no mere spiritual self-indulgence, but was rooted in the primal duties and necessities of life. More, those deepest, most intimate secrets of communion, those self-giving ecstasies which all mystics know, but of which we who are not mystics may not speak. All these he found symbolized and suggested. Their unendurable glories veiled in a merciful mist, in the poetry which man has invented to honor that august passion, in which the merely human draws nearest to the divine. The great saints who adopted and elaborated this symbolism, applying it to their pure and ardent passion for the absolute, were destitute of the prurient imagination which their modern commentators too often possess. They were essentially pure of heart, and when they saw God they were so far from confusing that unearthly vision with the products of morbid sexuality, that the dangerous nature of the imagery which they employed did not occur to them. They knew by experience the unique nature of spiritual love, and no one can know anything about it in any other way. Thus for St. Bernard, throughout his deeply mystical sermons on the Song of Songs, the divine word is the bridegroom, the human soul is the bride. But how different is the effect produced by his use of these symbols from that with which he has been charged by hostile critics? In the place of that sensuous imagery which is so often and so earnestly deplored by those who have hardly a nodding acquaintance with the writings of the saints, we find images which indeed have once been sensuous, but which are here anointed and ordained to a holy office, carried up, transmuted, and endowed with a radiant purity, an intense and spiritual life. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Who is it speaks these words? It is the bride. Who is the bride? It is the soul thirsting for God. She who asks this is held by the bond of love to him from whom she asks it. Of all the sentiments of nature, this of love is the most excellent, especially when it is rendered back to him who is the principle and fountain of it, that is God. Nor are there found any expressions equally sweet, to signify the mutual affection between the word of God and the soul, as those of bridegroom and of bride. Inasmuch as between individuals who stand in such relation to each other, all things are in common, and they possess nothing separate or divided. They have one inheritance, one dwelling place, one table, and they are in fact one flesh. If then, mutual love is especially befitting to a bride and bridegroom, it is not unfitting that the name of bride is given to a soul which loves. To women mystics of the Catholic Church, familiar with the antique and poetic metaphor which called every cloistered nun the bride of Christ, that crisis, in their spiritual history in which they definitely vowed themselves to the service of transcendent reality, seemed, naturally enough, the veritable betrothal of the soul. Often, in a dynamic vision, they saw as in a picture the binding vows exchanged between their spirits and their God, that further progress on the mystic way which brought with it a sharp and permanent consciousness of union with the divine will. The constant sustaining presence of a divine companion became, by an extension of the original simile, spiritual marriage. The elements of duty, constancy, irrevocableness, and loving obedience involved in the medieval conception of the marriage tie made it an apt image of a spiritual state in which humility, intimacy, and love were the dominant characteristics. There is really no need to seek a pathological explanation of these simple facts. Moreover, the descriptions of spiritual marriage, which the great mystics have left, are singularly free from physical imagery. All that I can say of it, and all that I understand of it, says St. Teresa, is that the soul, or rather the spirit of the soul, the divine spark or part, becomes one thing with God, that he may show how much he loves us. God, who is also spirit, has desired to show to certain souls how far this love can go, and this, that we may be excited to praise his generosity. Despite his infinite majesty, he condescends to unite himself so closely to a feeble creature, that, like those whom the sacrament of marriage has united in an irrevocable bond, he would never again be separated from her. After the spiritual betrothal it is not thus. More than once the lovers separate. In the spiritual marriage, on the contrary, the soul dwells always with God, in that center which I have described. The great Richard of St. Victor, in one of his most splendid mystical treatises, has given us perhaps the most daring and detailed application of the symbolism of marriage to the adventures of the spirit of man. He divides the steep stairway of love by which the contemplative ascends to union with the Absolute, into 4 stages. These he calls the betrothal, the marriage, the wedlock, and the fruitfulness of the soul. In the betrothal, he says, the soul thirsts for the beloved, that is to say, it longs to experience the delights of reality. The spirit comes to the soul, and seems sweeter than honey. It is conversion, the awakening to mystical truth, the kindling of the passion for the Absolute. Then the soul, with pertinacity, demands more, and because of her burning desire she attains to pure contemplation, and so passes to the 2nd degree of love. In this she is led in bridle by the beloved. Ascending above herself in contemplation, she sees the Sun of Righteousness. She is now confirmed in the mystic life. The irrevocable marriage vows are made between her spirit and her God. At this point she can see the beloved, but cannot yet come into him, says Richard. This degree, as we shall see later, answers more or less to that which other mystics call the illuminative way. But any attempt to press these poetic symbols into a cast iron series and establish exact parallels is foredoomed to failure, and will merely succeed in robbing them of their fragrance and suggestive power. In Richard's 3rd stage, however, that of union or wedlock, it is clear that the soul enters upon the unitive way. She has passed the stages of ecstatic and significant events, and is initiated into the life. She is deified, passes utterly into God, and is glorified in him, is transfigured, he says, by immediate contact with a divine substance, into an utterly different quality of being. Thus, says St. John of the Cross, the soul, when it shall have driven away from itself all that is contrary to the divine will, becomes transformed in God by love. The soul, says Richard again, is utterly concentrated on the One. She is caught up to the divine light, the expression of the personal passion, the intimate relation. Here rises to its height. But this is not enough. Where most mystical diagrams leave off, Richard of St. Victor's steep stairway of love goes on, with the result that this is almost the only symbolic system bequeathed to us by the great contemplatives, in which all the implications contained in the idea of the spiritual marriage have been worked out to their term. He saw clearly that the union of the soul with its source could not be a barren ecstasy. That was to mistake a means for an end, and to frustrate the whole intention of life, which is, on all levels, fruitful and creative. Therefore he says that in the 4th degree, the bride who has been so greatly honored, caught up to such unspeakable delight, sinks her own will, and is humiliated below herself. She accepts the pains and duties in the place of the raptures of love, and becomes a source, a parent of fresh spiritual life. The sponsor Dei develops into the Mater Divines Gratis. That imperative need of life, to push on, to create, to spread, is here seen operating in the spiritual sphere. This forms that rare and final stage in the evolution of the great mystics, in which they return to the world which they forsook, and there live, as it were, as centers of transcendental energy, the creators of spiritual families, the partners, and fellow laborers with the divine life. 3. We come now to the symbols which have been adopted by those mystics in whom temperamental consciousness of their own imperfection, and of the unutterable perfection of the absolute life to which they aspired, has overpowered all other aspects of man's quest of reality. The seek, and ye shall find of the pilgrim, the by love shall he be gotten, and holden of the bride, can never seem an adequate description of experience to minds of this type. They are intent on the inexorable truth which must be accepted in some form by both these classes, the crucial fact that we behold that which we are, or, in other words, that only the real can know reality. Hence the state of the inward man, the unrealness of him when judged by any transcendental standard, is their center of interest. His remaking or regeneration appears to them as the primal necessity, if he is ever to obtain rights of citizenship in the country of the soul. We have seen that this idea of the new birth, the remaking or transmutation of the self, clothed in many different symbols, runs through the whole of mysticism and much of theology. It is the mystic's subjective reading of those necessary psychological changes, which he observes taking place within himself as his spiritual consciousness grows. His hard work of renunciation, of detachment from the things which that consciousness points out as illusory or impure, his purifications and trials, all form part of it. If that which is whole or perfect is to come, then that which is in part must be done away. For in what measure we put off the creature, in the same measure are we able to put on the Creator, neither more nor less. Of all the symbolic systems in which this truth has been enshrined, none is so complete, so picturesque, and now so little understood as that of the Hermetic philosophers or spiritual alchemists. This fact would itself be sufficient to justify us in examining some of the chief features of their symbolism. There is a further excuse for this apparently eccentric proceeding, however, in the fact that the language of alchemy was largely, though not always accurately and consistently, used by the great mystic Jacob Boehme, and after him by his English disciple William Law. Without, then, some knowledge of the terms which they employed, but seldom explained, the writings of this important school can hardly be understood. I do not propose in this place to enter upon a long and detailed discussion of the alchemic symbols and their application to the mystic life. These symbols are full of an often deliberate obscurity, which makes their exact interpretation a controversial matter at the best. Moreover, the various authors of the Hermetic writings do not always use them in the same sense, and whilst many of these writings are undoubtedly mystical, others clearly deal with the physical quest of gold. Nor have we any sure standard by which to divide class from class. The elements from which the spiritual alchemists built up their amazing allegories of the mystic life are, however, easily grasped. And these elements, together with the significance generally attributed to them, are as much as those who are not specialists can hope to unravel from this very tangled skein. First, there are the metals, of course the obvious materials of physical alchemy. These are usually called by the names of their presiding planets. Thus in Hermetic language, Luna means silver, Sol gold, etc. Then there is the vessel, or athanor, in which the transmutation of base metal to gold took place, an object whose exact nature is veiled in much mystery. The fire and various solvents and waters, peculiar to the different alchemistic recipes, complete the apparatus necessary to the great work. The process of this work, sometimes described in chemical, and sometimes in astrological terms, is more often than not veiled in a strange heraldic and zoological symbolism dealing with lions, dragons, eagles, vultures, ravens and doves, which, delightful in its picturesqueness, is unequaled in its power of confusing the anxious and unwary inquirer. It is also the subject of innumerable and deliberate allegories, which were supposed to convey its secrets to the elect, whilst most certainly concealing them from the crowd. Hence it is that the author of a short inquiry concerning the Hermetic art speaks for all investigators of this subject, when he describes the Hermetic science as a great labyrinth, in which are abundance of inquirers rambling to this day, many of them undiscerned by one another. Like him, I too have taken several turns in it myself, wherein one shall meet with very few, for 'tis so large, and almost every one taking a different path, that they seldom meet. But finding it a very melancholy place, I resolved to get out of it, and rather content myself to walk in the little garden before the entrance, where many things, though not all, were orderly to be seen. Choosing rather to stay there, and contemplate on the metaphor set up, than venture again into the wilderness. Coming then to the contemplation of the metaphor set up, by far the most judicious course for modern students of the Hermetic art, we observe first that the prime object of alchemy was held to be the production of the philosopher's stone, that perfect and incorrupt substance, or noble tincture, never found upon our imperfect earth in its natural state, which could purge all baser metals of their dross, and turn them to pure gold. The quest of the stone, in fact, was but one aspect of man's everlasting quest of perfection, his hunger for the absolute, and hence an appropriate symbol of the mystic life. But this quest was not conducted in some far-off transcendental kingdom. It was prosecuted in the here and now, amongst the ordinary things of natural life. Gold, the crowned king, or sol, as it is called in the planetary symbolism of the alchemists, was their standard of perfection, the perfect metal. Towards it, as the Christian towards sanctity, their wills were set. It had for them a value not sordid but ideal. Nature, they thought, is always trying to make gold, this incorruptible and perfect thing, and the other metals are merely the results of the frustration of her original design. Nor is this aiming at perfection, and achieving of imperfection, limited to the physical world. Quod superius, sicut quod inferius. Upon the spiritual plane also they held that the divine idea is always aiming at spiritual gold, divine humanity, the new man, citizen of the transcendental world, and natural man as we ordinarily know him is a lower metal, silver at best, a departure from the plan who, yet bears within himself, if we could find it, the spark or seed of absolute perfection, the tincture which makes gold. The smattering I have of the philosopher's stone, says Sir Thomas Browne, which is something more than the perfect exaltation of gold, hath taught me a great deal of divinity, and instructed my belief how that immortal spirit and incorruptible substance of my soul may lie obscure, and sleep a while within this house of flesh. This incorruptible substance is man's goldness, his perfect principle, for the highest mineral virtue resides in man, says Albertus Magnus, and gold may be found everywhere. Hence the prosecution of a spiritual chemistry is a proper part of the true Hermetic science. The art of the alchemist, whether spiritual or physical, consists in completing the work of perfection, bringing forth and making dominant, as it were, the latent goldness which lies obscure in metal or man. The ideal adept of alchemy was therefore an auxiliary of the eternal goodness. By his search for the noble tincture which should restore an imperfect world, he became a partner in the business of creation, assisting the cosmic plan. The proper art of the spiritual alchemist, with whom alone we are here concerned, was the production of the spiritual and only valid tincture, or philosopher's stone, the mystic seed of transcendental life which should invade, tinge, and wholly transmute the imperfect self into spiritual gold. That this was no fancy of 17th century allegorists, but an idea familiar to many of the oldest writers upon alchemy, whose quest was truly a spiritual search into the deepest secrets of the soul, is proved by the words which bring to an end at the first part of the antique golden treatise upon the making of the stone, sometimes attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. This, O son, says that remarkable tract, is the concealed stone of many colors, which is born and brought forth in one color. Know this and conceal it. It leads from darkness into light, from this desert wilderness to a secure habitation, and from poverty and straits to a free and ample fortune. Man then was for the alchemist the true laboratory of the hermetic art, which concealed in an entanglement of vague and contradictory symbols the life process of his ascension to that perfect state in which he was able to meet God. This state must not be confused with a merely moral purity, but must be understood as involving utter transmutation into a new form. It naturally followed from this that the indwelling Christ, the cornerstone, the Son of Righteousness, became, for many of the Christian alchemists, identified with the lapis philosophorum and with Sol, and was regarded both as the image and as the earnest of this great work. His spirit was the noble tincture which can bring that which is lowest in the death to its highest ornament or glory, transmutes the natural to the supernatural, operates the new birth. This, says Weymouth, is the noble precious stone, lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, which the magi or wise men find, which tinctureth nature, and generateth a new sun in the old. He who findeth that esteemeth more highly of it than of this outward world, for the Son is many thousand times greater than the Father. Again, if you take the spirit of the tincture, then indeed you go on a way in which many have found soul, but they have followed on the way to the heart of soul, where the spirit of the heavenly tincture hath laid hold on them, and brought them into the liberty, into the majesty, where they have known the noble stone, lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, and have stood amazed at man's blindness, and seen his laboring in vain. Would you fain find the noble stone? Behold, we will show it you plain enough, if you be a magus, and worthy, else you shall remain blind still. Therefore fall to work thus, for it hath no more but 3 numbers. First tell from 1 till you come to the cross, which is 10x, and there lieth the stone without any great painstaking, for it is pure, and not defiled with any earthly nature. In this stone there lieth hidden, whatsoever God and the eternity, also heaven, the stars and elements contain and are able to do. There never was from eternity anything better or more precious than this, and it is offered by God and bestowed upon man. Every one may have it. It is in a simple form, and hath the power of the whole deity in it. Beaumet, however, is here using alchemic symbols according to his custom, in a loose and artistic manner, for the true hermetic philosopher's stone is not something which can be found, but something which must be made. The alchemists, whether their search be for a physical or a spiritual tincture, say always that this tincture is the product of the furnace and athanor, and further that it is composed of 3 numbers or elements, which they call sulfur, salt, and mercury. These, when found and forced into the proper combination, form the azoth or philosopher's egg, the stuff or first matter of the great work. Sulfur, salt, and mercury, however, must not be understood in too literal a sense. You need not look for our metallic seed among the elements, says Basil the monk. It need not be sought so far back. If you can only rectify the mercury, sulfur, and salt, understand those of the sages until the metallic spirit and body are inseparably joined together by means of the metallic soul, you thereby firmly rivet the chain of love, and prepare the palace for the coronation. Of these 3 ingredients, the important one is the spiritual principle, the unseizable mercury, which is far from being the metal which we ordinarily know by that name. The mercury which the alchemists sought, often in strange places, is a hidden and powerful substance. They call it mercury of the wise, and he who can discover it, they say, is on the way toward success. The reader in search of mystical wisdom already begins to be bewildered, but if he persevere in this labyrinth of symbolism, he presently discovers, as Basil the monk indeed hints, that the sulfur and the salt, or metallic soul and body of the spiritual chemistry, represent something analogous to the body and mind of man, sulfur his earthly nature, seasoned with intellectual salt. The mercury is spirit in its most mystic sense, the synteresis or holy dweller in the innermost, the immanent spark or divine principle of his life. Only the wise, the mystically awakened, can know this mercury, the agent of man's transmutation, and until it has been discovered, brought out of the hiddenness, nothing can be done. This mercury or snowy splendor is a celestial body drawn from the beams of the sun and the moon. It is the only agent in the world for this art. It is the divine human spark of the soul, the bridge between gold and silver, God and man. The three principles being enclosed in the vessel, or athanor, which is man himself, and, subjected to a gentle fire, the incendium amoris, the process of the great work, the mystic transmutation of natural into spiritual man, can begin. This work, like the ingredients which compose it, has three numbers, and the first matter, in the course of its transmutation, assumes three successive colors, the black, the white, and the red. These three colors are strictly analogous to the three traditional stages of the mystic way: purgation, illumination, union. The alchemists call the first stage, or blackness, putrefaction. In it, the three principles which compose the whole man of body, soul, and spirit are sublimated till they appear as a black powder full of corruption, and the imperfect body is dissolved and purified by subtle mercury, as man is purified by the darkness, misery, and despair, which follows the emergence of his spiritual consciousness. As psychic uproar and disorder seems part of the process of mental growth, so solve e coagula. Break down that you may build up is the watchword of the spiritual alchemist. The black beast, the passional element, of the lower nature, must emerge and be dealt with before anything further can be done. There is a black beast in our forest, says the highly allegorical book of Lambspring. His name is putrefaction. His blackness is called the plead of the raven. When it is cut off, whiteness appears. This whiteness, the state of Luna, or Silver, the chaste and immaculate queen, is the equivalent of the illuminative way, the highest point which the mystic can attain short of union with the absolute. This white stone is pure and precious, but in it, the great work of man's spiritual evolution has not yet reached its term. That term is the attainment of the red, the color of perfection or alchemic gold, a process sometimes called the marriage of Luna and Sol, the fusion of the human and divine spirit. Under this image is concealed the final secret of the mystic life, that ineffable union of finite and infinite, that loving reception of the inflowing vitality of God, from which comes forth the magnum opus, deified or spiritual man. This, says the author of a suggestive inquiry, is the union supersentient, the nuptials sublime, mentis et universi. Lo! Behold, I will open to thee a mystery, cries the adept. The bridegroom crowneth the bride of the north, that is she who comes out of the cold and darkness of the lower nature. In the darkness of the north, out of the crucifixion of the cerebral life, when the sensual dominant is occultated in the divine fiat, and, subdued, there arises a light wonderfully about the summit, which wisely returned and multiplied according to the divine blessing, is made substantial in life. I have said that side by side with the metallic and planetary language of the alchemists, runs a strange heraldic symbolism in which they take refuge when they fear, generally without reason, that they are telling their secrets too plainly to an unregenerate world. Many of these heraldic emblems are used in an utterly irresponsible manner, and whilst doubtless conveying a meaning to the individual alchemist and the disciples for whom he wrote, are and must ever be unintelligible to other men. But others are of a more general application, and appear so frequently in 17th century literature, whether mystical or non-mystical, that some discussion of them may well be of use. Perhaps the quaintest and most celebrated of all these allegories is that which describes the quest of the philosopher's stone as the hunting of the green lion. The green lion, though few would divine it, is the first matter of the great work. Hence, in spiritual alchemy, natural man in his wholeness, salt, sulfur, and mercury in their crude state. He is called green because, seen from the transcendent standpoint, he is still unripe, his latent powers undeveloped, and a lion, because of his strength, fierceness, and virility. Here the common opinion that a pious effeminacy, a diluted and amiable spirituality, is the proper raw material of the mystic life, is emphatically contradicted. It is not by the education of the lamb, but by the hunting and taming of the wild intractable lion, instinct with vitality, full of ardor and courage, exhibiting heroic qualities on the sensual plane, that the great work is achieved. The lives of the saints enforce the same law, our lion wanting maturity, is called green for his unripeness. Trust me, and yet full quickly he can run, and soon can overtake the sun. The green lion then, in his strength and wholeness, is the only creature potentially able to attain perfection. It needs the adoption and purification of all the wealth and resources of man's nature, not merely the encouragement of his transcendental tastes, if he is to overtake it and achieve the great work. The kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, not by amiable aspiration. The green lion, says one alchemist, is the priest by whom Sol and Luna are wed. In other words, the raw stuff of indomitable human nature is the means by which man is to attain union with the Absolute. The duty of the alchemist, then, the transmuting process, is described as the hunting of the green lion through the forest of the sensual world. He, like the hound of heaven, is on a love chase down the nights and down the days. When the lion is caught, when destiny overtakes it, as the preliminary to the necessary taming process, its head must be cut off. This is called by the alchemists the head of the raven, the crow, or the vulture, for its blackness. It represents the fierce and corrupt life of the passions, and its removal is that death of the lower nature which is the object of all asceticism, that is, purgation. The lion, the whole man, humanity in its strength, is as it were slain to the world, and then resuscitated, but in a very different shape, by its passage through this mystic death, or the putrefaction of the three principles. The color of unripeness is taken away. Its taming completed, it receives wings, wherewith it may fly up to Sol, the perfect or divine, and is transmuted, say the alchemists, into the red dragon. This is of course to us a hopelessly grotesque image, but to the Hermetic philosophers whose sense of wonder was yet uncorrupt, it was the deeply mystical emblem of a new, strange and transcendental life, powerful alike in earth and in heaven. As the angel to the man, so was the dragon to the world of beasts, a creature of splendor and terror, a super brute, veritably existent if seldom seen. We may perhaps realize something of the significance of this symbol for the alchemic writers, if we remember how sacred a meaning it has for the Chinese, to whom it is the traditional emblem of free spiritual life, as the tiger represents the life of the material plane in its intensest form. Since it is from China that the practice of alchemy is supposed to have reached the European world, it may yet be found that the red dragon is one of the most antique and significant symbols of the Hermetic art. For the spiritual chemistry then, the red dragon represents deified man, whose emergence must always seem like the birth of some monstrous and amazing creature, when seen from the standpoint of the merely natural world. With his coming forth, the business of the alchemist, insofar as he be a mystic, is done. Man has transcended his lower nature, has received wings wherewith to live on higher levels of reality. The tincture, the latent goldness, has been found and made dominant, the magnum opus achieved. That the true and inward business of that work, when stripped of its many emblematic veils, was indeed the reordering of spiritual, rather than material elements, is an opinion which rests on a more solid foundation than personal interpretations of old allegories and alchemic tracts. The Norwich physician, himself deeply read in the Hermetic science, has declared to us his own certainty concerning it in few but lovely words. In them is contained the true mystery of man's eternal and interior quest of the stone, its reconciliation with that other, outgoing quest of the hidden treasure that desires to be found. Do but extract from the corpulency of bodies, or resolve things beyond their first matter, and you discover the habitation of angels, which, if I call it the ubiquitary and omnipresent essence of God, I hope I shall not offend divinity. Chapter 7. Mysticism and Magic. It seems hardly necessary to examine in detail the mistakes, or, in ecclesiastical language, the heresies, into which men have been led by a feeble, a deformed, or an arrogant mystical sense. The number of such mistakes is countless, their wildness almost inconceivable to those who have not been forced to study them. Too often it has happened that the loud voices and strange declarations of their apostles have drowned the quieter accents of the orthodox. It would seem as though the moment of puberty were far more critical in the spiritual than it is in the physical life, the ordinary dangers of adolescence being intensified when they appear upon the higher levels of consciousness. Man, becoming aware of a new power and new desires within him, abruptly subjected to the influx of new life, is dazzled and pleased by every brilliant and fantastic guess, every invitation which is offered to him. In the condition of psychic disorder which is characteristic of his movement to new states, he is unusually at the mercy of the suggestions and impressions which he receives. Hence in every period of mystical activity, we find an outbreak of occultism, illuminism, or other perverted spirituality. In the youth of the Christian Church, side by side with the great Neoplatonists, we have the arrogant and disorderly transcendentalism of the Gnostics, their attempted fusion of the ideals of mysticism and magic. During the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, there is the spurious mysticism of the Brethren of the Free Spirit, the occult propaganda of Paracelsus, the Rosicrucians, the Christian Kabbalists, and the innumerable pantheistic, Manichaean, mystery-making, and quietist heresies which made war upon Catholic tradition. Usually owing their existence to the undisciplined will and imagination of some individual adventurer, these died with the death of his influence, and only the specialist in strange faiths now cares to trouble their graves. But it is otherwise with the root idea, whence these perverse activities most usually develop. This cannot be so easily dismissed, nor is it in our interest so to treat it, for as reality is best defined by means of negatives, so the right doctrine is often more easily understood after a consideration of the wrong. In the case of mysticism, which deals largely with the unutterable, and where language at once exact and affirmative is particularly hard to find, such a course is almost certain to help us. Leaving therefore the specifically mystical era of quietism, until we come to the detailed discussion of the states of orison, we will consider some of those other supernormal activities of the self, which we have already agreed to classify as magic, and learn through them more of the hidden forces which she has at her command, the dangerous liberty which she enjoys in their regard. The word magic is now out of fashion, though its spirit was never more widely diffused than at the present time. Thanks to the gradual debasement of the verbal currency, it suggests to the ordinary reader the art practiced by Mr. Maskelyne. The shelf which is devoted to its literature at the London Library contains many useful works on sleight of hand and parlour tricks. It has dragged with it in its fall the terrific verb to conjure, which, forgetting that it once compelled the spirits of men and angels, is now content to produce rabbits from top hats. This circumstance would have little more than philological importance, were it not that the true adepts of modern occultism, annoyed, one supposes, by this abuse of their ancient title, tend more and more to arrogate to their tenets and practices the name of mystical science. Vaughan, in his rather supercilious survey of the mystics, long ago classed all forms of white magic, alchemy, and occult philosophy as theurgic mysticism, and on the other side of the shield, the occultists display an increasing eagerness to claim the mystics as masters in their school. Even the threefold way of mysticism has been adopted by them, and relabeled probation, enlightenment, initiation. In our search for the characteristics of mysticism, we have already marked the boundary which separates it from magic, and tried to define the true nature and intention of occult philosophy. Now, I think, we may usefully ask of magic in its turn, what it can tell us of the transcendental powers and consciousness of man. We saw that it represented the instinctive human desire to know more applied to supra-sensible things. For good or ill this desire, and the occult sciences and magic arts which express it, have haunted humanity from the earliest times. No student of man dare neglect their investigation, however distasteful to his intelligence their superficial absurdities may be. The starting point of all magic and of all magical religion, the best and purest of occult activities, is, as in mysticism, man's inextinguishable conviction that there are other planes of being than those which his senses report to him, and its proceedings represent the intellectual and individualistic results of this conviction. His craving for the hidden knowledge. It is, in the eyes of those who practice it, a moyen de parvenir, not the performance of illicit tricks, but a serious and philosophic attempt to solve the riddle of the world. Its result, according to one of the best modern writers upon occult philosophy, comprises an actual, positive, and realizable knowledge concerning the worlds which we denominate invisible, because they transcend the imperfect and rudimentary faculties of a partially developed humanity, and concerning the latent potentialities which constitute, by the fact of their latency, the interior man. In more strictly philosophical language, the Hermetic science is a method of transcending the phenomenal world and attaining to the reality which is behind phenomena. Though certain parts of this enormous claim seem able to justify themselves in experience, the whole of it cannot be admitted. The last phrase in particular is identical with the promise which we have seen to be characteristic of mysticism. It presents magic as a pathway to reality. We may as well say at once that this promise is not fulfilled, for the apparent transcending of phenomena does not necessarily entail the attainment of the absolute. Such an attainment must, as its first condition, meet and satisfy upon the plane of reality each activity of the self, love, will, and thought. Magic at its best only satisfies two of these claimants, and this by extending rather than escaping the boundaries of the phenomenal world. At its worst, it satisfies none. It stands for that form of transcendentalism which does abnormal things, but does not lead anywhere. and we are likely to fall victims to some kind of magic the moment that the declaration "I want to know" ousts the declaration "I want to be" from the chief place in our consciousness. The true science of ultimates must be a science of pure being, for reasons which the reader is now in a position to discover for himself. But magic is merely a system whereby the self tries to assuage its transcendental curiosity by an extension of the activities of the will beyond their usual limits, obtaining by this means experimental knowledge of planes of existence usually, but inaccurately, regarded as supernatural. It will, no doubt, be felt by those who are not occultists that even this modified claim needs justification. Few recognize that the whole business of the true magician is not with vulgar marvels, but with transcendental matters. Fewer still that this business may be prosecuted with honesty and success. The search after hidden things has become synonymous with foolish and disreputable deceits, and the small but faithful company of thrice great Hermes is confused with the army of camp followers which preys upon its ranks. Most persons who do not specialize in the eccentric sciences are of opinion that, in these days, the occultist can only be said to exist in either the commercial or the academic sense. The Bond Street palmist may represent one class, the annotator of improper grimoires the other. In neither department is the thing supposed to be taken seriously. It is merely the means of obtaining money, or of assuaging a rather morbid curiosity. Such a view is far from being accurate. In magic, whether we choose to regard it as a superstition or a science, we have at any rate the survival of a great and ancient tradition, the true splendor and meaning of whose title should hardly have been lost in a Christian country, for it claims to be the science of those magi whose quest of the symbolic blazing star brought them once, at last, to the cradle of the incarnate God. Its laws, and the ceremonial rites which express those laws, have come down to us from immemorial antiquity. They enshrine a certain definite knowledge, and a large number of less definite theories, concerning the sensual and supersensual worlds, and concerning powers which man, according to occult thinkers, may develop if he will. Orthodox persons should be careful how they condemn the laws of magic, for they unwittingly conform to many of them whenever they go to church. All formal religion is saturated with magic. The art of medicine will never wholly cast it off. Many centuries ago it gave birth to that which we now call modern science. It seems to possess inextinguishable life. This is not surprising when we perceive how firmly occultism is rooted in psychology, how perfectly it is adapted to certain perennial characteristics of the human mind, its curiosity, its arrogance, its love of mystery. Magic, in its perfect and uncorrupted form, claims to be a practical, intellectual, highly individualistic science, working towards a declared end, that, namely, of enlarging the sphere on which the will of man can work, and obtaining experimental knowledge of planes, of being usually regarded as transcendental. It is the last descendant of a long line of teaching, the whole teaching, in fact, of the mysteries of Egypt and Greece, which aims at initiating man into the secrets of knowledge, and aspires, egoistically, to an understanding of things. In every man, says a living occultist, there are latent faculties by means of which he can acquire for himself knowledge of the higher worlds. As long as the human race has existed, there have always been schools in which those who possessed these higher faculties gave instruction to those who were in search of them. Such are called the occult schools, and the instruction which is imparted therein is called esoteric science, or the occult teaching. These schools, at least as they exist in the present day, formulate the laws which govern occult phenomena in a manner which seems distressingly prosaic to the romantic inquirer, borrowing from physics and psychology theories of vibration, attraction, mental suggestion, and subconscious activity, which can be reapplied for their own purposes. According to its modern teachers, magic is in essence simply an extension of the theory and practice of volition beyond the usual limits. The will, says the occultist, is king, not only of the house of life, but of the universe outside the gates of sense. It is the key to man limitless, the true ring of Gyges, which can control the forces of nature, known and unknown. This aspect of occult philosophy informs much of the cheap American transcendentalism, which is so lightly miscalled mystical by its teachers and converts, menticulture, new or higher thought, and the scriptures of the so-called new consciousness, the ingenious authors of Volo, The Will to Be Well, and Just How to Wake the Solar Plexus, the seers who assure their eager disciples that by concentration they may acquire not only health but also that wealth which is health of circumstance, are no mystics. They are magicians, and teach, though they know it not, little else but the cardinal doctrines of Hermetic science, omitting only their picturesque ceremonial accompaniments. These cardinal doctrines, in fact, have varied little since their first appearance early in the world's history. though, like the doctrines of theology, they have needed restatement from time to time. In setting them out for the enlightenment of the modern reader, I shall quote largely from the works of Eliphas Levi, the pseudonym under which Alphonse Louis Constant, probably the sanest and certainly the most readable occult philosopher of the 19th century, offered his conclusions to the world. Eliphas Levi found in the old magical tradition, rehandled in the terms of contemporary thought, an adequate theory of the universe and rule of practical life. In his writings, therefore, we see the Hermetic science under its most favorable aspect, opus hierarchicum et catholicum, as he proudly calls it upon the title page of his great Histoire de la Magie. It is the one object of his later works to exhibit, indeed to exaggerate, its connection with true mysticism, to show that it is le clef des grands mystères which will open the gate of that secret garden on which the desire of the soul is ever set. The spectacle which he presents is that of a man of eager desires and natural intuitions, set, is true, upon the quest of reality, but pursuing that quest by strange and twisted paths. It remains for us to examine with his help the nature of these paths, and the prospects which they offer to other wayfarers. The tradition of magic, like most other ways of escape which man has offered to his own soul, originated in the East. It was formulated, developed and preserved by the religion of Egypt. It made an early appearance in that of Greece. It has its legendary Grand Master in Hermes Trismegistus, who gave to it its official name of Hermetic science, and stands towards the magicians in much the same position as Moses occupied in the tradition of the Jews. Fragmentary writings attributed to this personage, and contained in the so-called Hermetic books, are the primitive scriptures of occultism, and the probably spurious Table of Emerald which is said to have been discovered in his tomb, ranks as the magician's table of stone. In Gnosticism, in the superb allegories of the Kabbalah, in much of the ceremonial of the Christian Church, finally, in secret associations which still exist in England, France and Germany, all that is best and truest in the secret wisdom of magical tradition has wandered down the centuries. Its baser offshoots, by which it is unfortunately represented to the crowd, are but too well known and need not be particularized. Like the world which it professes to interpret, magic has a body and a soul, an outward vesture of words and ceremonies and an inner doctrine. The outward vesture, which is all that the uninitiated are permitted to perceive, is hardly attractive to the judicious eye of common sense. It consists of a series of confusing and often ridiculous symbolic veils, of strange words and numbers, grotesque laws and ritual acts, personifications and mystifications, wrapped one about the other as if the bewilderment of impatient investigators were its one design. The outward vestures of our religious, political and social systems, which would probably appear equally irrational to a wholly ignorant yet critical observer, offer an instructive parallel to this aspect of occult philosophy. Stripped of these archaic formulae, symbols, mystery-mongerings, and other adventitious trappings, magic is found to rest upon three fundamental axioms, none of which can be dismissed as ridiculous by those who listen respectfully to the amazing and ever-shifting hypotheses of fashionable psychology and physics. 1. The first of these axioms affirms the existence of an imponderable medium or universal agent, which is described as beyond the plane of our normal sensual perceptions, yet interpenetrating and binding up the material world. This agent, which is not luminous and has nothing to do with the stars, is known to the occultists by the unfortunate name of astral light, a term originally borrowed from the Martinists by Eliphas Levi, to which the religious rummage sales of current theosophy have since given a familiarity which treads upon the margin of contempt. To live in conscious communication with the astral light is to live upon the astral plane, or in the astral world, to have risen, that is to say, to a new level of consciousness. The education of the occultist is wholly directed towards this end. This doctrine of the astral plane, like most of our other diagrams of the transcendent, possesses not only a respectable ancestry, but also many prosperous relations in the world of philosophic thought. Traces of it may even be detected under veils in the more recent speculations of orthodox physics. It is really identical with the archetypal world or Yesod of the Kabbalah, the perfect land of old Egyptian religion, in which exist the true or spirit forms of all created things. Perhaps it is connected with the real world described by such visionaries as Baume and Blake. A persistent tradition as to the existence of such a plane of being or of consciousness is found all over the world, in Indian, Greek, Egyptian, Celtic and Jewish thought. Above this visible nature there exists another, unseen and eternal, which when all things created perish, does not perish, says the Bhagavad Gita. According to the Kabbalists, it is the seat of life and vitality, and the nourishment of all the world. Vitalism might accept it as one of those aspects of the universe which can be perceived by a more extended rhythm than that of normal consciousness. Various aspects of it have been identified with the burning body of the Holy Ghost of Christian Gnosticism, and with the otic force of the old-fashioned spiritualists. According to the doctrine of magic, the astral plane constitutes the cosmic memory, where the images of all beings and events are preserved, as they are preserved in the memory of man. The high that proved too high, the heroic for earth too hard, the passion that left the ground to lose itself in the sky, all are living in the astral world. There too the concepts of future creation are present in their completeness in the eternal, now before being brought to birth in the material sphere. On this theory, prophecy, and also clairvoyance, one of the great objects of occult education, consists in opening the eyes of the mind upon this timeless astral world, and spiritualists, evoking the phantoms of the dead, merely call them up from the recesses of universal instead of individual remembrance. The reader who feels his brain to be whirling amidst this medley of solemn statement and unproven fairy tale must remember that at best, the dogmatic part of the occult tradition can only represent the attempt of an extended consciousness to find an explanation of its own experiences. Further, in its strictly undenominational form, the astral light is first cousin to the intangible ether beloved of Sir Oliver Lodge and other transcendental physicists. In it our whole selves, not merely our sentient selves, are bathed, and here again we are reminded of vitalism, with its unresting river of life. Hence, in occult language, the all-penetrating astral is a universal agent, the possible vehicle of hypnotism, telepathy, clairvoyance, and all those supernormal phenomena which science has taken out of the hands of the occultists and renamed metapsychic. This hypothesis also accounts for the confusing fact of an initial similarity of experience in many of the proceedings of mystic and occultist. Both must pass through the plane of consciousness which the concept of the astral represents, because this plane of perception is the one which lies next beyond our normal life. The transcendental faculties, once they are freed, become aware of this world only, in the case of the mystic, to pass through it as quickly as they can. The occultist, on the contrary, is willing to rest in the astral, and develop his perceptions of this aspect of the world. It is the medium in which he works. From the earliest times, occult philosophy has proclaimed its knowledge of this medium, always describing its existence as a scientific fact, outside the range of our normal senses, but susceptible of verification by the trained powers of the initiate. The possessor of such trained powers, not the wizard or the fortune teller, is to be regarded as the true magician, and it is the first object of occult education, or initiation, to actualize this supersensual plane of experience, to give the student the power of entering into conscious communion with it, and teach him to impose upon its forces the directive force of his own will, as easily as he imposes that will upon the material things of sense. 2. This brings us to the second axiom of magic, which also has a curiously modern air, for it postulates simply the limitless power of the disciplined human will. This dogma has been taken over without acknowledgement from occult philosophy, to become the trump card of menticulture, Christian Science, and New Thought. The preachers of joy philosophy, and other dilute forms of mental discipline, are the true priests of transcendental magic in the modern world. The first lesson of the would-be magus is self-mastery. By means of persevering and gradual athletics, says Eliphas Levi, the powers of the body can be developed to an amazing extent. It is the same with the powers of the soul. Would you govern yourself and others? Learn how to will. How may one learn how to will? This is the first secret of magical initiation, and it was to make the foundations of this secret thoroughly understood that the antique keepers of the mysteries surrounded the approach to the sanctuary with so many terrors and illusions. They did not believe in a will until it had given its proofs, and they were right. Strength cannot prove itself except by conquest. Idleness and negligence are the enemies of the will, and this is the reason why all religions have multiplied their practices and made their cults difficult and minute. The more trouble one gives oneself for an idea, the more power one acquires in regard to that idea. Hence the power of religions resides entirely in the inflexible will of those who practice them. 2. In its essence, then, magical initiation is a traditional form of mental discipline, strengthening and focusing the will. By it, some of those powers of apprehension which lie below the threshold of ordinary consciousness are liberated and enabled to report their discoveries to the active and sentient mind. This discipline, like that of the religious life, consists partly in physical austerities and in a deliberate divorce from the world, partly in the cultivation of willpower, but largely in a yielding of the mind to the influence of suggestions which have been selected and accumulated in the course of ages, because of their power over that imagination which Eliphas Levi calls the eye of the soul. There is nothing supernatural about it. Like the more arduous, more disinterested self-training of the mystic, it is character building with an object, conducted upon an heroic scale. In magic, the will to know is the center round which the personality is rearranged. As in mysticism, subconscious factors are dragged from the hiddenness to form part of that personality. The uprushes of thought, the abrupt intuitions which reach us from the subliminal region, are developed, ordered, and controlled by rhythms and symbols which have become traditional because the experience of centuries has proved, though it cannot explain, their efficacy. The fundamental principle, says E. Waite, speaking of occult evocations, was in the exercise of a certain occult force resident in the magus and strenuously exerted for the establishment of such a correspondence between two planes of nature as would effect his desired end. This exertion was termed the evocation, conjuration, or calling of the spirit, but that which in reality was raised was the energy of the inner man, tremendously developed and exalted by combined will and aspiration. This energy germinated by sheer force, a new intellectual faculty of sensible psychological perception. To assist and stimulate this energy into the most powerful possible operation, artificial means were almost invariably used. The synthesis of these methods and processes was called ceremonial magic, which in effect was a tremendous forcing house of the latent faculties of man's spiritual nature. This is the psychological explanation of those apparently absurd rituals of preparation, doctrines of signs and numbers, pentacles, charms, angelical names, the power of the word and all the rest, which go to make up ceremonial magic. The power of such artifices is known amongst the Indian mystics, who, recognizing in the mantra, or occult and rhythmic formula, consciously held and repeated, an invaluable help to the attainment of the true ecstatic states, are not ashamed to borrow them from the magicians. So too, the modern American schools of mental healing and new thought recommend concentration upon a carefully selected word as the starting point of efficacious meditation. This fact of the enormous psychical effect of certain verbal combinations, when allowed to dominate the field of consciousness, is the practical reason of that need of a formal liturgy which is felt by nearly every great religion. For religion on its ceremonial side is always largely magical. It too seeks, by artificial means, to stimulate latent energies. The true magic word or spell is untranslatable, because its power resides only partially in that outward sense which is apprehended by the reason, but chiefly in the rhythm, which is addressed to the subliminal mind. Did the Catholic Church choose to acknowledge a law long known to the adepts of magic, she has here an explanation of that instinct which has caused her to cling so strenuously to a Latin liturgy, much of whose amazing and truly magic power would evaporate were it translated into the vulgar tongue. Symbols, religious and other, and symbolic acts which appear meaningless when judged by the intellect alone, perform a similar office. They express the deep-seated instinct of the human mind that it must have a focus on which to concentrate its volitional powers, if those powers are to be brought to their highest state of efficiency. The nature of the focus matters little. Its office matters much. I give a short extract from the Rituel de la Haute Magie, which sufficiently exhibits Levy's opinion on this subject. Many of its phrases might be fresh from the pen of the newest American psychologist. All these figures, and acts analogous to them, all these dispositions of numbers and of characters, i.e., sacred words, charms, pentacles, etc., are, as we have said, but instruments for the education of the will, of which they fix and determine the habits. They serve also to concentrate in action all the powers of the human soul, and to strengthen the creative power of the imagination. A practice, even though it be superstitious and foolish, may be efficacious because it is a realization of the will. We laugh at the poor woman who denies herself a ha'porth of milk in the morning, that she may take a little candle to burn upon the magic triangle in some chapel. But those who laugh are ignorant, and the poor woman does not pay too dearly for the courage and resignation which she thus obtains. The wise pass proudly by shrugging their shoulders. They attack superstition with a clamor which shakes the world. And what happens? The houses which they build fall down, and their debris are resold to the providers and purchasers of little candles, who willingly allow it to be said that their power is at an end, since they know that their reign is eternal. Magic symbols, therefore, from penny candles to Solomon's seal, fall, in modern technical language, into two classes. The first contains instruments of self-suggestion, exaltation, and will direction. To this belong all spells, charms, rituals, perfumes, from the magician's vervain wreath to the youth, health, strength, which the student of new thought repeats when she is brushing her hair in the morning. The second class contains autoscopes, i.e., material, objects which focus and express the subconscious perceptions of the operator. The dowser's divining rod, fortune teller's cards, and crystal gazer's ball are characteristic examples. Both kinds are rendered necessary rather by the disabilities of the human than by the peculiarities of the superhuman plane, and the great adept, like the great saint, may attain heights at which he can entirely dispense with these outward and visible signs. Ceremonies being, as we have said, artificial methods of creating certain habits of the will, they cease to be necessary when these habits have become fixed. This is a point at which the history of magic lights up for us certain peculiarities in the history of mysticism. These facts, now commonplaces of psychology, have been known and used by students of magic for countless generations. Those who decry the philosophy because of the apparent absurdity of its symbols and ceremonies should remember that the embraces, gestures, grimaces, and other ritual acts, by which we all concentrate, liberate, or express love, wrath, or enthusiasm, will ill endure the cold revealing light of a strictly rational inquiry. 3. To the two dogmas of the astral light or universal agent, and the power of the will there, is to be added a third, the doctrine of analogy or implicit correspondence between appearance and reality, the microcosm of man and the macrocosm of the universe, the seen and the unseen worlds. In this, occultism finds the basis of all its transcendental speculations. Quod superius sicut quod inferius, the first words of that emerald table which was once attributed to Hermes Trismegistus himself, is an axiom which must be agreeable to all Platonists. It plays an enormous part in the theory of mysticism, which has always assumed that the path of the individual soul towards loving union with the Absolute is strictly analogous with the path on which the universe moves to its consummation in God. The notion of analogy ultimately determines the religious concepts of every race, and resembles the verities of faith in the breadth of its application, for it embraces alike the appearances of the visible world, which thus become the mirrors of the invisible, the symbols of religion, the tiresome arguments of Butler's analogy, the sublime allegories of the Kabbalah, and the spiritual alchemists, and that childish doctrine of signatures on which much of medieval science was built. Analogy, says Levi, is the last word of science, and the first word of faith, the sole possible mediator between the visible and the invisible, between the finite and the infinite. Here magic clearly defines her own limitations, stepping incautiously from the useful to the universal, and laying down a doctrine which no mystic could accept, which, carried to its logical conclusion, would turn the adventure of the infinite into a guessing game. Analogy, he says again, and this time perhaps with more propriety, is the key of all the secrets of nature. This is why religions seem to be written in the heavens and in all nature. This must be so, for the work of God is the book of God. And in that which he writes one should see the expression of his thought, and consequently of his being. Since we conceive of him only as supreme thought, here we have a hint of that idealistic element which is implicit in occultism, as even the wildest heresies retain traces of the truths which they pervert. The argument by analogy is carried by the occultists to lengths which can hardly be set down in this place. Armed with this torch, they explore the darkest, most terrible mysteries of life, and do not hesitate to cast the grotesque shadows of these mysteries upon the unseen world. The principle of correspondence is no doubt a sound one, so long as it works within reasonable limits. It was admitted into the system of the Kabbalah, though that astute philosophy was far from giving to it the importance which it assumes in Hermetic science. It has been accepted eagerly by many of the mystics. Boehme and Swedenborg gladly availed themselves of its method in presenting their intuitions to the world. It is implicitly acknowledged by thinkers of innumerable other schools. Its influence permeates the best periods of literature. Sir Thomas Browne spoke for more than himself when he said, in a well-known passage of the Religio Medici, "The severe school shall never laugh me out of the philosophy of Hermes, i.e., Trismegistus, says that this visible world is but a picture of the invisible, wherein, as in a portrait, things are not truly but in equivocal shapes, and as they counterfeit some real substance in that invisible framework. Such a sense of analogy, whatever the severe schools may say, is the foundation of every perfect work of art. Intuitive perception of the hidden analogies of things, says Hazlitt in English Novelists, or, as it may be called, his instinct of the imagination, is perhaps what stamps the character of genius on the productions of art more than any other circumstance. The central doctrine of magic may now be summed up thus: that a supersensible and real cosmic medium exists, which interpenetrates, influences, and supports the tangible and apparent world, and is amenable to the categories both of philosophy and of physics. 2. that there is an established analogy and equilibrium between the real and unseen world, and the illusory manifestations which we call the world of sense. 3. That this analogy may be discerned, and this equilibrium controlled, by the disciplined will of man, which thus becomes master of itself and of fate. We must now examine in more detail the third of these propositions, that which ascribes abnormal powers to the educated and disciplined will, for this assumption lies at the root of all magical practices, alike of the oldest and the newest schools. Magical operations, says Eliphas Levi, are the exercise of a power which is natural, but superior to the ordinary powers of nature. They are the result of a science, and of habits, which exalt the human will above its usual limits. This power of the will is daily gaining recognition in the camps of science, as the chief factor in religion and in therapeutics. The healing of the body and the healing of the soul, for our most advanced theories on these subjects are little more than the old wine of magic in new bottles. The accredited psychological theory of religious experience, for instance, rests upon the hypothesis that by self-suggestion, by a deliberate cultivation of the will to believe and similar means, it is possible to shift the threshold of consciousness and to exhibit those supernormal perceptions which are variously attributed to inspiration and to disease. This is exactly what ceremonial magic professes, in milder and more picturesque language, to do for her initiates. And all such deliberate processes of conversion are, on their psychological side, the results of an involuntary obedience to the laws of hermetic science. The ancient occultists owed much of their power, and also of their evil reputation, to the fact that they were psychologists before their time, recipes for the alteration and exaltation of personality, and for the enhancement of willpower, the artificial production of photisms, automatisms and ecstasy, with the opening up of the subliminal field, which accompanies these phenomena, concealed from the profane by a mass of confusing allegories and verbiage, form the backbone of all genuine occult rituals. Their authors were perfectly aware that ceremonial magic has no objective importance, but depends solely on its effect upon the operator's mind. In order that this effect might be enhanced, it was given an atmosphere of sanctity and mystery. Its rules were strict, its higher rites difficult of attainment. It constituted at once a test of the student's earnestness, and a veil which guarded the sanctuary from the profane. The long and difficult preparations, majestic phrases and strange ceremonies of an evocation had power, not over the spirit of the dead, but over the consciousness of the living, who was thus caught up from the world of sense to a new plane of perception. For him, not for unknown powers, were these splendors and these arts displayed. The rationale of the evocation of an angel consists, not in summoning spirits from afar, but in opening the operator's eyes upon angels who are always there. When the spiritual exaltation of the magus has been accomplished by various ceremonial practices, the spirit is, in magical language, compelled to appear. That is to say, the operator has passed into a condition when it would be as impossible for a spirit to remain invisible to him as for an ordinary mortal to conceal itself from our common sight, without any intervening shelter, in the blaze of a noonday sun. Thus the whole education of the genuine occult student tends to awaken in him a new view and a new attitude. It adjusts the machinery of his cinematograph to the registering of new intervals in the stream of things, which passed it by before, and thus introduces new elements into that picture by which ordinary men are content to know and judge the, or rather their, universe. In the end, says Steiner, with the usual exaggeration of the professional occultist, it all resolves itself into the fact that man, ordinarily, carries body, soul, and spirit about with him, yet is conscious only of the body, not of the soul and spirit, and that the student attains to a similar consciousness of soul and spirit also. So much for the principles which govern occult education. Magic therapeutics, or as it is now called, mental healing, is but the application of these principles upon another plane. It results first from a view of humanity, which sees a difference only of degree between diseases of body and of soul, and can state seriously, and in good faith, that moral maladies are more contagious than physical, and there are some triumphs of infatuation and fashion which are comparable to leprosy or cholera. Secondly, it is worked by that enhancement of willpower, that ability to alter and control weaker forms of life, which we have seen to be the reward of the occult discipline. All the power of the occult healer lies in his conscious will, and all his art consists in producing faith in the patient. This simple truth was in the possession of the Magi, at a time when church and state saw no third course between the burning or beatification of its practitioners. Now, under the polite names of mental hygiene, suggestion, and therapeutics, it is steadily advancing to the front rank of medical shibboleths. Yet, it is still the same magic art which has been employed for centuries, with varying ritual accompaniments, by the adepts of occult science. The methods of Brother Hilarion Tizot, who is described as curing lunacy and crime by the unconscious use of the magnetism of Paracelsus, who attributed his cases either to disorder of the will or to the perverse influence of external wills, and would regard all crimes as acts of madness and treat the wicked as diseased, anticipated the discoveries of Charcot and Janet. But in spite of the consistent employment by all the great adepts of their occult or supernormal power in the healing and the prevention of disease, on its philosophic side, magic, like Christianity, combines a practical policy of pity for the maimed, halt and blind, with a creed of suffering and renunciation. Here it joins hands with mysticism and proclaims its belief in pain as the schoolmaster of every spirit which desires to transcend the life of sense. Eliphas Levi, whilst advising the initiate whose conscious will has reached its full strength to employ his powers in the alleviation of pain and prolongation of life, laughs at the student who seeks in magic a method of escaping suffering or of satisfying his own selfish desires. None, he says, knows better than the true magician that suffering is of the essence of the world plan. Only those who face it truly live. Alas for the man who will not suffer. He will be crushed by griefs. Again, perhaps his finest utterance. To learn to suffer and to learn to die. This is the gymnastic of eternity, the novitiate of immortal life. Here then is the pure theory of magic. It is seen at its best in Eliphas Levi's works, because he was, in some respects, greater than the system which he preached. Towards the close of his life, the defective and limited nature of that system became clear to him, and in his latest writings he makes no secret of this fact. The chief of these defects is the peculiar temper of mind, the cold intellectual arrogance, the intensely individual point of view which occult studies seem to induce by their conscious quest of exclusive power and knowledge, their implicit neglect of love. At bottom, every student of occultism is striving towards a point at which he may be able to touch the button and rely on the transcendental world springing to do the rest. In this hard-earned acquirement of power over the many, he tends to forget the one. In Levi's words, too deep a study of the mysteries of nature may estrange from God the careless investigator, in whom mental fatigue paralyzes the ardors of the heart. When he wrote this sentence, Levi stood, as the greater occultists have often done, at the very frontiers of mysticism. The best of the Hermetic philosophers, indeed, are hardly ever without such mystical hankerings, such flashes of illumination, as if the transcendental powers of man, once roused from sleep, cannot wholly ignore the true end for which they were made. In Levi's case, as is well known, the discord between the occult and mystical ideals was resolved by that return to the Catholic Church, which has always amazed and sometimes annoyed his commentators. Characteristically, he read into Catholicism much that the Orthodox would hardly allow, so that it became for him, as it were, a romantic gloss on the occult tradition. He held that the Christian Church, nursing mother of the mystics, was also the heir of the Magi, and that popular piety and popular magic veiled the same ineffable truths. He had more justification than at first appears probable for this apparently wild and certainly heretical statement. Religion, as we have seen, can never entirely divorce herself from magic. For her rituals and sacraments, whatever explanations of their efficacy may be, offered by their official apologists, have, and must have, if they are to be successful in their appeal to the mind, a magical character. All persons who are naturally drawn towards the ceremonial aspect of religion are really devotees of the higher magic, are acknowledging the strange power of subtle rhythms, symbolic words and movements, over the human will. An impressive service conforms exactly to the description which I have already quoted of a magical rite. It is a tremendous forcing house of the latent faculties of man's spiritual nature. Sacraments, too, however simple their beginnings, always tend, as they evolve, to assume upon the phenomenal plane a magical aspect. Those who have observed with understanding, for instance, the Roman rite of baptism, with its spells and exorcisms, its truly hermetic employment of salt, anointing chrism and ceremonial lights, must have seen in it a ceremony far nearer to the operations of white magic than to the simple lustrations practiced by St. John the Baptist. There are obvious objections to the full working out of this subject in a book which is addressed to readers of all shades of belief, but any student who is interested in this branch of religious psychology may easily discover for himself the numerous and well-marked occult elements in the liturgies of the Christian, or indeed of any other, church. There are invocative arrangements of the names of God which appear alike in grimoire and in missal, sacred numbers, ritual actions, perfumes, purifications, words of power, hold as important a place in religion as in magic. In certain minor observances and charm-like prayers, we seem to stand on the very borderland between magician and priest. It is inevitable that this should be so. The business of the Church is to appeal to the whole man, as she finds him living in the world of sense. She would hardly be adequate to this task did she neglect the powerful weapons which the occult tradition has put into her hand. She knows, implicitly, that only under those ecstatic conditions which it is the very object of magic to induce, can normal man open his door upon the infinite, and let those subconscious powers which are the media of all our spiritual experiences emerge and peep for a moment upon the transcendental world. She, who takes the simplest and most common gifts of nature, and transmutes them into heavenly food, takes also every discovery which the self has made concerning its own potentialities, and turns them to her own high ends. Founding her external system on sacraments and symbols, on rhythmic invocations, and ceremonial acts of praise, insisting on the power of the pure and self-denying will, and the magic chain of congregational worship, she does but join hands with those magi whose gold, frankincense, and myrrh were the first gifts that she received. But she pays for this. She shares the limitations of the system which her Catholic nature has compelled her to absorb. It is true, of course, that she purges it of all its baser elements, its arrogance, its curiosity. True also that she is bound to adopt it, because it is the highest common measure which she can apply to the spirituality of that world to which she is sent. But she cannot, and her great teachers have always known, that she cannot, extract finality from a method which does not really seek after ultimate things. This method may and does teach men goodness, gives them happiness and health. It can even induce in them a certain exaltation in which they become aware, at any rate for a moment, of the existence of a transcendental world, a stupendous accomplishment, but it will never of itself make them citizens of that world. Give to them the freedom of reality. The work of the Church in the world, says Patmore, is not to teach the mysteries of life, so much as to persuade the soul to that arduous degree of purity, at which God himself becomes her teacher. The work of the Church ends when the knowledge of God begins. Thus, in spite of persistent efforts to the contrary, there will always be an inner and an outer church. The inner church of the mystics, who know the outer church which, operating beneficently it is true, but, roughly speaking, upon the magical plane, only knows about. The New Testament is not without its reminders that this was bound to be the case.